In the tower lane. Shelby McNeil in the right lane in the 2010 Nissan Pathfinder. Shelby McNeil getting off the line with a 0.76 reaction time. James McNeil getting there first, though, with a 9.32 at 75 miles an hour. Shelby putting down a 9.89 at 70. We got Cash in his 94 Mustang. In the left lane, lining up next to Tony Michael. In the right lane, in that blue 06 Chevy pickup. Tony Michael with a solid reaction time of 0.16. Cash getting off the line. Little slower this morning with 3.64 reaction time. Tony locking down a 8.91, 71 miles an hour. Cash running a 9.95, also 71 miles an hour. Jenna Monroe in the right lane. Driving out of Surrey, BC, 2008 Chevy Tahoe. Lining up next to Jackson Dew, 1996 GMC Jimmy. Getting there first is Jackson Dew in the left lane with a 10.63 at 64 miles an hour. Jenna Monroe putting down a 10.90 at 66 miles an hour. Now we have Lyndon Reynolds in the left lane out of Mission, BC, 1998 Acura Integra, lining up next to Josephine Smith, 2007 Chevy Super Sport pickup truck in the right lane. Josephine Smith putting down a 9.60 at 73 miles an hour. Lyndon Reynolds running a 10.98 at 66 miles an hour. Now we have Douglas Kvass, 1987 Chrysler. Little front-wheel drive Woody wagon. Lining up next to Owen Harvey in the green Dentside Ford. Nice looking green on that truck. That is a 1978 model. Owen Harvey stopping the timer at 10.54, 66 miles an hour. Douglas Kvass running a 12.47 at 56 miles an hour. And we have McKenna Thompson. McKenna in her 2024 Ford F-150 in the tower lane, lining up next to Nick Bond in a 2023 Porsche. McKenna Thompson leaving a little bit early by 29 thou. Nick Bond putting down an 874 at 78 miles an hour. McKenna running an 892, also 78 miles an hour. Now we got a bye run. For this red Firebird in the tower lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. That's Pro, we need you guys in the staging lanes. All right, guys, we have Nash Gallant in the left lane, Chilliwack, BC. Nash driving with Mulder Trucking. Crystal DeJager with Remax. And Lori Peterson. Nash getting off the line, a little bit red on that pass. Owen Armstrong in the right lane with a clean leave. Driving out of Chilliwack, BC with Lordco and Elite Belts. Putting down a 12:10 at 52 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro, gave you a call a little bit earlier, but figured I'd give you guys a call again. Pro to the staging lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Sportsmen, you guys are on standby. On second thought, we are going to get sportsmen to roll on down to the staging lanes, to the back of the lanes. We're going to get Pro in lanes 1 through 4. Sportsmen, come on down to the back of the staging lanes, please and thank you. All right, let's get back to Junior Thunder here. We have Cadence Rodrigue in the left lane. Grayson Mass in the right lane. Grayson Mass with New Elevation Civil Construction. Cadence Rodrigue getting off the line quicker and getting to the end of the racetrack quicker with an 895, 73 miles an hour. Grayson Mass running an 891 at 71 miles an hour. Pro drivers, just a reminder that as we didn't get through everything yesterday, just the cars that are still in eliminations. So we have not officially started Sunday's race. We have a little bit of cleaning up to do from last night. So this is just the pro cars from eliminations last night. We got Pearson Mass in the left lane. New Elevation Civil Construction. Lined up next to Dallas Jackson in the Lordco lane. Ashton Katnick in the left lane, driving with TK Performance and Lordco. We got Wesley Armstrong in the right lane, driving with Fountain Tire and Badass Garage. Wesley leaving with a 0.73 reaction time. Ashton leaving early by 5 thou. Wesley Armstrong putting down an 8.94 at 72 miles an hour. Ashton with a 8.76 at 75 miles an hour. Now we have Jack Green in the left lane, Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. In the Lordco lane, we have Jackson Cowie driving a 2020 Huddleston Junior Dragster, along with Mundy's Towing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bracket, this is your final call to the staging lanes. Pro bracket, that is your final call to the staging lanes. It should be only 3 cars. We're talking eliminations from yesterday. Pro bracket, there should be 3 cars coming down to the staging lanes right now. All right, sportsmen. All right, sportsmen, we need you guys in the back of the lanes now, too. This is your call, sportsmen, to the back of the lanes. We had Jack Green running a 12.03 at 54 miles an hour. In the TCS lane, Jackson Cowie in the right lane with a 15.32 at 40 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. Standby, Super Pro. Attention in the pits. I put Super Pro on standby. That is for elimination round 3. So if you're a Saturday Super Pro driver, you guys are on standby. We got Isabella Marshall in the left lane, here from Vernon, BC, driving a 2016 Mike Boss chassis with Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World. Next to Hunter Gallant out of Chilliwack. Hunter Gallant driving with Mulder Trucking. Crystal DeJager with Remax. Lori Peterson. Hunter putting down an 807 at 79 miles an hour. Isabella Marshall with an 835 at 81. And we got Connor Jackson in the left lane. TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, Fit Lab, Rodrigue Family Racing is who Connor is representing today in his 2014 Mike Boss Chassis Junior Dragster. And in the right lane, and that wild neon paint job, is Adeline Duda. Connor Jackson going red by 2 thou. Adeline with a clean leave off the line, putting down a 799 at 79 miles an hour. Connor Jackson running a 786 at 81 mile an hour. Now we have Hunter Thompson in the left lane, lining up next to Bentley Johnson in the Lordco lane. Bentley Johnson put down a 798 at 80 miles an hour. Hunter Thompson with a 795 at 82 miles an hour. Got another pair pulling up to the starting line here. We have Gray Sean here from Dunmore, Alberta. 2022 Mike Boss chassis lined up next to the 2018 Huddleston junior dragster of Coco Kowalski in the Lordco lane. Gray Sean driving with Kids Play Preschool. Couple of green lights. And across the finish line, Coco Kowalski putting down a 792 at 82 miles an hour. Gray Sean with a 795 at 81 miles an hour. We got Ashton Katnick in the left lane out of Maple Ridge, driving with TK Performance and Lordco. In the right lane in the pink machine is April Bond, driving with JBS Equipment. April Bond, of course, our winner from last night. And Ashton Katnick, our runner-up from last night in Junior Thunder. Both cars off the line with very close reaction times. Ashton Katnick getting there first with a 793, 80 miles an hour. April Bond putting down a 798, also 80 miles an hour. And that is a wrap for our juniors. Now we're moving on to the Pro ET Elimination Round 3. We got John Tabak lining up next to Chris Stone. Chris Stone with Stone Cold Racing in the right lane. 1968 Dart, 1010 dial. Chris Stone goes red by 2 thou off the starting line. John Tabak. John Tabak getting the $50 Andy Klosky bonus for taking out Chris Stone, running a 1034 at 127 miles an hour. A 1034 with a 1 on his 1034 dial. And Amber Rutherford takes off, chasing down Sean Langley. And Sean Langley gets it. On his 1160 dial, he runs an 1160 with a 2. 2 thou off dial. A margin of 4 thou between the two cars. Amber left a lot later, but man, that was a close race when it came down to the finish line. Cassie Tippy in the left lane now. 1965 Nova wagon. Patina car lined up next to Jim Stahl. 2000 Ford with a Coyote motor out of Tulalip, Washington. Brake lights at the end of the track, and it goes to Cassie Tippy with an 1143 at 115 miles an hour on her 1135 dial. Now we have Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Chevrolet Monte Carlo with a 1005 dial, lining up next to Matt Warner in that 66 Merc in the Lordco lane. Matt Warner with a 1042 dial in. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, come on down. Super Pro, come on down from yesterday. If you are a driver, a Saturday Super Pro driver who is still in the game today, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Hot Rods, you guys are on standby. Again, that is Hot Rods, elimination round 3. If you're a Saturday Hot Rodder still in the game, come on down to the staging, or standby. You guys are on standby. Getting a little ahead of myself here. Matt Warner took that last race in that wheelie machine, putting down a 1038 on his 1042 dial. Both cars broke out. Matt Warner was the lesser offender in that situation. Jenna Pobson, 1979 Chevy, taking it for a rip down the track with a bye run, running a 1026 on her 1030 dial through the trap at 126 miles an hour. We got Darren Martin, 2005 GMC in the left lane, 1679 dial. He's going to be taking off first. Brendan Piskacek is going to be getting a green light after Darren in his 1990 Ford hatchback. Brendan Piskacek with a 1317 dial in. And Brendan Piskacek manages to pull it off. Both cars went red, but Brendan Piskacek went red by quite a bit less. Brendan Piskacek will be moving on in yesterday's competition, I guess you would say. We got Nick Douglas, 2023 Super B with a 1211 dial. And we have Zell Gould in the right lane. In the 2000 black Chevrolet pickup truck, the 4x4 in the Lordco lane with a 1400 dial. One of these drivers with a bit better of a reaction time. Is it going to make a difference? It appeared to. Nick Douglas taking it with a 1242 on his 1211 dial. Nick Douglas will be moving on. We got Jason Mercer, 1984 T-Top Cutlass. The G-body in the TCS lane with an 1161 dial. Lining up next to that white mystery Ford. Saw it racing all day, had no information on that car besides the car number. Still don't. Nameless car. Anyways, still in competition. 1395 dial in for the Lordco lane. Track is red lights. There may be something. Maybe something on the track. Oh, sounds like we're good. 4 bulbs, and the next pair are about to take a rip down the track. Right lane, Mystery Ford has green light first. Jason Mercer with the green. Jason Mercer takes it. Looked like the white Ford had something going on with it. Kind of coasted across the finish line there. Jason Mercer putting down a 12:31 at 81 miles an hour. Josh Klosky and Sean Langley heating up the tires now. Sean Langley giving the throttle a little blip, making sure his tires are nice and sticky. Josh Klosky out of Quesnel, BC, in the 1990 Blazer. LS-powered unit in the Tower Lane. He's driving with Greg's Flooring, Grizz Contracting, and Gibson's Racing Trans with an 1160 dial next to Sean Langley's red Mustang. Also an 1160 dial, but Josh Klosky takes himself out of the competition, leaving early by 700ths. Sean Langley with a clean leave, 039 reaction time, crossing the stripe with a 12:29 at 82 miles an hour. I think Sean Langley saw his win light there and decided to take it easy for the second half of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod and Super Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Hot Rod and Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes. Of course, this is from last night. If you are a Saturday driver who is still in competition for Eliminations Round 3, Hot Rod, Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes. Well, it was said a few times yesterday, but as we have a quiet track right now, I'm going to go ahead and say if you're leaving your rig between now and Rad Torque Sport Nationals, parking for rigs is on the spectator side. Racers who are pitted in the road course area must move and vacate your spot on Sunday night after racing. So at the end of the night tonight, you guys got to move off the road course. Well, we got some track staff on the track right now. It appears there may be some form of liquid down on the track. Not ideal, but we all know that's part of racing sometimes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, this is your standby call. Standby Super Comp. That's Super Comp Saturday, drivers. Of course, if you're still in the race from yesterday, you guys are on standby Super Comp. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Street. Come down to the staging lanes. Super Street eliminations round 3. Saturday racers of Super Street class, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. While we got a little bit of downtime on the track, I got to make an announcement for all the junior winners from last night. Junior winners from last night. Come on down to the winner's circle, guys. All junior winners from yesterday, come on down to the winner's circle. Thank you. Attention in the pits. A message for all junior winners from yesterday. Saturday junior winners, come on down to the winner's circle for some photos and bring your shiny trophies down with you. Bring your Wallies with you, yourself and your car. Down to the winner's circle for some photos, please. Attention everybody in the pits on any roads. Just a reminder to have a look at the arrows on the roads. Had a few drivers already this morning going the wrong way through the pit lanes. So if you pull onto a pit road, just have a look at the asphalt. You'll see an arrow either pointing at you or away from you. You know you're heading the right direction if the arrow is pointing away from you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Comp. This is your call to the lanes. Super Comp, we got 4 cars left from yesterday's competition. Supercar Elimination Round 3. Saturday drivers, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Attention in the pits. April Bond. April Bond, we need you in the winner's circle. Bring your car down here. Bring your trophy. Come get some photos in the winner's circle. That's April Bond. All right, guys, we got a couple Super Pro cars pulling into the burnout box now. We got 10 cars going to be rolling through here for eliminations round 3. Attention in the pits, we have a racer in distress. Emma on the return road, Super Pro dragster, pink and black in color, needs a coil for MSD 8252, the HVC blaster. That's a MSD 8252 coil. HVC blaster. Attention pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, we're calling you guys down again. Super Comp, come on down. Saturday racers, if you're still in the game, come on down for your elimination round 3. Stock, Super Stock, you guys are on standby. That's going to be a short standby. George LeBlanc took that last race in his 66 Chevelle Super Sport, running a 876 on his 875 dial. Mike Stewart ran a little bit too quick. Too quick by 6 thou, actually. Couple more Super Pro cars ready to take a tear down the drag strip. We have Pierre Barr out of Nanaimo, 1988 Pontiac Firebird. 1035 dial, lined up next to Jason Gibson, 91 Mustang, who takes this race with a 961 on his 952 dial, crossing the stripe at 128 miles per hour. Jason Gibson with Gibson Racing Transmission and Bucky's Mini Excavating. We got Chris Stone in the left lane. Attention in the pits. We got Stock and Super Stock. Come on down to the staging lanes. Stock and Super Stock. Elimination round 3 from yesterday. If you're still racing from Saturday, come on down to the staging lanes. Motorcycle, you guys can come on down too. Motorcycle ET, yesterday elimination round 3. Come on down to the staging lanes. Oh, my mistake. You guys are on standby. That is standby motorcycles. Okay, actually, we can bring motorcycles down. We're just going to put you guys in lane number 1. So motorcycles, you can come to the staging lanes. Just come on down to lane number 1. Lincoln Rutherford in the right lane, that last pass, knocking Chris Stone out of the competition today, running a 9:55 on his 9:58 dial. Chris Stone went way under dial. Lincoln Rutherford running a 003 reaction time. Solid light for Lincoln Rutherford. Now we have Monique Ambrosi out from Plainfield, Indiana. Dragster in the left lane, lined up next to Christopher Ermsby, taking a tear down the strip right now. Christopher with a 995 dial, and he gets it with a 994 at 132 miles an hour.
Well, I'm back up here in the tower for just a little bit. So Terry Hoostons on a competition single. Jeff Eason, I guess, is nowhere to be found. So, Mike, I have a $50 bill in my hand because that was the bounty on Chris Stone's head, but I'm not sure who I should thank for it, whether I should thank Andy Klosky, because that's where the $50 came from, or whether I should thank Chris Stone for going 2-thou red while I sucked on the tree.
I think Andy Klosky should get the thank you. I think Chris Stone deserves a handshake too, you know?
I guess so. So Jason Cooper and Daryl Tippy. Tippy's in the right lane. Got the starting line advantage. Turns on the win light. 2 above the 1043 dial. Moving on. Taking 3-thou at the stripe.
Ryan Isherwood in the right lane, making sure his tires are nice and hot and sticky with a big old burnout. 1966 Satellite out of Cobble Hill. 1085 dial lined up to James Dobson's greeny yellow or yellowy green 1970 Chevy Camaro with a 1033 dial. Left lane gets it, James Dobson, running a 1048 on his 1033 dial. Through the trap at 112 miles per hour. Ryan Isherwood ran a 1084, breaking out by 9 thou. 121 miles an hour on that run.
So I was talking about the $50 bill that I've now got in my pocket. So just in case anybody out there wasn't aware, yesterday Andy Klosky sent me a text saying he wanted to put a $50 bounty on Chris Stone's head. So that's what happened there. I got a little bit lucky, to say the very least, to become the holder of that $50 bill. But here's some news for today's race, or Sunday's race. Chris Stone says, I ain't no wimp. I ain't putting up no $50. I'm putting up $100. So Chris Stone has put a $100 bounty on Andy Klosky's head. So there we go. Whoever can take out Andy Klosky today is getting an extra brown one to put in their pocket. No, that would be 100 Canadian. I know that's really not very much money to you, Mike, but to To us Canadians, it's still $100.
Are you guys?
So yeah, just to repeat that, Chris Stone has offered up $100 to whoever can take out Andy Klosky today. So the fun continues. Should mention that so far, Pro Bracket at Mission Raceway in 2026 has not seen a final round that did not include Andy Klosky. So honestly, when Andy texted me yesterday that he wanted to put a bounty on Chris Stone's head, my first thought was, you're the guy that needs a bounty on his head. Well, Mike, I hear race cars. Here comes Super Street. So a little bit of paintwork in the left lane. What do you think?
Pretty slick. Definitely 90s style. 90s colors. That would be my guess. The era that car was painted in. Plenty of coats of wax. Still got a nice shine on her. That's for sure. That is the car of Zach Rice out of Tacoma. 1963 Nova. Zach Rice is sitting behind a 555 big block Chevy under that big old hood scoop. And in the Lord Colleen, Rick Hilburn out of Kennewick, Washington. Couple USA cars. And Zach Rice hands it over to Rick at the starting line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas, come on down to the staging lanes. That is Super Gas, Saturday racers who are still in competition for elimination round 3. Come on down to the pits. Top Comp, you are on standby. That's Super Gas, come on down to the staging lanes. Top Comp, you're on standby.
So now Warren Jacobson and Dan Parsons. So I believe that this is the first time these guys have ever faced each other. Parsons in the right lane, Jacobson in the left. Jacobson turns it red by 2 stinking thou. And when he sees Dan Parsons' light, he's going to be awfully disappointed in himself. Parsons was a 250 light, a quarter of a second. The top end, Parsons, 11:07 at 117 off the gas, obviously. Jacobson was holding a couple. He goes 1088. And now the champ, Division 6 NHRA Super Street Champion, Alan Machem. 016 on the tree. Reader board says 1092 with a 5. And from Super Street, we go to Super Comp. First pair is Reed Holland and James Cowie. James Cowie from Mundy's Towing. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need top comp to the lanes, please. Once again, top comp. This is your call to the lanes. Top comp, we need you to staging. And we'll give a standby call to juniors. Juniors, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. And we'll give somewhat of a standby call to everybody left in competition. We are looking for a very high level of cooperation this morning. We need you to arrive at the staging lanes when you are called. So please be ready to go, and when the call comes, jump in the car and go. Get moving. Thank you. James Cowie with the win. Both cars go under. Reed Holland had the starting line advantage, took 19 at the stripe to be under by 22 thou. James Cowie crossing second in the right lane was under, but by only 18 thou. James Cowie coming back for the final round. Now Dale Green and Mark Loftus. Dale Green's your winner. Once again, both cars go under. Dale Green under by just 3 thousandths of a second. Mark Loftus under by 15 thou. So there we go. We have our Super Comp final round set up. Here comes stock, super stock combo. Looks like we're going to start off with a single. John Puchinski with the bye.
Clarence Bidniak in the left lane, got his car sorted out yesterday. Here out of Edmonton, Alberta, 1970 Plymouth. Yellow car in the tower lane, powered by a 440. We got Jim Mantle in the right lane. That little 77 AMC Pacer, which I believe has a straight 6 under the hood. Based on the sound of it, Clarence Bidniak with a 1030 dial, getting across the finish line with a 1047. Jim Mantle takes it though with a 1452 with a 6 on his 1452 dial. Through the traps at 89 miles an hour. Jim Mantle will be moving on with this competition. We got Norm LaPointe in the left lane. Beautiful red Camaro. Got the pre-stage lights on. That Camaro's driven by a 327 under the hood with a 1078 dial-in. Big wheelie off the starting line. Looks like Rod had some issues off the line. Popped off early. Got out of it right away. Norm LaPointe with a 1075 on his 1078 dial. Through the trap, 120 miles an hour. Truck crew giving the track just a few minor details before we run some motorcycles down our drag strip. The River Valley Ford drag strip here at Mission Raceway Park. So just a brief little pause. We'll hear some engines fired up very shortly. First motorcycle of the day pulling up to the starting line, ridden by Riley Toth, 2002 Kawasaki. Riley Toth putting down an 857 on his 855 dial. Quarter mile per hour, 147 miles per hour with a 0.20 reaction time. Looks like we have Zach Toth in the right lane and Jody Brickwood in the left lane. Jody Brickwood piloting that black machine with the green hot rod flames in the tower lane, lined up next to Zach Toth on the silver bike, which is a 2008 Kawasaki, in the Lordco lane. Zach Toth riding here from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your standby call. It's going to be a short one. Pro on standby. Again, that is Pro on standby from yesterday's race for elimination round 4. All juniors. Just a heads up for juniors, in this rotation, we're gonna skip you guys. So juniors are gonna be skipped for this rotation, and we'll pick you guys back up. Scheduled for 10:45. I'm assuming it's gonna be a little bit later than that, but keep your ears out. Next rotation, juniors will be joining in that rotation. Daryl Storzik just took out Steve Campbell, running a 864 on his 860 dial, 145 miles per hour through the trap. Now we have Mark Simmons in the left lane out of Medicine Hat with a Roadster. Looks like we got a Roadster Corvette next to a Roadster Corvette. Dan Davis, Tacoma, Washington, in the right lane. Both cars on a 990 dial. And it goes to Dan Davis. Both cars broke out. Dan Davis broke out a little bit less. He was the lesser offender, running a 988 on the 990 dial, 165 miles an hour. Next to Mark Simmons, ran a 987 at 170 miles per hour. Little bit too quick. We got Dale Dryden in the right lane. Another Corvette Roadster. This one a 1957 body style. .045 reaction time for Dale Dryden. running a 989 at 157 miles per hour. Jeremy Soares. Clean launch off the line is 2001 Cameron Dragster. Across the stripe with a 459 on his 458 dial. 042 reaction time. Off the green light. 8th mile trap. 149 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, you guys are on standby. That's Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, you are on standby. Ed Vanderkooy, Barnwell, Alberta. In the left lane in the white and blue dragster. Right lane we have Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. .469 dial in the TCS lane. Lord Cole lane we have a 455 dial in. Look at that chassis flex in the tower lane. Right lane, Brad Powell running a 456 on his 455 dial. Definitely worth mentioning. Reaction time was a 005 off the starting line. Ed Vanderkooy running a 468 on his 469 dial. A little bit too quick. Little bit too quick in the 8th mile there. 8th thou too quick, to be exact. James Kennedy, 2008 TNT dragster. In the left lane, lining up next to Paul Soares, 1955 Chevy Bel Air in the right lane. Attention pits, Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro, we need you guys to come on down to the staging lanes for elimination round 4 from yesterday's competition. Pro, if you're still in the competition, we need you guys down here in the staging lanes. James Kennedy in the left lane with a 465 dial-in. Paul Soares with a 474. One of these drivers with a pretty darn good reaction time, and it pays off for him. Paul Soares in the right lane, running a 476 at 141 miles per hour on his 474 dial. Getting off the line with a reaction time of 009. 009 off the line for Paul Soares in that last run. Paul Soares moving on in yesterday's competition. James Rutherford in the shoebox. 49 Ford Coupe in the tower lane, powered by a 632 Ford. Here out of Wembley, Alberta, lining up next to Monique Ambrosi. That brand new 2026 dragster from Plainfield, Indiana. And Monique gets it with a 447 on her 444 dial. 8th mile per hour, 144. With a reaction time of 003. Solid off the line. James Rutherford running a 521 with a 7 on his 522 dial. Off dial by 0.02 of a second. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. Standby Super Pro. It's going to be a short standby. Standby Super Pro. Sportsmen, come on down. This is for eliminations round 4 from yesterday's competition. Sean Langley in the right lane. In the red Mustang Mach 1. Car number is 428. I don't have any information on what he has under the hood, but I'm pretty sure I can probably make an assumption in this case. My mistake? I just heard he has a 350. Are you kidding? Oh. All right, all right. Someone's playing a prank on me up here in the tower. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, you should be on your way down here. We need Super Pro to the staging lanes also. Super Pro to the staging lanes. So we need Sportsmen and Super Pro from yesterday, elimination round 4. We need Hot Rod on standby also. Hot Rod on standby. And guys, you guys got to work with us here. We are on eliminations round 4 from yesterday's competition. So technically, even though it's 9:52, and we've been racing for a little bit, we are still racing in yesterday's competition. So we'd like you guys to kind of have a little bit of a hustle to make your way down to the staging lanes here so we could get through yesterday's competition to start today's competition. So that's Super Pro. Should be on their way. In your cars on your way to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, you guys are on standby. Definitely going to be a short standby. We got Jenna Pobson, 1979 Chevy Malibu, silver G-body in the tower lane. Lined up next to Cassie Tippy, 65 Nova wagon. Cassie Tippy in the patina car in the Lord Co lane. 1138 dial. Similar reaction times from both drivers, and it goes to left lane Jenna Pobson running a 1026 with a 9 on her 1026 dial. At the quarter, 126 miles per hour, Jenna Pobson will move on in competition. We got John Tabak, LS powered square body S10 in the tower lane, driving with rad torque systems. 1036 dial, lining up next to Matt Warner's wheelie machine, the 1966 Merc, with a 1041 dial. John Tabak with a 1035 with a 3 on his 1036 dial, lighting up the win light. Matt Warner went a little bit too quick at 1038 on his 1041 dial. John Tabak broke out, but was off dial by only 6 thou. So John will be moving on in the competition. Looks like that's a wrap for our Pro ET. We'll be moving on for Sportsman Elimination Round 4. Attention, Daniel Rodrigue. Daniel Rodrigue to the staging lanes. That's Daniel Rodrigue, Super Pro to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Hot Rods, come on down to the staging lanes for elimination round 4 from yesterday's competition. Door slammers on standby. Door slammers on standby. Hot Rods to the staging lanes. That's a 20-minute standby for the door slammers. 20-minute standby. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Street. Super Street, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Street, we're calling you guys down to the staging lanes for your elimination round 4 from yesterday's competition. That's Super Street. There's 3 of you. Come on down to the staging lanes. We got Jason Mercer, 84 Cutlass. T-top car in the tower lane, lined up next to Brendan Piskacek. That 1990 Ford GT Fox body car. Brendan Piskacek leaving first with a 1320 dial. Jason Mercer, 1160 dial. Both drivers with an 068 reaction time. Jason Mercer driving a 1151 at 190 miles an hour. Brendan Piskacek also broke out, of course, but by a little bit more. So Jason Mercer takes it 800th off dial, takes the win on that. He'll move on in the competition. We got Nick Douglas, 2023 Super B in the left lane, 1221 dial, lined up next to Sean Langley with a red Mach 1 Mustang, 1164 dial. Sean Langley with a solid reaction time off the top, running an 1158, lights up the win light, 112 miles an hour. Across the stripe, Nick Douglas running a 1211 on his 1221 dial. Back-to-back double breakouts. But Sean Langley took the win on that and will be continuing on in the Mach 1 Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, this is your lanes 5. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Super Comp, your call to the staging lanes 5 and 6. It is the Super Comp final, the final two, the last race from yesterday. And we got Motorcycle on standby. Motorcycle for your elimination round 4. Elimination round 4, the second to last race for motorcycles from yesterday's competition. Christopher Ermsby in the left lane, 69 Chevy, 995. Lined up next to Jason Gibson with a 952 dial. And now that they've made it across the finish line, I can say Jason Gibson with a trip zip, a 000-5 reaction time. 000 perfect reaction time for Jason Gibson in his 91 Mustang, running a 952 with a 7 on his 952 dial. Gotta love a run like that. Jason Gibson takes it and will move on in the competition. Come on up to the tower for your perfect light sticker and cup. We got George LeBlanc in the left lane out of Creston, BC. 875 dial lined up next to Daniel Rodrigue. 08 TNT Dragster. And it goes to George LeBlanc. A 875 on his 850 dial. 875.00. Sorry, that was a 875 with 2 zeros after it on his 875 dial-in. Off dial by nothing. Fantastic run. And now we have Lincoln Rutherford, 71 Ford. Pinto in the tower lane, Wembley, Alberta. Lincoln sitting behind that 427. Putting down a 953 at 139 miles per hour. And that is the final car in the Super Pro class for elimination round 4. Looks like we'll be moving on to Hot Rod. Elimination round 4. Just 3 cars in Hot Rod. We got Daryl Tippy at the starting line with a clean green light, 1045 dial. Getting off the line with a 035 reaction time. Crossing the stripe at the big end with a 1041 at 128 miles an hour. Now we have Terry Hoogstens in the 1966 Chevy 2 in the Tower Lane. 1215 dial in. Next to James Dobson in the Lordco Lane. 1970 Chevy Camaro with a 1035 dial. Terry Hoogsten's going to be taken off first here in the Tower Lane. Terry Hoogsten's a little bit sleepy off the line. It goes to James Dobson, running a 1035 with a 2 on his 1035 dial. Crossing the stripe at the quarter at 124 miles an hour. Terry Hoogsten's running a 1206, breaking out on his 1215 dial. I think Terry was trying to make up for the reaction time there. Little too much throttle on there, crossing the stripe. At the end of the track, 111 miles per hour. That's a wrap for our hot rods. Only 3 cars in that class for elimination round 4. So hot rods will be moving on to the final. So hot rod final will be James Dobson in the 70 Camaro, lining up next to Daryl Tippy in the 62 Chevy. That final will be coming up shortly here. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All competitors from Saturday's competition, come on down to the staging lanes. We need all competitors. Come on down to the staging lanes. We'll get you guys sorted out in the lanes. We're going to wrap up Saturday's competition as swiftly as we can here. All competitors from yesterday, come on down to the staging lanes. Those fresh batteries put in yesterday. Well, guys, the track is just getting a quick drag here. Coming up next, we have the final 3 cars of Super Street from yesterday's competition. This will be the elimination round 4. So after these 3 cars run, we will know who will be face-to-face for the final. The winner from yesterday's competition.
Well, Mike, how you surviving up here?
Surviving very well.
Well, that's good to hear. So once we're done with yesterday's race, I'll try get up here, spend a little more time with you. Right now, I'm just kind of concentrating on the race truck, doing race truck things.
Yes, sir. Totally understandable. In your final from yesterday's competition, pretty exciting.
Well, we're not there yet, but I do have a bye into said final, so it's pretty much a done deal. Hey, attention in the staging lanes, Jenna Walsh. We have not yet called you. Oh, all right. I guess we made the call for anyone left in competition. So there you go. All good. Yes. So here I've been preaching about how quickly I want you to jump in your car and head to the staging lanes when you're called, and Jenna did exactly that. So good on her. So with that said, Mike, I guess I better go.
Yep, all racers. Well, here we have the final 2 for Super Comp. This is the Super Comp final. We got Dale Green in the Tower Lane, 2022 Mullis Dragster, lined up next to James Cowie, 2016 Miller dragster. James Cowie's sitting in front of a big ol' 632. Both these cars with an 890 dial-in, of course. 4 stage lights lit up, and they got the green. Very similar reaction time off the line. Anybody's race, and it goes to Dale Green. Dale Green is Saturday's competition champion. Dale Green running a 889 on the 890 dial. Wins because James Cowie ran a 888 on the 890 dial. So well done, Dale Green. Congratulations for winning yesterday's Supercomp final. Dan Parsons in this 70 Plymouth just took out Alan Macham. Dan Parsons running a 1083. Both cars broke out. Dan Parsons broke out by a little bit less than Alan, so Dan will be moving on. Rick Hilburn making his way down the strip on a bye run. So that determines who will be in the final. Attention in the pits, attention pits. This is a personal call for Jason Gibson. Jason Gibson to the lanes. That's Jason Gibson. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. We got Paul Soares in the left lane from Terrace, BC in that 55 Chevy Bel Air. 475 dial in next to Monique Ambrosi from Plainfield, Indiana, a 2026 dragster. Paul Soares gets it. Both cars broke out. Paul Soares broke out with a 474 on the 475 dial, 147 miles per hour. Taking the W on that one. 005 reaction time. Not bad at all. Solid light for Paul Soares. Coming up behind him, up next we have Jeremy Soares, the 01 Cameron Dragster. 460 dial in the left lane, right lane. 456 dial. Brad Powell behind the wheel of that dragster. Attention in the pits. Door slammers in the pits. We need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Door slammers to lanes 5 and 6. Overflow will be in lanes 3 and 4. That's door slammers, lanes 5 and 6. Overflow 3 and 4, please. Well, Jeremy Soares took the win on that one. After Paul Soares, Jeremy Soares in the same lane took the win. Definitely worth mentioning. Jeremy Soares off dial by 5/10,000ths of a second, running a 460 on the 460 dial. A 460 with a 0.5. Basically a perfect run for Jeremy Soares. Brad Powell out of the competition for yesterday's competition. Solid launch off the line for Zach Toth in 2008 Kawasaki. Off the line with a 0:05 reaction time. Stopping the timer with a 13:02 at 52 miles per hour. Yeah, something happened there. 52 miles an hour. It seems like his bike didn't shift into third gear. We got Riley Toth lining up next to Daryl Storzik. Left lane Riley Toth here from Medicine Hat, Alberta. 2002 Kawasaki with the 857 dial in. Daryl Storzik in the right lane, 1986 Suzuki. 859 dial. Dale riding with Leak Pro Suzuki. That's Leak Pro, the world leader in automotive water leaks, air leaks, and wind noise repair. 857 dial in the left lane, 859 dial in the Lord Co lane. Let's see what happens here. So top end of the track is clear. We got to restart the bike, Riley Toth's bike, on the starting line here. And this race will determine who will be the final two motorcycles lining up next to each other for the final. Could it be brothers? Could it be the Toth boys? Both of them out of Medicine Hat, Alberta. This race will determine the finalists. And it will be a Toth versus Toth final race for motorcycles. Riley Toth taking out Daryl Storzik, running a 859 on his 857 dial. Well, guys, we got Hot Rod Final. This is the final for Hot Rod. James Dobson, 70 Camaro, lined up next to Daryl Tippy in the right lane. 1035 Dial on the left. 1042 on the right. And it goes to Daryl Tippy. Daryl Tippy, you are yesterday's winner for Hot Rods. 1045 on the 1042 dial. Crossing the stripe at 127 miles per hour. Margin between the two cars is 0.03 of a second. James Dobson ran a 1039 on the 1035 dial. So Daryl Tippy is the winner. James Dobson runner-up. Pro semi-final, Jenna Dobson, the 79 Chevy Malibu, takes that with a 1028, 126 mile an hour across the quarter-mile stripe. Sean Langley running a 1157 on his 1163 dial, breaking out by a little bit too quick there. Now we got John Tabak on his buy run. 1030 dialing. John Paczynski, 1970 Plymouth. The CUDA in the tower lane out of Pitt Meadows, BC, lined up next to Norm LaPointe out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. 67 Camaro wheels up launch for both the cars. Solid launch, very similar reaction times. It comes down to the finish line, and it is John Paczynski, 1062. On his 1064 dial, both cars broke out. John Paczynski was the lesser offender, 121 miles per hour across the stripe. Jim Mantle making his way down the strip with a buy run, 1977 AMC Pacer. 1452 dial, getting across the line with a 1448. The three cars left in Super Pro now running. We got George LeBlanc in the left lane, 66 Chevelle Super Sport. 875 dial in next to Lincoln Rutherford. 71 Ford Pinto in the right lane. Oh, Lincoln leaving early, but George LeBlanc leaving even earlier. Couple red lights, but George hands it over to Lincoln in the 71 Pinto. Lincoln will be going on to the finals. Jason Gibson with a buy run, 91 Mustang. 289 powered car. The last of the Super Pro cars to run before the final. Jason Gibson with Gibson Racing Transmissions and Bucky's Mini Excavating. 952 dial. 021 reaction. And crossing the finish line with a 948 at 142 miles an hour. Couple of Roadster Corvettes here. 57 in the left lane, 63 in the right lane. Dale Dryden, Dan Davis. Couple 990s up on the board. And it goes to Dan Davis, 989. Running a little too quick, but Dale Dryden ran even quicker. Dan Davis out of Tacoma, Washington. We'll be moving on. What class was that? My mistake. That was the final. That was the final for Super Gas. Must have skipped over that in my lineup here. So Dan Davis, congratulations. You are the final, the winner. Dan Davis, the winner. Dale Dryden, the runner-up from Saturday's competition. Outlaw 275, limited and triple index. You guys are on standby. So attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, limited and triples. You guys are on standby. All right, guys, we have Door Slammers Q3. Door Slammers Q3 running right now. We got a red light in the left lane, Paul Debris. Turning it red by 2,000. Right lane, Camaro in the right lane gets it with a 832. With a 003 reaction time at the tree. Kerry Young in the left lane. Kerry Young here from Port Alberni, BC. 03 Chevy S10, powered by a small block Chevy. In the right lane, we have Shane Ledger in that Chevy 2. Pretty cool look to that car, I gotta say. You can see the red roll cage through the windows on that black paint job. Takes it. Kerry Young taking it with a 846 with a 6. Shane Ledger running an 846 with a 0. But Kerry Young had a 012 reaction time next to Shane Ledger's 054 reaction time. So she will be moving on in this elimination round. Bo Freeborn in the right lane, lined up next to that 2000 Dakota. Bo Freeborn getting off the line with a 024. Crossing the stripe with a 717, lighting up that wind light. 192 miles per hour. We got Mark Thompson in the right lane out of Coldstream, BC. 1954 Studebaker. Lined up next to Peter Lachanis. Mission, BC, 55 Chevy Bel Air. With a 632 big block under that big old hood scoop. Mark Thompson's got a 598 in that Stude. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple index, lanes 5 and 6. Triple index, lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street. Attention pits, Limited Street. You're on standby. Outlaw 275, you're on standby. Triple index, lanes 5 and 6, please. Couple more door slammers lining up at the starting line here. Mike Bedsworth in the 96 Olds in the Lordco lane. Currently number 2 qualifier. Lined up next to Rod Leclerc. Purging the nitrous system and the Camaro in the left lane. Rod Leclerc is currently number 1 qualifier. Mike Bedsworth with a 002 reaction time, lighting up the wind light, 706 at 193 miles per hour. 1.02 60-foot time. Getting the win on that race. We'll be moving on in the door slammer class. We have Otto Schulte, 05 Cavalier in the left lane. Powered by a 598 Sunset engine. And Howie Winklehorst in the right lane. My screen's telling me that's a 1950 Bel Air. That is most definitely a 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air. Otto Schulte putting down a 003 reaction time. Quarter mile ET, 742 over 184 miles an hour. Howie Winklehorst running a 827, 161 miles per hour. But he will not be continuing on in the competition for door slammers. Andy Hatton in the left lane. Tower side, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. The Green Grinch Machine. Lined up next to Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips in the Mustang in the right lane. Very similar reaction times off the line, and Dale Phillips way ahead, 739, 182 miles per hour. Andy Hatton running a 820 at a buck 62 miles per hour. My mistake, guys. This is Door Slammers qualifying 3. So there are no winners and everybody moves on. Jason Field on a rip down the drag strip, putting down a 710 at 191 miles per hour. Mike Kenworthy running a 822, 164 miles per hour. Jason Field's car named Overkill. Mike Kenworthy driving with Richie Racing, just like Jason Field. Now we have Brian Ritchie in the left lane, lining up next to Scott Robinson in the 94 Beretta. Brian Ritchie in the blacked out Chevelle tower side. Scott Robinson putting down a 760 at 179 miles per hour. Brian Ritchie with a 780 at 172 miles per hour. Still on a qualifying round 3 from yesterday's competition. So tomorrow, which is still today, will be the Door Slammers elimination round. 1 coming up a little bit later on. So now we have Darren Buick, 67 Chevy 2, lined up next to the 67 Chevy 2 of Craig Fredrickson. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275 and Limited. Outlaw 275 and Limited. Come on down to the staging lanes. That's Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. Come on down to the staging lanes. Craig Fredrickson off the line slightly quicker, and he is on an absolute tear down the drag strip, putting down a 705 at 197 miles per hour. Darren Buick running an 814 at a buck 63. We got a Tower Lane single for the Orange Willies out there. Getting off the line with an 068 reaction time. Stopping the timer with an 815 at 162 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All finals from yesterday. All Saturday finals. Come on down to the staging lanes. That is everyone who is in a final round from yesterday. Come on down to the staging lanes. Henry Zacharias in the left lane. That Corvette powered by a 660 runs a 764 at 178 miles an hour. Now we have Paul Stretch from Duncan in the 02 Chevy J-Body, powered by a 638 big block Chevy, lining up next to Steve Lowe in the right lane. 1992 Pontiac Firebird, powered by a 582. Paul Stretch of the 029 reaction time, getting to the end of the racetrack quicker with a 713 eighth mile ET with a 713 quarter mile ET. Eighth mile ET is a 459. Eighth mile per hour, 153, 193 at the quarter for Paul Stretch. Steve Lowe running a 784 at 171 miles per hour. Now we have Jan Christensen out of Langley. 67 Chevy in the left lane. Lined up next to Ryan Ledrette in the right lane. Ryan Ledrette with a 750 dial. Jan Christensen with a 550 dial. Ryan Ledrette gets it with a 754 on his 750 dial. Jan broke out a little bit. Josh Klosky making a buy run, his 1990 Chevy S10. 750 dial on that. Blazer. Looked like a Blazer. I got S10 on the screen, but definitely a Blazer. Running a 793 at 72 miles per hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We have a racer in distress. There's a truck at the end of the racetrack who needs a tow back to his pit. He is here crewless today, and he would really appreciate a tow from somebody. Somebody wouldn't mind heading on out there and lending a guy a hand. Just needs a tow to get his truck back to his pit. So we got a whole bunch of finals coming up here, guys. Minus triple index, we have all finals across the board. A rollover from yesterday's competition. So all the finals are going to be going down the track from Super Street, Stock, Motorcycle, Top Comp, Outlaw Limited, Street, Triple Index, Pro ET. We have got a whole bunch of finals coming up. Therefore, today's competition, that is Sunday's competition, we're about to get it started. So everybody in qualifier round number 1 for today's competition, about 45 minutes. This is about a 45-minute standby for you guys. So in about 45 minutes, we're going to start today's competition. So here's something cool for you guys. On Friday, there is a lineup at the gates. School bus after school bus after school bus. There was 600 plus students here. Students and teachers came out for our NHRA Yes Day, Youth and Education Services Program. In partnership with Mission Public Schools, students have been exploring STEM concepts in the classroom that directly connect to the world of drag racing and motorsports. Students have been learning the science, tech, engineering, and math behind reaction times, acceleration, aerodynamics, forces, energy, speed, and vehicle performance. A couple days ago, those classroom concepts came to life right here at the racetrack, completely free of charge for participating students and schools, giving kids the opportunity to experience real drag racing action while discovering the exciting careers and opportunities connected to motorsports, skilled trades engineering, automotive technology, and beyond. We'd like to extend a huge thank you to all of our incredible community partners who are helped made that educational experience possible. BC Hydro, Mr. Lube Mission, Fast Lane Racing Sports Car Club of BC, CCAC, Women in Motorsports, Professional Stunt Woman, Cassandra Ebner, Vancouver Community College, Skilled Trades BC, Formula UBC, BCIT School of Transportation, and LT Fastworks, as well as Fast Lane Racing and British Columbia Secondary School Motorsports Association. Those organizations were here on Friday. They showcased hands-on learning opportunities, career pathways, and the many exciting futures available within the automotive engineering and trades industries. We also wanted to give a special thank you to RE/MAX for their generous sponsorship and support of NHRA Yes Day this year. Their commitment helps us continue providing meaningful education experiences for local youth and creating opportunities for students to see how learning in the classroom connects to real-world careers and experiences. I see a few spectators in the grandstands there. Thank you for joining us here at the racetrack. And to all the racers as well, thank you for joining us here at the racetrack for the John Scotti Canadian Championship Series with the NHRA Northwest Division. Looks like the track crew just doing the final checkouts of our racetrack here. That is the River Valley Ford drag strip. Right here at Mission Raceway. If I look to my left out of the tower, between the tower and the first grandstands, there are two brand new Fords here that River Valley Ford have dropped off. So if you guys are in the market for a new car, come by and check these things out. We got a new Bronco and a new Explorer. River Valley Ford just down the street, Mission's only Ford dealership, serving the Fraser Valley from its Lougheed Highway location, single location dealership, but it covers a lot. New Ford sales, certified pre-owned vehicles, fleet and commercial truck service, financing, parts, detailing, and full maintenance work. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Triple Index finalists. This is your call to the staging lanes. Triple Index finalists, come on down to the staging lanes. Juniors, you guys are on standby. Triple Index finalists, come on down to the staging lanes. Juniors, you guys are on standby. All right, guys, we have Outlaw 275 finalists. It comes down to Mustang versus Mustang for the final race carried over from yesterday's competition. This race will determine the winner of the Outlaw 275 class from yesterday, and the runner-up, of course. We have Justin Gallant, Chilliwack, BC, in the left lane, piloting a 1985 Ford. Lined up next to Matt Dreyer from Kalispell, Montana. Kalispell. Kalispell, Montana. From what I hear, a gorgeous place. Solid launch for both cars, and it goes to Matt Dreyer. Sorry, it goes to Justin Gallant. I was looking at the reaction time. Justin Gallant getting off the line a little slower, but he puts down a 4:29 at 176 miles per hour. Matt Dreyer running a 4:37 at a $166 with a 009 reaction time. But Justin Gallant is our winner in the Outlaw 275. Now we have the finalists, the final run from yesterday's competition. For Limited Street, Vanessa Richards in the tower lane, 1990 Ford notchback. Chris McGraw in the right lane. Vanessa's an 89 Ford notchback, actually. Chris McGraw, a 1990 Ford notchback. Small block Ford in the tower lane. LS Power in the Lordco lane. And it goes to Vanessa Richards. Vanessa Richards, your winner. Crossing the finish line at 5:14, 135 miles per hour. Leaving the line with a 0:59 reaction time. Getting off the starting line a little bit quicker than Chris McGraw, who ran a 1:27 reaction time, 5:31 to the 8th mile ET, and 133 miles per hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors to the staging lanes. Juniors, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top comp final. Paul Soares lined up next to Jeremy Soares. Paul's 55 Chevy Bel Air in the tower lane. 475 dial in, lined up next to Jeremy's Dragster in the Lordco lane, 460 dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Junior Thunder 1, Junior Lightning 2, Junior Street 5 and 6, Standby Pro. And Jeremy Soares takes the win on that one. Jeremy Soares running a 460 with a 1 on his 460 dial. Getting off the line with a 007 reaction time. Jeremy Soares, the winner. Super Street Final. Your winner is Rick Hilburn. 1988 Camaro running a 1095 on the 1090 dial. Dan Parsons went a little bit too quick, running a 1088 on his 1090 dial. Well done, Rick Hilburn. You are the winner with Super Street. Now we have John Tabak lining up with Jenna Pobson. Sportsman AT final. 1034 dial left lane, 1028 in the right lane. And Jenna Pobson takes it with a 1030 at 126 mile an hour for the Pro ET final. Identical reaction times off the line. 0244 reactions on both sides of the track, but Jenna takes it for the Pro ET final. We got Jason Gibson lined up next to Lincoln Rutherford. 91 Mustang with a 950 dial-in. Next to Lincoln's Pinto with a 954 dial-in. And it goes to Jason Gibson with the win on that one. In his 91 Mustang, running a 951 on the 950 dial, 138 miles per hour. We got Jason Mercer in the left lane, 84 Cutlass. Lined up next to Sean Langley in the right lane. Couple 1160s on the board. And for the Sportsman final, it goes to Sean Langley. Well done, Sean Langley, running an 1162 at 113 miles an hour on the 1160 dial. Sean Langley, your Sportsman winner. John Paczynski up next, lined up next to Jim Mantle. 1970 Plymouth Cuda lined up next to the 77 AMC Pacer. Jim Mantle with a 1449. And he lights up the red light, handing it over to John Paczynski. John Baczynski putting down an 11:27 on the 1063 dial. He didn't have to try too hard for that one. John Baczynski, your winner. Now we got the triple index. Triple index final goes to the Lordco lane, which is Ryan Ledrette, 71 Chevy, driving with Muffler Tech Auto. Both cars went a little too quick, but Ryan Ledrette was the lesser offender with a 769 on a 750 dial. Josh Klosky went a little bit too quick. Well done, Ryan Ledrette. Triple index winner. We got Lyndon Reynolds in the left lane, 98 Acura Integra. Lined up next to Tony Michael, 06 Chevy. Lyndon Reynolds lighting up the wind light. Crossing the finish line with an 11:06 on his 11:04 dial, 63 miles per hour. Another pair of Junior Street pulling up. James McNeil, 2000 Mustang in the left lane with McNeil Family Racing. 931 dial for him. Lined up next to Josephine Smith, 07 Chevy. Josephine Smith with a 967 dial. Goes to James McNeil. He'll be moving on. His 2000 Mustang. Running a 929 on the 931 dial. Josephine Smith running a 964 on her 967 dial. We got Cash in his 94 convertible Mustang, blue car in the Tower Lane. Lined up next to Jenna Monroe, 2008 Tahoe. Cash with a 988, Jenna with a 1092 dial. And off the finish line, Cash leaves a bit early. Jenna Monroe putting down a 1093 with a 1 on her 1092 dial, 66 mile an hour. Attention in the pits. All winners who have just participated in the finals and came out on top. All winners from yesterday's event. Whenever you're ready, no rush. But when you are ready, come on down to the winner circle. We'll be waiting for you here at the tower. Got some stuff for you guys. Owen Harvey in the left lane. In the green dent side Ford. lined up next to Jackson Dew in the right lane. 1025 dial, V, a 1067 dial, and Owen Harvey gets it. Jackson Dew running a little bit too quick. Owen Harvey running a 1026 on that 1025 dial. Owen will be moving on in the competition. We got McKenna Thompson in the right lane in the white 2024 Ford F-150 900 dial next to the red Firebird on a 935 dial. Couple of green lights off the starting line. Both drivers leave nice and tidy. McKenna Thompson will be moving on. Both drivers broke out. McKenna Thompson by quite a bit less with an 897 on a 900 dial in, crossing the 8th mile beam at 74 miles per hour. Now we got Nick Bond in the left lane in the white Porsche, lined up next to Ashley Ledrette out of Maple Ridge. Nick Bond with a 900 dial in. Ashley with a 1060 dial. Win light in the left lane for the Porsche. 911 on the 900 dial. 70 miles per hour. Right lane, Ashley Ledrette in the red car ran a 1073 on the 1060 dial. Breaking the quarter mile beam at 62.62 miles per hour. Pretty close at the finish line for both cars, with the margin being only 0.005 of a second between the Porsche and the red Kia. And that's a wrap for the Junior Street Eliminations Round 1. We're moving into Junior Dragsters now. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro to the lanes. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. That's Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Pro to the staging lanes, Sportsman on standby. We got Nick Bond. Oh, my mistake. We have Owen Armstrong for his solo run here. Out of Chilliwack, BC, driving an 04 Creative Junior Dragster. Driving along with Lordco and Elite Belts. 1211 dial. Eighth mile ET. 1209, 52 miles an hour. Ashton Katnick in the left lane, driving with TK Performance and Lord Co. Lining up next to Grayson Mass, New Elevation Civil Construction. 890 dial in the left lane, 900 in the right lane. Grayson Mass going red, handing it over to Ashton Katnick, who will be moving on. Moving on to eliminations round 2. Ashton Katnick running an 880 on his 890 dial. Through the beams at 74 miles per hour. Now we have Cadence Rodrigue. The blue car with the black flames in the Lord Co lane lined up next to Paige Barlow with the Real Flames paint job in the Lord Co lane. Paige Barlow going to be leaving first with an 1140 dial next to Cadence Rodrigue's 892. Looks like Paige Barlow got off the line a little bit too quick, going red. Cadence Rodrigue will be moving on, running an 898 at 73 miles per hour. Couple more junior dragsters pulling into the staging beams right now. We got Dallas Jackson in the left lane in the silver and purple and black car with an 1191 dial in. Lined up next to Wesley Armstrong in the Lord Co lane. Wesley Armstrong driving with Fountain Tire and Badass Garage. Locked in an 890 dial for this run. Wesley Armstrong leaving a little bit early. Gets off the line 100th too soon. Dallas Jackson moving on, 1196 on the 1191 dial. 52 miles an hour. At the 8th, now we have Jackson Cowie, Mundy's Towing. Out of Langley, 2020 Huddleston, Junior Dragster. With a 1520 dial in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Nate Green out of Mission. Nate Green driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical with an 890 dial. So after Jackson's green light, Nate's going to be sitting there for a little bit before he gets his green. And when he does, he's going to see if he could reel in Jackson Cowie. In this race to the 8th. Nate Green is off. Whole lot of pedaling. Nate Green wins that one of the 931 on the 890 dial. 65 miles per hour. Jackson Cowie got off the line with a terrific 006 reaction time. But right off the line, something happened. After that good, solid reaction time, something happened and he coasted to a stop before the 8th mile stripe. All right, well, we got Jackson Cowie's car off track. Track is clear. So we're going to send a couple more junior dragsters down the 8th mile here. Nash Gallant in the left lane. Driving with Mulder Trucking, Crystal DeJager with Remax and Lori Peterson. 1240 dial next to Pearson Mass's 1210 dial in the Lordco lane. Pearson driving along with New Elevation Civil Construction. Nash Gallant getting off the line quicker, and Nash Gallant taking the W on that one. 12:49, 51 miles per hour. Nash will be moving on in the competition. Next round of elimination lined up next to Cadence Rodrigue. We got Jack Green v. Alex Green. The Green boys lined up next to each other. Both out of Mission, BC. Both driving for Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical, of course. Jack Green in the left lane, a 1204 dial. Alex Green, an 890 dial. So Jack Green will be taken off first, and then his brother's going to try to reel him in. 4 yellow bulbs lit. We got a green light on the left side. Green light on the right side. All comes down to the finish line, and Alex Green takes it with a 901 on the 890 dial. Worth mentioning, Jack Green's reaction time in that last run was a 005 reaction off the line. So Alex Green will be moving on in the junior dragster competition. Alex Green will be lined up next to Nate Green. Alex Green v. Nate Green in the next round of eliminations. We got Connor Jackson in the left lane. 2014 Mike Boss chassis, driving with TKO Hot Rods, Amsoil, FitLab, and Rodrigue Family Racing. 790 dial in the left lane next to Koka Kowalski's 792 dial in the right lane. Koka driving the 2018 Huddleston, but Connor Jackson leaving a little bit early, handing over the win to Koka Kowalski, who will be moving on in the competition. Koka running a little bit too quick, but doesn't matter. He is the winner in this round of eliminations. Koka will be moving on with Junior Lightning.
We need our Super Street winner, and Stock Super Stock combo winner to the winner circle. We'd like to award you your Wally, get your picture, all that fun stuff. So again, Super Street winner and Stock Super Stock combo winner, please report to the winner's circle. So one more time, Super Street winner and Stock Super Stock combo winner. We need you in the winner's circle. So round one of juniors, Junior Lightning, Ashton Katnick and Hunter Gallant. Ashton started pedaling somewhere around the 60-foot mark by the looks of it. 1807 on the 790. So Ashton Katnick, sorry. Guess if you put his first and last name together, it comes out that way. Ashton going around number 2. Now Bentley Johnson and April Bond. You know, if you were to get an up-close look at either one of these junior dragsters, let me tell you, it's pretty impressive. So we're going heads up here in round number 1. Both cars dialed 796. Three bulbs lit, now 4. Here we go. Heads up, dialed 796. Bentley Johnson, left lane, April Bond in the right. And it's Bentley Johnson lighting up the scoreboard with the win light. 795 on the 796 dial. April Bond getting there first. But running under the 796, well, further under. It was a double breakout. Now Gray Shan and Adeline Duda. This will be our final pair. Round 1 of Junior Lightning. Gray Shan in the left lane for Kids Play School. Kids Play Preschool, rather. From Dunmore, Alberta. Taking on the next generation in the Duda family. Adeline Duda in the right lane. So Adeline dialed 792. She'll get a 0.02 of a second handicap on the starting line as Gray Shan is dialed in at 790. Couple of green lights, just 6 thou difference. At the finish line, it is Gray Shan, goes 792 with a 7. On the 790 dial. Adeline Duda getting there first, but too quick. 790 on the 792. Oddly enough, each car ran the other car's dial. So Gray Shan moving on to round number 2. So we are fully into the Sunday program. So this is going to be one round of qualifying or time trials for all classes. Our juniors, of course, are already in eliminations. So Jenna Dobson makes another hit, goes 10:35 this time. Kyle Fredrickson in the left lane, 1:11:37. Now Jeff Whitworth and Rick Dyes. Rick Dyes in the right lane, 73 Nova. Wants to thank Georgie at Transporters Logistics. 1 red light, 1 green, and a 950 for Jeff Whitworth, 138 miles an hour. Rich Dyes goes 11:21 at 119. Now Craig Johnson. Old Craigie boy, well rested, I'm assuming, because he didn't make the call for Pro Bracket this morning. So Craig with the signature wheels up launch. 10:49, 122. Steve Baskerville in the right lane went 11:50. Now Mike Render and Ralph Ehlers. Mike Render left lane. Ralph Ehlers in the right. A couple of Bobby Ehlers LS swaps. 6 liters, both sides. Ralphie goes 020 on the tree. Nice job. And at the finish line, it is Ralph getting there first. 10:68 to a 10:71. Lance Churchuk from Leduc County, Alberta. The 1970 Duster. Calls the car disturbed. Lining up with Nick Barnhart. Lance turns it red by 7. Nick turns it green by over a quarter a second. Barnhart goes 10:71. Churchuk with 11:26. And now the guy with the bounty on his head. Andy Klosky in the strip teaser. The white Chevelle left side. Cassie Tippy in the Tippy family wagon over their right side. Klosky goes 005. And 974. 135 miles an hour for Andy Klosky. So just a reminder for everybody in Pro Bracket. Take out Andy Klosky and Chris Stone's going to give you $100. Now Brendan Piskacek and Ron Thibault. Thibault out of Lone Butte, BC, 67 Chevelle. And Piskacek is trip zip with a 1. So we're going to make the call now for Sportsman. Sportsman, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Sportsman to the lanes, please. One more time, Sportsman. This is your call to staging. Sportsman to the lanes, please. Standby call goes out to Super Pro. Super Pro, please be ready to go. So again, Sportsman, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, get ready to go. Now Nick Barnhart and Jason Cooper. I got to say, it's fun to watch that thing go down the track. Nick Barnhart goes 11:42 in the Dodge. Well, off the gas and coasting at 11:42. Jason Cooper with a 10:05 in the Maverick. And now Chris Stone. He's going to line up beside Steve Watkins. So 1968 Dart and a 2017 Chevrolet Corvette. Stone leaves with a 12 light. So far, the potential buy is going to the guy with the bounty on his head. Somebody needs to do better than 005. Couple of Fords now. John McLean and Sean Langley. Couple of green lights, 029 and 037 respectively. And at the finish line, it is McLean there first with 11:07. Langley follows with 11:66. The lost in time car, Dennis Winton in the TCS lane. 427 cubic inch small block Chevrolet in the four-door Impala. Four-door with two of the doors hidden. Ryan Warnke was behind the wheel of the S10 in the right lane. He goes 11:45. Winton there first with a 10:96. Now Kyle Larson. We'll give another standby call to Super Pro. Please be ready. Nick Douglas in the right lane. In the Super B. 2023 version of the Super B. Pretty cool car. 064 and 065 on the tree for these guys. Couple of Washingtonians. 1097 for Kyle Larson in the left lane behind the wheel of the black Camaro. 1220 for Nick Douglas in the blue Super B. Loren Schwartz and Dell Northgraves. Dell in the black Nova, 77. Loren Schwartz, the 83 Monte Carlo, the G-body. Schwartz with just under 500 cubic inches under the hood. I do believe it's a 496. Big block that would be. Well, Lorenz was trying pretty hard. Maybe a little too hard. Turned it red by 001. Now Jim Stahl and Doug Klassen. Doug Klassen from Medicine Hat, Alberta. Doug Klassen driving what I believe is the ex-super stalker of Mark Fall. Now a bracket car. Goes 962, 142 miles an hour. Jim Stahl in the left lane with a 1078. Now Amber Rutherford and Ron Walsh. Rutherford in the left lane. Walsh in the right. Amber's 026. Ron Walsh turns it red by 11. Amber driving away as they go down track. She puts 924 up on the reader board. 142 miles an hour. Ron Walsh with a 1040 at 130. Now Matt Warner. Be a single, left side of the racetrack. Nice wheels up launch. Wicked looking car. 1046, 124 miles an hour. Now Alan Prock. Gonna be another single. Prock, the 1970 Cuda, big tire car. Oh, 87 on the tree, 968 up at the top end, 133 miles an hour. Now Ray Bollinger in the big Pontiac. Do believe we've got Zach Zerbrook? Maybe? Sure, that's who it is. This will be our final call in the one and only round of time trials for Pro Bracket. Turns it 5 thou red. So unless I miss something, the potential buy is going to go to Andy Klosky. Now, how's that supposed to work? The guy with the bounty on his head, he winds up with the buy. How's anybody supposed to take him out? Of course, that's not official. That's going off old John's memory. Sometimes that is less than reliable. Haley Christensen and Jan Christensen. Daughter was almost twice as good on the starting line as father. Both were a little snoozy, however. 12 seconds on the money for Haley Christensen through the top end. 15:23 for Jan. Now Jessica Armstrong and Brendan Piskacek. So Piskacek came up for his pro time trial and went perfect. So there we go. See, we were relying on John's memory, and John had forgotten that Brendan went perfect. So there, that's better than Klosky's 005. It'll be Brendan Piskacek with the potential buy for round one. I'm sure that's what happened. So Jessica Armstrong turned it red by 37. Piscacek turned it green by 27. We're going to go ahead and make the call now for Super Pro. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes for your one and only round of time trials. Super Pro, come on down to the lanes. One more time, we need Super Pro to the staging lanes, please. And with that, we're going to put Hot Rod on standby. Hot Rod, start getting ready to go. Hot Rod, this is your standby call. Super Pro, make your way to the staging lanes. All right, Mike, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and we'll be back up here in a little while.
Tyler, can we give door slammers coming to standby?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your 10-minute standby. Door slammers, 10-minute standby. Eric Hansen gets there first in this round of qualifying. Putting down a 12.00 at 111 miles per hour to the quarter. Tyson Lowe getting off the line a little quicker with a 0.53 reaction time. 12.47 at a $1.06. Now we have Jim Olson. Well, that may have been Jim Olson, but that sure looked like Cash's 94 Mustang. Anyways, ran a 15.52 at the quarter mile. 88 miles per hour. Thomas Homsombath in the left lane, 2009 Rally Art Mitsubishi. Bit of a problem in the Lordco lane. For the other car, Thomas running a 13.23 at a $1.02. Lee Conroy pulling off the track. And we have McKenna Thompson in the left lane, 2025 Ford F-150, the white pickup truck, lined up next to Sylvia Hoogston's 1966 Mustang. McKenna Thompson, quicker off the line with a 0.33 reaction time. Sylvia Hoogston's crossing the finish line, 11.98 at a $1.11. McKenna Thompson putting down a 14.41 at 94 miles per hour. Now we have Jordan Ormsby, 99 Pontiac. The F-body in the Tower lane, lining up next to Josh Klosky in the Lordco lane, 1990 Blazer. That's a LS-powered unit. Josh Klosky driving with Greg's Flooring Design. Grizz Contracting and Gibson's Racing Trans. Jordan Ormsby wanted to give a special thanks to Andy Hatton for building the car. Josh Klosky getting off the line a little quicker than with 0.63 reaction time. Putting down a 12.07 at 92 miles an hour. Jordan Ormsby running a 12.23 at a $1.12. Now we have Khaled Green 2012 Mitsubishi in the left lane. Lining up next to the blue Super Sport Chevy pickup truck in the Lordco lane. All right, got some fresh batteries in my microphone. I have no idea how long I've been announcing what these sportsmen have been doing to myself. Been talking to myself for a bit, but now we have Nick Douglas, 2023 Super B, lining up next to Darren Martin, 2005 GMC in the Lordco lane. That 05 GMC sitting nice and low. Four-door family unit truck. Next to the four-door Super B. Nick Douglas in the left lane putting down a 12.25 at 110 miles per hour. Darren Martin with a 16.75 at 81 miles per hour. Kevin McCauley in the left lane. The black 1983 G-Body Cutlass. Lining up next to Taryn Monroe in the Lordco lane in her 97 F-Body Pontiac. Kevin McCauley getting there first, then 11.71 at 114 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe running 1377 at 99. We have Rob Getz in the right lane, single cab. Ford F-150, that is a 2024 truck. Down here from Kamloops, got a 5-liter Coyote under the hood. Beige square body pickup truck. I have no information about that guy right now, or about that lady right now. Right lane gets there first with an 1150 at 114 miles per hour. Square body truck with an 1164 at $112. Now we have Steve Baskerville in the left lane in the 77 Chevy Malibu powered by a 454. That looks to me, I believe that was the car that Bill Wells was trying to sell a couple weekends ago. I know Steve Baskerville. Usually see him in a 2016 Volkswagen Golf R, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, putting down a 1166 at $106. Getting off the line with a 026 reaction time. Now we have Jason Mercer in the T-top Cutlass 1984 G-body car in the Tower Lane. Going for a solo run. 019 reaction time off the line. Crossing the stripe with an 1155 at $114. That's a wrap for first round qualifying for Sportsman. First two Super Pros pulling into the burnout box. Colton Morin lining up his dragster at the starting line on Lordco, or on the Tower Lane rather, lining up next to Daryl Tippy in the Lordco lane. Daryl Tippy, the 1962 Chevy. Colton Morin getting off the line pretty quick with a 006 reaction time, putting down a 768 at 173 miles per hour. Daryl Tippy runs a 1048 at $127. Couple Super Pro dragsters. Brad Powell in the left lane. In the blue car, lining up next to G. Van Brar in the right lane. That gray 2012 undercover dragster. Both cars pre-staged. And we have got 4 staging bulbs lit. G. Van Brar getting off the line just slightly quicker with the 011 reaction time. Brad Powell getting to the end of the drag strip first, 7:22 at $1.83. G. Van Brar stopping the timer at 7:90 at 167 miles per hour. Now we have that crazy looking nitro pinball Monza here from Vernon, powered by a 406 small block Chevy, driven by Mark Mascant. Jeff Alder in the right lane here from Shawnigan Lake in that 1927 Model T hot rod. That car is powered by a 468 cubic inch engine. He's driving with straight line race cars and trailside contracting. Mark Mascant getting off the line with a 017 reaction time, putting down at 10:26, 131 miles per hour. Jeff Alder with a 1082 at $1.20. We got Mike Robinson in the tower lane, 1927 Ford, powered by a 448. Lined up next to Daniel Rodriguez, dragster. Both drivers, both cars here from Chilliwack, BC. Daniel Rodriguez getting off the line with a 002 reaction time. Gotta love that. Mike Robinson sitting on the green light for almost 3 seconds. Daniel Rodriguez putting down a 740 at 181 miles an hour. Mike Robinson with an 1105 at $1.06. Now we got a couple orange muscle cars lined up here. On the left-hand side, we have a 71 Dodge Duster lined up next to George LeBlanc's 66 Chevelle SS. Jerry Brown in the left lane in the Duster with a 002 reaction time. George LeBlanc with a 017 reaction time, crossing the finish line with an 881 at 152 miles an hour. Jerry Brown putting down a 1089 at $1.32 miles per hour. Greg Dowdy in the left lane. 2014 MTM dragster lined up next to Emma Debris, driving with Cal Tire, Rapid Heating and Plumbing, B&D lift trucks, straight line race cars. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods to the staging lanes. Hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes for your first round of qualifications. First round of qualifying, hot rods, come to the staging lanes. Next round of qualifiers for the Super Pro, we got Kevin McNichol in the left lane, driving with Rad Torque Systems. Don't have any info on the car in the right lane. Little H body, another little H body, small car, big engine, always a winning combination. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If anyone in the pits is a semi-finalist, a runner-up, or a winner from yesterday's event / this morning's event, there are checks waiting for you in the tower. any semifinalists, runner-ups, or winners, we have checks for you guys in the tower. Come on up and collect your payout. Wes Vath out of Kamloops in the left lane, 1983 Firebird. Putting down a 925 at 147 miles an hour. Richard Love from a Soyuz dropping a 908 at 151 miles an hour. Richard getting off the line with a 011 reaction time. Now we have Mike Bucky Stewart in the Chiclet, driving with Bucky's Mini Excavating and Slickworks YouTube channel. Lined up next to Lance Cherchuk from Leduc County, Alberta, 1970 Plymouth, powered by a 5.7 Hemi. Mike Bucky getting off the line a little quicker with a 021 reaction time. Crossing the stripe at the end of the track with a 10.04 at a $130. Lance stopping the time with 11.24 at 117 miles an hour. We got Derek Shirk in the Lower Coe lane, backing up after his burnout. Ted Buss in the Tower lane, getting those tires nice and hot. Ted Buss here from Shawnigan, BC. 1934 Ford with some wicked-looking orange seaweed flames down the side of it. Ted Buss sitting behind a 427 Chevy in the front end of that hot rod. Nice clean leave from both drivers. A 017 reaction time on the left, a 025 on the right. Derek Shirk putting down a 726 at 182 miles per hour. Ted Buss running an 899 at a $144. Now we got John Jenkins, 1988 Chevy S10. A killer on the tree, I must say. Lined up next to Lincoln Rutherford from Wembley, Alberta, in that 71 Ford Pinto, powered by a 427. John Jenkins has a 406 Chevy under the hood. And it is actually Lincoln who gets off the tree a little quicker with a 003 reaction time. Got to be happy with that. Putting down a 959 at 138 miles per hour. John Jenkins, a 1006 at a $130. Jason Gibson now in the left lane. Metallic Tangerine 91 Mustang Notchback. Good looking car. Gibson's Racing Transmissions and Bucky's Mini Excavating is who Jason is representing today. Got a 289 in that Mustang, lined up next to Jeremy Soares' 01 Cameron Dragster. Jeremy Soares leaving early by 5/10 thousandths of a second. Jason Gibson with a clean leave with a 038 reaction time, crossing the finish line with a 953 at a $141. Jeremy Soares running a 730 at 180 miles per hour. And out of Parksville, BC, we have John Brining in the red 1980 Chevy Camaro. John Brining with a 632 under that big cowl induction hood. Lining up next to Shay Svedick out of Langley, 1971 front engine Ford powered dragster. Shay Svedick launches first with those pigtails on her helmet, flying behind her with a 010 reaction time next to John Brining's 5:83 reaction time. Shea putting down a 9:30 at 140 miles an hour. John Brining in the Camaro with a 9:25 at a $147. Jan Christensen in the left lane. In the metallic green Chevy 2, lined up next to Monique Ambrosi from Plainfield, Indiana. Monique driving her 2000 dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers to the staging lanes. Door slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby. You can get ready to go because we're going to be calling you down in just a few minutes here. Door slammers to the staging lanes right now. Top Fuel Harley, get them on the ground. Get ready to come down to the staging lanes also. Monique putting down a 785 at a $169 in her dragster. Jan Christensen leaving a little early, putting down an 850 at a $156. Now we have Sean Chestico in the left lane. Pierre Barr leaving in the right lane. Both cars going red by a bit. Sean putting down a 984 at 135 miles per hour. Pierre with a 1083 at a $127. Now we have Emily Gerard in the left lane in her Rad Torque Systems dragster. In the Lordco lane, Paul Soares here from Terrace, BC in the 95 Grand Prix. Paul Soares sitting behind a 584 cubic inch V8 under that big old hood scoop. Going red by 7 thou. Emily Gerard leaves with a 046 reaction time. Crossing the finish line with a 749 at a $117. Paul Soares stopping the timer at 806, 169 miles per hour. We got Jim Benke, 67 CUDA, lined up next to Chris Stone in the 05 Dodge. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a pair of glasses that were found on the return road. Attention in the pits, a pair of glasses were found on the return road. And I know that glasses are sometimes one of the hardest things that you can find because you kind of need them to find them. So we got Jim Benke. Ran a 1007. Chris Stone put down a 862. We got Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu wagon. The wheelie machine in the tower lane. Lorenz Schwartz in the right lane in the 83 Monte Carlo. '83 Monte Carlo powered by a 468. First year of the G-Body Super Sport Monte Carlo. Craig Johnson about to lift those front tires sky high. Craig Johnson leaving with a 004 reaction time. Next to Lorenz Schwartz's 025 reaction time. Lorenz putting down a 10:05 at a $133. Craig Johnson with a 10:48. at 122 miles an hour. We got Ron Fawcett in the left lane out of Nanaimo, BC, 1923T, which is named slightly altered. Lined up next to Lincoln Shirk. Lincoln Shirk in the white dragster in the right lane. Ron Fawcett, something happened there. Left early, and he is now coasting. While Ron Fawcett's coasting down the track, I'm going to say attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harleys, we're going to call you guys down. Top Fuel Harleys, come on down. So we should have door slammers on the way. We're going to bring down Top Fuel Harleys also. We got John Tabak for a solo run here in his 1989 S10. Little LS powered pickup truck. Oh, 4.2 on the tree. Crossing the stripe with a 1041 at 127 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for our Super Pro first round of qualifying. We got a couple hot rods lining up. Left lane, we got Dale Wood, 1972 Chevy Nova, lined up next to Barry Patterson, 65 Dodge, powered by a 498. Both cars from right here in Mission. Dale Wood leaving a little early. Barry Patterson with a clean run, leaving with an 0.60 reaction time, crossing the stripe with a 981 at 136 miles an hour. Dale Wood putting down an 11.33 at $1.16. We got Terry Charles in that 56 Chevy, lined up next to Ryan Isherwood's 1966 Satellite. Isherwood with a 440 powered car, getting off the line a little too quick. Terry Charles putting down a 0.17 reaction time. Ryan Isherwood crossing the stripe with a 1092 at 121 miles an hour. Terry Charles putting down an 1150 at $1.16. Now we got Walter Johnson, left lane. Red Chevelle with the 2 black Super Sport stripes, lined up next to Rob Monroe in the Model A. across the finish line for Rob Monroe with a 883 at 151 miles an hour. Walter Johnson running an 1107 at a buck 19. 1967 Nova Chevy 2 in the Tower Lane, driven by Alex Ebert, lined up next to James Dobson in the 1970 Chevy Camaro. James Dobson leaving a little early, Alex leaving a little late. 193 reaction time in the Tower Lane, putting down an 895 at the quarter mile, 149 miles per hour through the traps. James Dobson with a 1045 and a buck 27. Now we got Dave Bull from Qualicum driving the Silver Bullet 1964 Chevelle. 468 under the hood. Jason Cooper in the right lane out of Burlington, Washington, driving that 72 Ford Maverick. Jason Cooper going red by 2 thou. Dave Bull getting off the line with a 090 reaction time. Quarter mile ET 968 at a buck 35 in the left lane. Jason Cooper with a 1017 at a buck 12. Daryl Tippy coming up next, lining up next to Andy Antle. Daryl Tippy in the 62 Chevy, the gold one. Gold car in the Tower Lane, that Chevy 2. Andy Antle in that wild looking pickup truck in the Lordco lane. Daryl Tippy with a 003 reaction time next to Andy Antle's 038. Andy Antle crossing the stripe with a 881 at a buck 52. Daryl Tippy running a 1049 at a buck 27. We got Jerry Brabander in the left lane, 1963 Chevy 2. 350 powered unit. He's here out of Cloverdale, lined up next to Rob Hodgson in that 67 Plymouth. Rob Hodgson leaving 3 thou early. Jerry Brabander off the line with a 012. Left lane stopping the timer at 1071 quarter mile ET at a buck 23. Rob Hodgson running a 1062, 124 miles an hour. Now we have Andy Klosky in the right lane. Andy Klosky out of Quesnel, BC. That 1965 Chevy, the strip teaser, has a $100 bounty on it. Whoever can kick Andy Klosky out of competition, Chris Stone, has a bounty on him. Chris Stone has a $100 bill waiting for you. 406 Chevy in that car. Terry Hoogston's in the left lane out of Maple Ridge in that 1966 Chevy 2. Terry's got a 355 Chevy under the hood, propelling that car down the strip. Andy Klosky getting off the line quicker with a 035 reaction time. Quarter mile ET for the white car, 971 at 135 miles per hour. Terry Hoogston's with a 1208 at a buck 10. Ryan Ledrette in the metallic blue Chevelle Malibu with the super sport stripes in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Ken Hogue in the 64 Plymouth Fury. Purple Fury getting off the line with a clean leave, a 048 reaction time. Ryan Ledrette going red by 8 thou. Ken Hogue putting down a 1085 at a buck 21. Ryan Ledrette with an 1181 at a buck 14. We got Wayne Douglas, not in his usual yellow Dart, in a GTS green convertible 68 Dart, up here from Linwood, Washington, lined up next to Sean Langley's red Mustang. Sean Langley putting down an 1165 at 114 miles an hour. Wayne Douglas stopping the timer, 1364 at 96 miles an hour. We got our last pair of hot rod pulling up to the line right now. We got the Lost in Time car of Dennis Winton. That is a 1966 Chevy four-door car that you can only see two door handles on. Powered by a 427 small block Chevy, lined up next to Haley Christensen in the 67 Chevy C10. Driving along with Chaotic Customs. Dennis Winton going red and then having a bit of a burp. Coming from under the hood of that car, Haley Christensen with a clean run. Putting down a 12:05 at a $110. And like I said, that was the first round, the final run of hot rods. For qualifying round one. And now we are moving on to Door Slammers Elimination Round 1. All right, guys, just taking a quick break. Give the track a little drag here. Drag in the drag strip. Wanted to drop a little shout out to Lordco Auto Parts. 100% Canadian owned company founded in 1974 in Maple Ridge. It has grown into Western Canada's largest automotive parts retailer with over 85 store locations across BC and Alberta, plus 19 truck centers. Lordco has become the go-to part supplier for race cars, weekend renters, and truck builders all across Western Canada. Well, I'm seeing a few more spectators in the crowd over there. Good to see. Thanks for coming out, guys, for this John Scotti NHRA Northwest National Open Series and JBS Equipment ET Series, race number 7 and 8. I'd like to invite you guys out to June 5th, Mopac Auto Supply Friday night street legal for the street legal number 4 race. See a whole lot of race cars, some regular traffic too. So if you have a car that is fast or a car that you've been telling your friends is fast, want to take it down the drag strip to prove your point, come on out for Friday night street legal drags. Put your car through tech and take it for a rip down the drag strip. Friday night street legals, free for residents of Mission. $15 for everybody else, which is a pretty darn good deal. For a whole night of entertainment at the street legal drags, $15 a head. I mean, you can't even leave Starbucks with 2 cups in your hand for $15 these days. We got staging lanes filled with door slammers, guys. Elimination round 1 coming up for the door slammers. Let's talk about the Rad Torque Systems Canadian Sports Nationals and Divisional. June 14th or 10th to 14th rather. Mission Raceway Park, right here on the River Valley Ford drag strip, will be home to the first ever Canadian Sports Nationals event, taking place on June 11th and 12th, before a divisional event on June 13th and 14th. We are very excited to be the only Canadian track to offer a national event for the sportsman racers, with an action-packed weekend featuring a Sports Nationals and a NHRA Northwest Division 6 divisional event, in which we will see the return of track record holder Sean Cowie and many other alcohol dragsters and funny cars for what's sure to be a thrilling weekend at Mission Raceway Park. We have one alcohol funny car on the tower side. You can see the body laying next to the bright blue awning there behind the grandstands. And there is nothing quite like watching an alcohol car take a pass down this strip here. So mark that in your calendar, June 10th to 14th. There's going to be a whole lot more than one at that event, I'll tell you that. It's going to be an awesome time. How about some door slammers? First pair pulling up. First pair in the door slammer field. In the right lane, Jason Field out of Mission, BC. 1971 Chevelle, powered by a 632 big block Chevy. Car he calls Overkill. Ritchie Racing Engines, TK Performance, Greenlight Auto Financing, On Tap Racing, 71K Scotti Deals. 71K Scotti Details. Solid line. launch for both drivers. And the pickup truck moves on. I apologize. I have no information about that truck in front of my screen, but that truck will move on. Jason Field is out of this round of eliminations for door slammers. Freeborn with a big old burnout, that 1967 Shelby. Fastback Mustang with a 468 under the hood. Pose here from Courtney, BC, driving with Comox Valley Excavating. .718 dial lined up next to Shane Ledger with a 848 dial in for the black Chevy 2 in the Lordco lane. Car with that bright red roll cage shining through the back glass. Pretty sharp looking unit. Cars taking their time to get staged. 4 yellow bulbs lit. Green light for Shane Ledger. Green light Poe Freeborn. Poe Freeborn does it with a 718 with an 8 on his 718 dial. Crossing the stripe at 192 miles per hour. Poe Freeborn will move on to the second round of eliminations for door slammers. We got Brian Ritchie in the right lane. In that sinister looking Chevelle, lining up next to Mike Bedsworth, 96 Olds. Brian Ritchie with his 782 dial. Mike Bedsworth in the tower lane with a 707. Ritchie going red, handing the win to Mike Bedsworth at the starting line. Mike Bedsworth leaving with a 039 reaction time, getting across the finish line with a 710 on his 707 dial. Buck 92 next to Brian Ritchie's 788 at 171 miles per hour. Mike Bedsworth will be moving on in the door slammer class. Kerry Young in the second gen 03 Chevy S10 out of Port Alberni. Small block Chevy powered truck. Lining up next to Howie Winklehorst. 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air. We got an 835 The 835. Kerry Young with an 835 and a 1 on Kerry's 835 dial-in. Both cars with a 022 reaction time. Both cars running an 835 on their 835 dial. So, man, I would have loved to see that at the finish line. Howie Winklehorse lost by 3 thou. 835 with a 1 and an 835 with a 3. That's a pretty tough loss. Kerry Young will move on in the competition now, though. Paul Stretch, left lane in the J body. He's here out of Duncan, BC. That is a 2002 Chevy Cavalier, powered by a 638 big block, 714 dial in. Next to Craig Fredrickson, 1967 Chevy Nova. Nova powered by a big block Chevy. Both these drivers here from Duncan, BC. One of these drivers will be getting an earlier ferry than the other driver. Clean off the line for both cars. Win light left lane for Paul Stretch. Paul Stretch running a 716 at 186 miles an hour, putting Craig Fredrickson out of the competition this round of eliminations. Paul Stretch will move on. We got Darren Buick in the right lane, 1967 Chevy 2. Darren Buick taking the win on that one. 821 at 162 miles an hour.
So that was Adam DeYoung in the left lane. Not sure what happened to Adam, but his reaction time was nothing to write home about. We'll just leave it at that. So here's another car not on the screen, but I just happen to know that that's Roger Winter. Over there in the right-hand lane, behind the wheel of the Willies. For Jim Winter collectible car appraisals. Scotti Robinson in the tower lane, dialed 763 behind the wheel of the red and black Chevrolet Beretta. So Scott Robinson with the win light Two above. 765 on the 763 dial. He picked up 42 thou on the starting line with his 20 light. Scott Robinson for Rad Torque coming back for round 2. Dale Phillips and Steve Lowe now. Steve Lowe dialed 785 in the Pontiac Firebird. Dale Phillips dialed 739 in the Shelby Mustang. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Super Street. Super Street, we need you to the lanes. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lanes, please. Once again, Super Street, come on down to staging, and we're going to give a standby call to Supercom. Standby call for Supercom. And a call to the lanes for Super Street. Super Street to the lanes. Supercomp, you are on standby. Otto Schulte and Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy out front. But here comes Otto Schulte. Schulte getting it done. Taking 3 thou at the stripe after being trim zip on the starting line. Phenomenal. Puts it 750 on the 744 index. Mike Kenworthy was 036 on the starting line and in big trouble. Now Henry Zacharias and Peter Lacanis. Peter Lacanis in the right lane behind the wheel of the 55. Beautiful Chevy Bel Air. Chopped way down low over there in the right lane. So this will be Peter's first round of competition in what is a new car this year for the Lacanis family. Henry Zacharias in a 1953 Corvette. Tower side of the racetrack. And at the top end, it's Peter with the wind light on. How about that? 765 on the 759 dial. He was 32 up front. Henry Zacharias missed the tree completely with a 305 light. So Peter Lacanis coming back for round number 2. Now Paul Debris Jr. and Mark Thompson. Mark Thompson in the right lane, 1954 Studebaker. Mark and his wife Val from Coldstream, BC. Well, for about half the year. Then Arizona the other half. So Mark Thompson's moving on. Paul Debris turns it red by 0.03 of a second. Mark Thompson, one above, 741 with a 4 on the 740 dial. Now Rod Leclerc. Number 1 qualifier. Only car in the 6s this weekend. on the sheet with a 672 at over 200 miles per hour. Andy Hatton in the right lane, dialed 820. So just shy of 1.5 seconds will separate these two on the starting line. Rod Leclerc sporting a new wrap for this year. Wrap design very much the same. We just got some different color going on. Andy Hatton with the wind light on, taking 23 at the stripe to be 2 above the 820 dial. Rod Leclerc had the starting line advantage, 019 to 029. But at the top end, comes up a little on the weak side of the 671 dial, went 676. I think that's going to do it for round 1 of Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers action. Well, it is time to make some noise and burn up a little nitromethane. So I'm going to give a quick shout to all our Wally winners so far here this weekend. And again, everybody racing for these oh-so-cool 75th NHRA Anniversary Diamond Wallies. So in Junior Thunder, Nate Green is taking home a Wally. In Junior Lightning, it was April Bond. And in Junior Street, James McNeil. Sportsman saw Sean Langley take the Wally home. And Jenna Dobson winning the Wally in Pro bracket. Super Pro, Wally went to Jason Gibson. And in Hot Rod, Daryl Tippy. Rick Hilburn winning the Wally in Super Street. In Stock Super Stock Combo, it was John Buczynski. Jeremy Soares winning Top Comp. Triple Index, we saw Ryan Ledrette go all the way. Outlaw 275, Justin Gallant. Limited Street, it was Vanessa Richards. And Super Gas saw Dan Davis take the Wally. some noise. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Hey, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Super Comp. Super Comp. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Super Comp to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, we're making the call for Super Comp to the staging lanes. Super Comp, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Austin Christopher, Jim Schellenberg going at it side by side. Here comes the finish line, and it is going to be Austin Christopher. 6.403, 223 miles an hour. Absolutely awesome race, you guys. So Schellenberg was doing everything he could to hang with Austin Christopher. And while he did put on a great show, he was not able to hang till the very end, doing a $1.94 at the finish line. Great looking run, though, for Jim Schellenberg. Austin Christopher moving on to... Well, I think we've only got 3 bikes showing up for round number 1, so that means it's going to be Austin Christopher and Nate Gagnon in the final round. That'll be upcoming a little later. First, we're going to see Nate make his bye run here in round number 1. So stock, super stock combo. This is your standby call. Stock, super stock combo. This is your standby call. Stock, super stock combo. Please be ready to go. Top comp. You have been called to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, come on down to staging. Safety, just doing a little track check before we fire the next bike. So, brand new Ford dealership in Mission City, River Valley Ford, where value meets the valley. We are thrilled to have River Valley Ford on board with us for 2026 and hopefully beyond. They bought the naming rights to the drag strip, the River Valley drag strip at Mission Raceway Park. So River Valley Ford with a couple of new Fords on display here this weekend, right beside the timing tower. Got a brand new Explorer, along with a brand new Bronco. You're more than welcome to go check those out. We're going to raffle them off a little later in the day. Well, probably not. River Valley Ford is gung-ho to see people driving brand new Fords, but they're probably not that gung-ho. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock Super Stock Combo. Stock Super Stock Combo. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Stock Super Stock Combo to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for Stock Super Stock Combo. Come on down. Hey, attention in the pits. Apparently, I might have misspoke and called top comp to the lanes. We needed super comp. So if in fact this is all my fault, my most sincere apologies. So top comp, I'm sorry. We may have called you by mistake. What we really need is super comp to the lane. So super comp, this is your call to staging. We need super comp in the lanes. My apologies to top comp. I may have called you in error. Despite that, it is not your turn, so I'm going to have to ask you to turn around. So one more time, just to be super clear. Super comp has been called to staging. Top comp has not been called. Or if they were, they shouldn't have been. And we have fire. Big Kids Racing. Down there on the starting line. Now Ron Billett should be in the right lane, but he is a no-show. So Nate with a competition single. Nate, #1 qualifier. Made a beautiful looking run last night. Pre-staged, staged, and we're off. Nate Gagnon looking good. Top end, how about 672 and 219 miles an hour? Nice looking pole for the Big Kids Racing team. Nate Gagnon getting it done. So that sets up our final round. So we'll see Nate and Austin Christopher face off in the final round of Rad Torque Systems. Top Fuel Harley. That'll be coming up a little later on. Here comes Super Street. One and only qualifier for Sunday's race. And we're going to start off with Sylvia Hoogstens and Jan Christensen. Sylvia Hoogstens behind the wheel of Epp. 66 fastback Mustang. Left side, that's Sylvia Hoogstens. Jan Christensen in the Gen 2 Camaro Z28. Both cars pre-staged, and both cars in. Well, 20 thou difference in the lights. Jan Christensen out front for now, but here comes the black Mustang at the finish line. It is Jan Christensen going dead on the 1090 index. How about that? He had the starting line advantage and goes dead 9 on the 1090 index to advance, or sorry, to qualify very well. Let's put it that way. Closest one to the 1090 mark is your #1 qualifier. That's the way qualifying works in Super Street. Warren Jacobson and Steve Veach. So both drivers getting pretty close. Warren Jacobson, the closer of the two, at 1091. Steve Veach, 1092. Zach Rice and Fred Hoffman. couple of Washington State racers. Freddie behind the wheel of the Camaro. Hoffman is under by 3,000. Goes 1089 with a 7. Zach Rice on the safe side, 1093. Now Tony Hopkins and Doreen Dyke. 55 Chevy and a 56 Chevy. Jan goes 1088, a little under. Todd Sims with a 1091. Now Zach Zerbrug and Brad Vinci. So we're going to go ahead and make a call now for motorcycles. Motorcycle ET, this is your call to lane 1. Pro Extreme Bike, this is your call to lane 2. And we're going to give a standby call to Super Gas. So again, we're looking for motorcycles to the staging lanes. Motorcycle ET to lane number 1. Pro Extreme Bike to lane number 2. And standby call going out to Super Gas. Motorcycles, come on down to the staging lanes. Alan Meacham. Semi-finalist in yesterday's race. Lines up beside downtown Jerry Brown. Brown in the 1971 Demon. Right-hand lane. $10.87 for Jerry Brown. He's getting there first. Alan Meacham on the right side of the index, 1091 with a 0. Now Rick Hilburn and Jess Dale. Zerbrug, right-hand lane. Jess Dale found the index in that last pair, went 1090 with a 9. And we go from Super Street to Super Comp. Emily Gerard and Justin Bond. Couple of 890 players. How about matching 891s? How about matching 891 with a 1? Next pair now, Danny Haunter and Reed Holland. Danny Haunter, left lane. Reed Holland, right lane. Couple of nice green lights, 006 and 017 at the finish line. Haunter is under. And Reed Holland is dead on with a 4. Now, Brandon Hutchinson and Warren Keane. Hutchinson out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. In the Shorty Dragster tower side. Warren Keane in the right lane. Warren out of Prince George, BC. So Brandon Hutchinson is one above, 891 with a 3. Warren Keane well under with an 884. James Cowie and Dave Archambault. Archambault, the lone player in a door car. 1991 Ford Probe. James Cowie, yesterday's runner-up. James Cowie for Mundy's Towing in the right-hand lane. .009 for Cowie in the right lane. And way under with an 882 at the finish line. Archambault under by just a little bit, 889. Yesterday's winner, Dale Green, coming up next in the left lane. Gonna line up beside Tom Papp. Pale green, 011 and 889 with a 9. Just about perfect. Half a whack would have put him 890 with a something. Now Selena Lenahan and Stephen Horton. Selena in the left lane, Steve Horton in the right lane. Sixth Thou Red in the left lane. Steve Horton getting there first, going 885. Selena Lenahan well off the index with a 934. It looks like Mark Loftus will be our final Super Comp car for this one and only round of qualifying. Loftus out of Sumner, Washington. He's going to be making a pass up the right-hand side of the racetrack, also known as the Lordco Lane. Look at that. Here comes a semi-final round from yesterday's race. So Loftus, 014 to start off, then 893. If I remember correctly, these two faced off in the semi-finals. John Buczynski, of course, getting the win light, then going to the final and turning the win light on once again to take the Wally. Jim Mantle having to settle for the runner-up position. Hey, listen up in the pit, listen up in the pit, attention in the pit, super gas, come on down to the staging lanes, super gas, the lanes 3 and 4, super gas, come on down to staging, super gas, this is your call to the lanes, we need super gas to the lanes, please. Top comp, this is your standby call, top comp, this is your standby call, and I really mean it for real this time. Your call is coming. We need you to be ready. Top comp, this is your standby call. Super gas. Come on down to the lanes, please. Bruce Flodine and Kyle Larson. Larson in the right lane. Working on the B-Stock automatic index of 1125. Bruce Flodine runs the little Dodge Dakota pickup truck in Q-Stock automatic, indexed at 1380. 1097, 120 miles an hour for Kyle Larson. Flodine, 1075, 1303 at 98 miles an hour. I was going to say 1075. Tori Hadley and Alf Weed. The big D-Stock Buick in the right lane. Hadley goes 1095 on the 1145 index. Alf Weeb about 85 under, 1065 on the 1150. Now Ken Johnson. And Rick McKinney. Rick McKinney, right-hand lane. The red Camaro. A couple of GT cars. McKinney leads the way. Goes 1028 on the 1120 index. Ken Johnson, 1115 on the 1175. Little S10 pickup truck. Rod Stultz Lines up beside Dave Jung. Jung in his 96 Camaro, Super Stalker, K automatic. So Jung was set to go 0-14 on the tree, 10.55 on the 11.25 index. So Dave Jung slides into the number 6 spot. We've run 10 cars so far. Yesterday's runner-up, Jim Mantle, in the Pacer. Remember those commercials where, in order to illustrate how smoothly a AMC Pacer would drive down the road, they'd have a guy sitting in the back cutting diamonds. Daryl Stobie, 10.09 with a 9. So about 90 under the 11 flat index, and a 14.60 for Jim Mantle, also 90 under. Couple of Camaros now. Ed Hodder in the right lane. F-stock automatic. Berg Taylor over here, tower side. Berg Taylor, 009. Not a bad light. So Hodder to the top first, 9.81 on the 1060 index, doing a $1.39. And Berg Taylor goes 10.89. Here comes Motorcycle ET. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call now for Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Comp, we need Top Comp to the lanes. We'll call Top Comp to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Top Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Comp, come on down to the lanes, please. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to our junior program. Juniors, this is your standby call. Juniors, this is your standby call. Top Comp to the lanes, please. Top Comp, come on down. So Mark Campbell having some kind of issue with the Suzuki. He's backing it out of there. So it's going to be a single for Riley Toth. How about 010 up front, then 864. So we didn't congratulate our Motorcycle ET winner from yesterday because we didn't determine a winner. It would have been, should have been, will be an all Toth family affair, and they're going to finish it off in Medicine Hat. So here comes Dave Toth now in the right lane. And Dave Toth goes 849. Turned it 7 thou red on the starting line. That's going to bring up Anna Donaldson and Isaac Hazelton. So Anna, if I remember correctly, did not run yesterday. Anna Donaldson from 100 Mile House. My screen says she's from 100. Close enough. Well, two pretty well matched bikes going down the racetrack, 11:54 and 11:52. So again, top comp. We need top comp to the staging lanes. Top comp. We are looking for top comp in the lanes. Juniors, you are on standby. Juniors, you're on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Attention, especially Super Street representative. We need our Super Street representative back up to the tower. Apparently we gave you a bad ladder. So Super Street representative, if you could please return to the timing tower. Once again, we are looking for our Super Street representative. Come on up and see us in the timing tower, please. Bill McDonald and Kevin Brennan out there. Kevin Brennan with the quicker ET 872. Wild Bill with a 919. So Cody Minor went 9 seconds flat. Al Omond and Daryl Storzik now. Al Omond in the left lane. Good to see Al back after a couple of years hiatus. Daryl Storzik for Leak Pro. Leak Pro, the world leader in repair of automotive water leaks, air leaks, and wind noise. So no numbers for Daryl. He left before the computer recognized that he was there. Al Almond looking pretty trouble-free, 894, 144 miles an hour. Well, didn't work for Corey Craig. Too much, too quick. Lit up the rear tire. James. Well, same kind of result. Too much, too quick. Blew the back tire off. And Mark Campbell up once again with seemingly the same issue. Bike wanting to idle at about 4,000 RPM. They maybe thought they had it figured out, but not the case. So that will do it for Motorcycle ET and take us to Pro Extreme Bike. So first pair in Pro Extreme Bike, Matt McKay-Smith and Scott Richardson. Scott Richardson out of Red Deer, Alberta. Matt McKay-Smith from Merritt. Pretty well matched pair, 654 getting there ahead of 668. Both bikes well over 200 miles an hour. That's looking good. Single coming up left side of the racetrack, Austin Christopher on the world's quickest Kawasaki. Man, he makes it look easy. Ho, ho, ho. How about 609, baby? 227 miles an hour. We just destroyed the record. It was already the world's quickest Kawasaki, and now he's just gone 609 with a 0. Wow. Big shout out to Fast Lane Racing, the whole crew down there. Nice work, guys. once again, 609, 227 miles per hour. Was 398 to the 8th mile. Those are some stout numbers, let me tell you. Was 1.04 to the 60 foot. I think that's where the run was really kicked off. At 330 feet, 2.68 seconds. And again, 398, 190 miles an hour at the 8th mile. Through the top end, 609, 227. Both bikes off the gas well before the finish line, coasting across. So I may have gotten a little ahead of myself, thinking that 609 was a big deal. Now, it was a big deal, but we're looking into this, and we do believe Austin Christopher has been 608 before. So equally impressive, just not a broken record.
Well, guys, it's Slick back on the mic here. Lunch break is over. Back for the first pair of Super Gas. Super Gas qualifying round 1. First 2 cars pulling into the burnout box right now. First pair, a couple of Corvettes. We got Glenn Ingledon out of Surrey, BC in the 69 purple and silver and orange and red and green Corvette in the tower lane. Lined up next to Ed Hutchinson, 1957 Corvette Roadster. Glenn Ingledon getting down there first with a 993 at $140. Ed Hutchinson running a 993 at $160. Ed Hutchinson slightly slower off the line. Glenn Ingledon leaving with a 031 reaction time. Dave Archambault, 1957 Chevy Bel Air, the baby blue car in the tower lane. Both cars with a solid reaction time. We got a 003 in the tower lane, 007 in the spectator side. 984 for the Bel Air, 162 miles an hour. I have no information for the car on the right, but that run a 994 at $147. We got Dan Davis, 63 Corvette, lined up next to Dan Dryden in the 57 Roadster. We got a C1 and a C2. Dan Davis going red by 3 thou. Dale Dryden also going red by 3 thou, but slightly less. Dale Dryden putting down a 993 at 146. Dan Davis with a 990. Sorry, that was Dale Dryden with a 995 at $156. Dan Davis with a 990 at $165. Mark Simmons up next in the right lane. Another Roadster Corvette lined up with another Roadster Corvette. Brandon Hutchinson in the left lane. Brandon Hutchinson leaving with a 007 reaction time. Mark Simmons going red by 9 thou. Left lane, crossing the finish line with a 987 at 159 miles per hour. Mark Simmons stopping the timer, 993 at $173. We got Derek Shirk in the red dragster in the tower lane. Lining up next to Colton Morin. Colton Morin in his 07 Race Tech dragster. He's got a 615 big block Chevy sitting behind him, racing with Morin Motorsports. Clean launch for both drivers. Colton Morin getting off the line with a 010 reaction time. Derek Shirk getting there first, putting down a 462 at $151. Colton running a 488 at 140 miles per hour. We got Logan Bell in the left lane with Comox Valley Excavating. Right lane, Jay Siverston, 2000 Dakota. Logan Bell getting there first at the 448 at 155 miles per hour. Jay Siverston running a 488 at 144 miles per hour. Now we have Cody Baker here from High River, Alberta. 06 A&E dragster powered by a Chevy 582. Next to Brad Powell out of Linden, Washington. Cody Baker ran into some sort of issue. His dragster shut down on him. He got it fired back up, but looks like he's playing it safe, backing it off the track. Intuition told him it was not healthy enough to make a pass. Brad Powell, 017 off the tree. 459 to the 8th at 150 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, junior program, this is your call to the staging lanes. Junior Street, we're going to put you in, guys, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, put you guys lanes 5 and 6. Junior Thunder, lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. That's Junior Thunder. We need you guys in lane 1. Junior Lightning, lane 2. Junior Street, 5 and 6. Pro is on standby. We had Monty Beagle in the left lane just put down a 440 at 157 miles per hour to the 8th mile. With a 028 reaction time, James Rutherford with a 584 at a $128. Now we have Daryl Baker, 98 Chevy S10 out of Foothills, Alberta. Well, there was a little piece of something on the track, but it's gone now. So we have Daryl Baker, second gen S10, lining up next to Adam DeYoung, 1967 Chevy Camaro. DeYoung's Camaro powered by a 432. Times on both sides. Daryl Baker getting there first with a 500 at $1.39. Adam DeYoung with a 530 at 131 miles an hour. Michael Scholl, left lane out of Calgary, Alberta. In the dragster, he's got a 655 thumping away behind him. Steve Robinson in the right lane, 94 Beretta, powered by a 615 under that big old hood scoop. Reaction times on both sides of the track. A 006 for Michael Scholl, who runs a 470 at 154 miles per hour. Next to Scott Robinson in the Beretta with a 009 leave. 490 to the 8th at 142. Cody Baker lining up for another crack at a run here. Not sure what happened there, but he got it fired up. Appears to be running healthy enough for him to say, yeah, let's do this thing. Let's get down this track. Cody Baker from High River, Alberta. Lining up next to Rob Phippen out of Mission. 1998 Meyer dragster. Cody Baker off the line half second early. Bit of a violent run going on out there. Rob Phippen taking off. Or sorry, that was 500ths early. Rob Phippen leaving pretty late with a 285 reaction, putting down a 444 at 158 miles per hour. Cody Baker, a 454 at 150 miles per hour. Well, after that shaky run, track staff just having a look at the track right now, making sure the surface is in good enough condition to send a couple more cars down. Healthy looking burnout. Steve Horn in the tower lane. Steve Horn piloting a 2017 TNT dragster. With JS Power Sports and Rad Torque Systems. Monique Ambrosi in the Lordco lane out of Plainfield, Indiana, in her 2026 dragster with a beautiful chromed out engine. Steve Horn, of course, with that crazy 762 Sonny's Hemi. Both cars leaving nice and cleanly. 026 reaction time in the left lane. 011 in the right lane. Steve Horn put down a 429 at 164 miles per hour. Monique Ambrosi with a 447 at a $155. G. Van Brar in the left lane. 2016 undercover dragster. G. Van Brar leaving a little bit red on that one. Chevy 2 in the right lane with a 540 at 131 miles per hour. A clean leave with a 018 reaction time. G. Van Brar running a 501 at 137 miles per hour. Lincoln Shirk in the tower lane. Driving the white dragster. Lined up next to Greg Doughty's raw carbon fiber body dragster. Reaction time in the left lane, 029 in the right lane. Lincoln Shirk putting down a 482 at 141 miles per hour in this round of qualifying. Greg Doughty in his 2014 MTM dragster putting down a 506 at a $133. Brandon Thomas in the Tower lane. Mike Kenworthy in the Lordco lane. Brandon Thomas from Georgia, Calhoun, Georgia. 2021 Miller dragster lined up next to Mike Kenworthy's 1992 Pontiac Firebird. Mike Kenworthy driving with Illusion Motorsports. Brandon Thomas with JBS equipment on the side of that dragster. Couple of green lights with the 042 reaction in the left lane. Brandon Thomas getting there first with a 436 at a $160. Mike Kenworthy stopping the timer at 524, 132 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy from Arlington with a pretty solid reaction time of 015 off the line. Willie Oliver, red dragster in the Tower lane. He's here out of Mission, lined up next to Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips leaving the line with a 007 reaction time. Willie Oliver with a 041. Dragster putting down a 441 at 157 miles an hour. Dale Phillips with a 473 at a $146. Now we have Jeremy Soares and Paul Soares. Jeremy, the winner of Top Comp, yesterday's event. Paul Soares, the runner-up. Jeremy Soares making it to the end of the drag strip first, though, with a 463 at a $148. Paul Soares running a 477 at 146 mile an hour. We got Zach Clark in the Tower lane, 2018 Miller dragster powered by a 632 Sunset. Big old V8 thumping away behind him. Ken Orser in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, you guys were on standby earlier. Now I'm calling you guys to the staging lanes. That's Pro ET. Come on down to the staging lanes. Look at that. Zach Clark in the left lane with a trip zip. Triple O reaction time with an 8. That is a perfect reaction time for Zach Clark. Come on up to the tower. Grab yourself a sticker and a cup. Perfect reaction time, running a 4:43 at 157. Ken Orser stopping the timer with a 4:72 at a $1.48. Ed Vanderkoy, Barnwell, Alberta. Blue and white dragster with fenders over the slicks. Spider Electric on the back of that car, getting off the line with a 005 reaction time. Solid leave. Putting down a 4:69 at a $1.44. And that will wrap up our first round of qualifying for Top Comp. Moving on to Junior Street. Lyndon Reynolds for a solo run, getting off the line a little quick. Lyndon Reynolds running an 11:10 at 65 miles an hour. We got Owen Harvey lining up in his green Denside Ford. '78 Ford, to be precise, lined up next to Shelby McNeil, 2010 Nissan Pathfinder. And this is eliminations round 3 for the juniors. Shelby McNeil takes it with a 998. She'll move on in this competition. 998 on her 990 dial. She left with a 026 reaction time versus Owen Harvey's 461 reaction time. Bit of a sleepy start for Owen, and he is out of the Junior Street competition for today. McKenna Thompson up next in the left lane, 2024 Ford F-150, 900 dial next to James McNeil, 2000 Ford Mustang with McNeil Family Racing. James McNeil with a 931 dial in. James McNeil takes it. Little slower off the line, but closer to his dial with a 938 on the 931 dial. McKenna Thompson running a 921 on the 900 dial. We have Nick Bond coming up in the Porsche in the left lane, white Porsche, lining up next to Jenna Monroe, 2008 Chevy Tahoe with a 1094 dial in. Jenna Monroe was a yesterday's competition semi-finalist. And Nick Bond takes it with a 908 on the 900 dial. 8th mile trap at 63 miles an hour. Jenna Monroe ran a 11:00 at 62 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for eliminations round 3 for Junior Street. Moving on to Junior Thunder. First up, for Junior Thunder, in the silver, purple, and black machine, we have Dallas Jackson. Car number 632, 1198 dial. We got Nash Gallant in the tower lane. Here out of Chilliwack, lining up next to Cadence Rodrigue. Nash with a 1248 dial, Cadence with an 898 dial. So Nash is going to take off a few seconds early. Cadence is going to try to chase him down. Very similar reaction times between these two cars. Little bit of pedaling. Cadence Rodrigue takes it with a 900 on the 898 dial. Cadence Rodrigue will be moving on in this competition. We got the Green Boys lining up next to each other today. Yesterday's winner was Nate Green. Nate Green and Alex Green, both with the 890 dial. These guys are driving with Abstract Glass and True North Mechanical. Couple of green lights. Lord Colane with the win light. Alex Green taking out his brother who won yesterday. Maybe Nate wanted to give his brother a chance at getting in the winner's circle today. Anyways, solid racing. 896 on the 890 dial. 73 miles per hour. We got Ashton Katnick coming up in the tower lane. TK Performance and Lordco is who Ashton is representing on the racetrack today. 890 dial next to Owen Armstrong with Lordco and Elite Belts. Dialed in with a 1212. Ashton Katnick was last night's runner-up, or yesterday's competition runner-up. Anyways, Well, both of these drivers with a 0264 reaction time. 0264s on both sides of the racetrack. Owen Armstrong putting down a 1207 at 51 miles per hour. Both drivers broke out. Owen Armstrong was the lesser offender, so he will continue on in this competition. Now we got Bentley Johnson, 2025 Mike Boss chassis in the left lane. Right lane, the green car, we got Koka Kowalski out of Chilliwack, piloting a 2018 Huddleston Junior Dragster. 790 dial Lordco lane for Koka Kowalski. Left lane, Bentley's got a 794 dial. Car's pulling up to the staging beams right now. Four bulbs lit up. Right lane, Koka Kowalski putting down a 798 at 81 miles an hour. Taking Bentley Johnson out of the competition today. Koka got off the line with a 031 reaction time. Bentley with a 047. Now we have Adam Katnick. And that flaked out junior dragster in the tower lane. That car is a 2023 Boss car. He's driving with TK Performance and Lordco with a 790 dial-in. Next to Isabella Marshall out of Vernon. 2016 Mike Boss Junior Dragster. Isabella driving with Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World with an 811 dial-in. Adam Katnick leaving 6 thou early, takes himself out at the starting line. Isabella Marshall running at 805 at 82 miles an hour. On her 811 dial, Isabella will be continuing on in this competition. Last run for the juniors. Last run elimination round 3 for Junior Lightning. Gray Sean, Dunmore, Alberta. Piloting a 2022 Mike Boss Jr. Dragster. Driving along with Kids Play Preschool. 790 dial. Oh, 60 off the line. And across the finish line with the 800 at 78 miles an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time we're going to do our invocation and national anthems. So would you please join with me in a brief prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you so very much that we have the opportunity to be here at Mission Raceway Park for the Northwest Nationals. We thank you for watching over everybody who has stepped foot on this facility and keeping them safe, and help each and every one of us to excel in life by doing our very best each time. This I pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise? And gentlemen, remove your hats. U.S. veterans, you do have the opportunity to remain covered while rendering a proper military salute as Sage Romas brings us the U.S. National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch are so gallantly screaming. In the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing as Paige once again brings us the Canadian National Anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true North strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you, Sage, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Pro Bracket is pulling forward into the water box.
Starting us off with a couple pro bracket burnouts. We got Chris Stone in the left lane, 68 dart, 440 powered dart lined up next to Lance Churchuk, 1970 Plymouth Duster. Chris Stone with a 1018 dial, Lance with an 1127. And Lance Churchuk is the first to be eliminated today in this elimination round one for Pro ET. Chris Stone will go on running a 1019 on his 1018 dial. 009 reaction time off the line also. Now we have Kyle Fredrickson, 85 GMC, single cab, short box, square body, lined up next to Jeff Whitworth from Nanaimo, BC, in the 84 S10. Fantastic run by Jeff Whitworth. 001 off the starting line. 001 reaction time, running a 960 on his 951 dial-in. Jeff Whitworth moving ahead with this competition. We got John Tabak dialed in with a 1045 and his LS-powered S10. John, yesterday's runner-up, lined up next to Steve Watkins, 2017 Chevrolet Corvette. Got a 6.2 liter under the hood of that beast. Steve Watkins up here from Hillsboro, Washington, 1109 dial, next to John's 1045. Couple of green lights off the line. Both drivers get off the line cleanly. And it is Steve Watkins who will be moving on in the competition here. Steve Watkins moving on. John Tabak running a little bit too quick. 1043 on his 1045 dial. We have Ryan Warnke, S10 after S10. This one an extended cab. 1983 Model S10 with a 355 under the hood. Lined up next to Nick Barnhart in his 79 hatchback Mustang. 1148 dial in the left lane. 1070 in the right lane. And Nick Barnhart leaves early by 200ths of a second, handing over to the win to Ryan Warnke, who will be moving on in the competition. Ryan Warnke putting down an 1151. At 114 miles an hour. Now we have Andy Klosky. Look out, Andy. Chris Stone, this is a pro bracket, so Chris Stone has a bounty on Andy Klosky's head. A bounty of $100 for whoever takes out Andy Klosky in pro bracket. He's here out of Quesnel, BC in that 65 Chevy. He calls this strip teaser. Lined up next to Del Northgraves. And that's it. Del Northgraves with the win. And wait a minute, Andy Klosky, red lit by 1,000. So does that mean Andy Klosky gets the $100 bill from Chris Stone? If he took himself out, I mean, is that a consolation prize? Have to check the fine print for that one. Anyways, Del Northgraves will move on in the competition. John McLean in the left lane. 1100 in his 69 Ford. Lined up next to Nick Barnhart, 79 Mustang, 408 stroker. Oh, that is definitely not a 79 Mustang. That is a big truck rolling coal. John McLean will continue on. 1116 on his 11 dial, 119 miles an hour. Jim Stahl in the left lane, double O, or a 2000 Ford. 00 Ford powered by a Coyote. Tulalip Washington lined up next to Ralph Ellers in the notchback Fox Body Coyote, or Fox Body Mustang. 1069 Dial in the right lane, 1082 in the left lane. Which is that? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. That's Super Pro on standby. Sportsmen to the lanes. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits to the door slammers, racers, and race teams. Door slammers, this is your 15-minute standby. Door slammers, 15-minute standby. Looks like Rich Dice in his 73 Chevy Nova. Black car in the tower lane just took out Steve Baskerville in the 79 Malibu. Running on 1130 on his 1122 dial, 110 miles per hour. And we got Zach in the 68 Camaro in the left lane. Deep metallic blue car, lining up next to Nick Douglas's bright blue 2023 Super B. Nick Douglas gonna head down the track first with a 1224 dial. Next to Zach's 1023. Nice wheels up launch by the Camaro in the TCS lane. Getting down the track. And that Camaro wasn't just showing off with the wheelie. It won that round, putting Nick Douglas's Super B in a parking spot. We got Mike Render, 85 Chevy S10 in the tower lane. Lining up next to the T-Top Cutlass. G-Body car in the Lordco lane with an 1160 dial. Mike Render with a 1075. These racers with a really well done launch off this starting line, and it definitely paid off. Mike Render, 002 reaction time with a 1079 at 120 miles per hour. Mike Render will continue on taking out the T-Top Cutlass. We got Jenna Dobson in the 79 Chevy. Jenna Dobson, our winner from yesterday's competition, on a 1033 dial next to Jason Cooper in the 72 white Ford Maverick. Ford Maverick with a 1017 dial. Very similar reaction times from both these drivers. And the little Ford in the right lane takes it. Jason Cooper parking Jenna Dobson. Jason Cooper with a 1019 at 112 miles an hour. And that was a margin between the two cars at the finish line of 0.6 of a second. We got Sean Langley in the left lane, the Mustang. Dialed in with an 1167, but he just went red, leaving 200s early, handing the win light to Ray Bollinger in his 63 Pontiac. Ray will continue on. He runs a 1061 at a $123 mile an hour on his 1062 dial-in. Amber Rutherford in the left lane. Wembley, Alberta. 1966 Mustang with the white racing stripes on it. Lined up next to Cassie Tippy in the Patina Nova wagon. Cassie Tippy with an 1147 dial. And Amber takes off with her 929 dial to chase down Cassie Tippy. And Amber Rutherford gets it. Solid run with a 930 on her 929 dial. 139 miles per hour. Amber Rutherford continuing on in this competition. Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Chevy Monte Carlo in the Lordco lane. 10:08 dial in. Next to Ron Thibault. Ron Thibault, 67 Chevelle. Black cherry looking paint job on that car. With a 468 big block Chevy. And Ron goes red, handing the win over to Lorenz Schwartz in the Monte Carlo. Ron going red by 1/1000th of a second. Lorenz Schwartz running a 10:09, 133 miles per hour. We got Matt Warner, 66 Merc with a 1047. Getting ready for a wheels up launch in the tower lane. Kyle Larson in the right lane from Furcrest, Washington. 1995 Camaro. 1100 dial in the right lane. Decent reaction times for both drivers here. And it goes to Matt Warner moving on the wheels up car, running a 1050 at 122 miles an hour. Doug Clausen, Medicine Hat, Alberta. In the red Pontiac, the 96 Grand Am in the tower lane with a 965 dial in next to Craig Johnson, 79 Chevy Malibu wagon. The wheelie machine, Craig Johnson dialed in with a 1055. Massive wheels up launch as expected by Craig Johnson with a solid reaction time too, and he turns on the win light. Getting off the line with a 015 reaction time, crossing the finish line with a 1060 on his 1055 dial at a $1.14. We got Alan Prock, 1970 Cuda here out of Port Moody. Cool looking green color on that car, 70 Cuda in the tower lanes, 968 dial. Next to Ron Walsh's 1980 Chevy, 1040 dial, but Ron Walsh did red light that. Alan Prock in the Cuda. The green machine will be moving on in competition today. And Brendan Piskacek with the bye run. The last pro in eliminations round 1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Hot Rods, you guys are on standby. Super Pro to the staging lanes, stand by. Hot Rods. First 2 cars in eliminations round 1 for Sportsman bracket. Jessica Armstrong, left lane, 1975 Dodge. Powered by a 318 with Armstrong Family Racing. And off she goes to try and catch Jan Christensen, 2009 Cadillac. But Jan Christensen left red, handing it over to Jessica Armstrong before she even left the starting line. Jessica Armstrong moving on. She runs a 13:28 at 102 miles an hour. Dan Piskacek, left lane, 1988 Ford Mustang convertible GT car with a 1421 dial-in. Tyler Smith in the right lane in the 68 Chevelle. 1160 dial for Tyler. One of these drivers got off the line substantially quicker, and it did, in fact, pay off for Tyler Smith. Tyler Smith running an 1171 at 102 miles an hour on his 1160 dial. Dan Piskacek, I think, knew that he left a little late, so he really gave it the beans and ended up going too quick with a 1409 on the 1421 dial. Wayne Douglas in the left lane. Kevin McCauley in the right lane. The 83 Cutlass. 1363 dial on the left. 1170 on the right, and it goes to the right lane. Kevin McCauley will be moving on in this competition. 1175 on the 1170 dial. 113 miles an hour across the finish line. We got Eric Hansen in the Broadway car in the tower side. Lined up next to Sylvia Hoogstens. Sylvia in her Mustang she calls Baby Blue, and she just got the win light lit up for her. This race was won at the starting line. Eric Hansen went red by 700. 700, Sylvia Hoogstens running a 12:05 at $1.10 on her 1193 dial. Sylvia Hoogstens will be moving on here. Now we have McKenna Thompson. 2025 Ford F-150 with a 1440 dial. Next to Ryan Ledrette, 1971 Chevy Chevelle Malibu with an 1169 dial. Ryan Ledrette catching McKenna and taking the win light. 1175 on his 1169 dial. Through the trap at 100 miles an hour, McKenna Thompson running a 1452 at 94 miles an hour. Darren Martin, 2005 GMC, 1677 dial. Lined up next to 2009 Mitsubishi Rally Art driven by Thomas Homsombath with a 1225 dial. Darren Martin takes it, and I can see that from the tower right off the start. Darren Martin with a 090 reaction time. Mitsubishi with almost a whole second reaction time. Darren running a 1707 at 69 miles per hour. We got Veronica Hodgson, left lane, 69 Dodge. 1187 is her dial. Nick Douglas's dial in the 23 Super B is a 1218. couple green lights, a clean leave for both cars. Win light lit up by Nick Douglas. Saw some brake lights at the end of the track. He knew he was pushing it a little bit quick, hit the brakes a little bit, and that locked in a 1220 on a 1218 dial. Through the trap at 107 miles per hour. He'll move on today. Josh Klosky from Quesnel, BC. In the Blazer, in the Tower Lane. Driving with Greg's Flooring, Grizz Contracting, and Gibson's Racing Trans. Cadillac Sedan, I have no information on here in the tower, but they're down with a 1580 dial-in. Josh Klosky gets the win on that, knocking that Cadillac Sedan out of here. Putting down a 1173 at 102 miles an hour. Rob Getz up next in the Tower Lane. 2024 Ford F-150 powered by a 5-liter Coyote motor. 1160 dial in the left lane. 1780 dial in the right lane. For the blue 66 Chevy Crew Cab. Yeah, that 4-door sedan powered by a 283. Leaving much earlier, and Rob gets the green light to try and reel him in, but it doesn't really matter because he left 1/10 too soon. So excited to chase that car down the track, left a little bit early. Oh, my mistake, that was not Rob Getz, that was Dexter Winton. Rob gets the win light. Rob Getz will be moving on with an 1157 on the 1160 dial. Got a little bit backwards there. Now we have Sophia Getz. 2006, the blue Chevy pickup truck that just left a little bit early in the left lane. And then Lee Conroy in the right lane with the Mitsubishi, leaving over a second after the green light. Bit of a confusing race there. Lee Conroy will be moving on with a 15 dial despite running a 1777. We got Steve Watkins in the right lane, 2017 Chevy Corvette, 6.2 liter Chevy under the hood of that thing. He's here from Hillsboro, Oregon. Lined up next to the mystery white Ford. Still no info on that white Ford besides the car number. And the white Ford does leave early, handing the win over to Steve Watkins, who will be moving on.
They're in the lane. They're in the lane right now. All right, well, we got some technical difficulties figured out.
Both pickup trucks are lining it up into the staging beams right now. And Haley Christensen joins the square body in staging the pickup truck in her 67 Chevy C10. 1160 dial in the left lane, 1202 dial in the right lane. Very similar reaction times off the line for these trucks. And it goes to the left lane, who runs a 1161. 1161 at 102 miles per hour. We got Tyson Lowe in the left lane in the third gen 84 Chevy Camaro, 1252 dial on the white car. In the Lordco lane, we have Brendan Piskacek, 1990 Ford hatchback. GT body on that Fox body. 1334 dial for the right lane. Good times off the line for both cars, and it is Brendan Piskacek who takes it. 1330 on his 1334 dial. Broke out. Both cars broke out. Brendan Piskacek broke out a little bit less than Tyson Lowe, so he will be moving on. In the sportsman class, Jim Olson in the right lane. I've got 88 Ford on my screen, but I thought that was Cash's 94 Mustang. Khaled Green in the left lane, 2012 Mitsubishi with a 1420 dial next to the Mustang's 1550. Jim Olson takes it with a 1556 at 87 miles per hour to the quarter. Got a couple F bodies, couple Pontiacs, couple Firebirds lined up right now. Jordan Ormsby's Trans Am's a 99. Taryn Monroe's is a 97. Special thanks to Andy Hatton for building the car, says Jordan in the tower lane. 1280 dial in the TCS lane. 1395 in the Lordco lane. Both cars getting off the line clean. One substantially quicker than the other. And it does pay off for Taryn Monroe. 1997 Pontiac in the right lane, running a 1379. Lighten up that wind light. Both cars went too quick. Taryn Monroe lit up the wind light. We got Jason Mercer in the T-top car. In the tower lane, Jason Mercer driving the T-top Cutlass with Johnson's custom exhaust. 1160 dial in on that car. Steve Baskerville in the right lane, driving the 77 Malibu, 454 powered car. Steve Baskerville, we're used to seeing him driving a 2016 Volkswagen Golf R. I believe that car is Bill Wells' car that he had up for sale. And Steve Baskerville did just go red and lit up the wind light on the TCS lane. So Jason Mercer in the 84 Cutlass T-top car will be moving on in the competition. Jason Mercer running a 1158 on his 1160 dial. 114 miles per hour through the traps. And that brings us to our last racer in the Sportsman ET first round of eliminations, being Sean Langley, who leaves 2 thou early, but he's not lined up next to anybody else, and he puts down an 1163 on his 1169 dial through the traps at 115 miles per hour. are moving on from Sportsman to Super Pro ET. Super Pro ET. Daryl Tippy in the gold 62 Chevy 2 in the left lane with a 1048 dial lined up next to Ted Buss. Ted Buss here out of Shawnigan, BC, 1934 Ford. Black with orange hot rod flames, classic combination. Ted Buss is sitting behind a 427 Chevy. That's what will be propelling that hot rod down our drag strip. One of these drivers leaving with a little bit better of a reaction time, and it definitely paid off. For Daryl Tippy, leaving with a 015, crossing the finish line with a 1052 on his 1048 dial. Through the traps at 124 miles per hour. Now we have Mark Muscant, Vernon, BC, 1977 Chevy Monza, little H-body car with some big old tires. Cool looking wrap job on that car. I'm assuming it's a wrap. If that's paint, that is incredibly impressive. Nitro pinball car lined up next to John Tabak in his 89 S10 LS powered pickup truck. Both drivers with decent reaction times. Mark Muscat with a 007 reaction time, and maybe that helped him light up the win light. Mark taking John out of the competition today with a 1027, 132 miles per hour. Mark will be moving on in his little Monza. Up next we have Jeff Alder in the 1927 Model T. 468 engine stuffed into that little car. Lined up next to G. Van Brar. G. Van with a 791 dial. Jeff Alder driving with straight line race cars and trailside contracting. 1072 dial in the TCS lane. Decent reaction time for both sides, and it goes to G. Van Brar, who puts down a 793 at a $158. Jeff Alder running a 1093 at 108 miles an hour. 793 on G. Van's 791 dial is definitely enough to do it, and he will move on in this competition in his gray dragster. We have Daniel Rodrigue in the white dragster in the Lordco lane, piloting his 08 TNT car, powered by a 615. 740 dial in the Lordco lane. John Brining out of Parksville in that 1980 Chevy Camaro. Red car in the Tower lane, powered by a 632. He's got a 918 dial, so he's going to be taken off first. And off goes Daniel. And of course, Daniel Rodrigue takes that. John Brining sat there for almost a half a second before taking off. Daniel Rodrigue with a 001 reaction time. Emily Gerard in the black dragster in the Tower lane. Pulling up to the starting line next to Jim Benke's 67 CUDA. Emily's out at Chilliwack. Jim out of Mission. A 582 big block Chevy in the left lane with a 752 dial up against a 1007 in that 440 Mopar powered Barracuda. And he takes it. Jim Benke in the 67 CUDA. Both cars breaking out. Jim Benke running a 1006 on his 1007 dial. That's a 1006 with a 9. Broke out by only 6/10,000ths and takes the win on that one. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot rods. Hot rods, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot rods to the staging lanes. Door slammers, we're going to put you on standby. That is standby door slammers. Hot rods to the staging lanes. We got George LeBlanc, 1966 Chevelle SS in the tower lane with an 877 dial. Colton Morin in the right lane with a 772 dial. One of these drivers with an absolutely fantastic launch. But it goes to George LeBlanc. George putting down an 877 with a 4 on his 877 dial at 152 miles an hour. Colton Morin with a 003 reaction time, but he puts down a 767 on his 772 dial, going a little bit too quick. Pretty tough to beat. An 877 with a 4 off an 877 dial. Here comes trouble. Black dragster in the Lordco lane. Emma Debris driving with Cal Tire Rapid Heating and Plumbing, B&D lift trucks, straight line race cars, competition tree services, and Emma is racing in memory of Mike. Lining up next to this little Chevy Vega, the ultimate rush car. I have no info on that car, but I know it is a very early model, a first gen of the Chevy Vega before the facelift. That's about all I can tell you about that car. One of these cars with a pretty decent reaction time. Emma Debris takes it with an 850 with a 3 on her 850 dial-in. 156 miles an hour. Little Vega got off the line with a 074 reaction, which was a bit quicker than Emma, but Emma got the win on that one, and the Vega is out of the competition. We have Mike Robinson in the left lane, 1927 Ford, the red car. A little hot rod on the tower side, powered by a 448 out of Chilliwack. Richard Love in the right lane from the Soyuz, BC. 1987 Claridge Dragster, which does not get the green. Mike Robinson taking the win on that one. 917 at 141 miles an hour on his 916 dial. Richard Love going a little bit too quick. Too quick by 200ths. Mike Robinson takes the win on that one. Lance Churchuk, 1970 Plymouth Duster. $11.28 for the red car in the tower lane. Greg Doughty in the dragster, in that raw carbon fiber dragster, which catches the sun real nice, that carbon fiber, I tell you. Greg leaving too early. Leaving by 200ths too early, handing it over to Lance. Lance getting the win on that in his duster. Lance with a great run regardless. 11.28 with a 7 on his 11.28 dial-in. 117 miles per hour through the traps at the end of the racetrack. Started off his run with a 017 reaction time. Solid run for Lance. A well-deserved win. Lincoln Rutherford now in the left lane here from Wembley, Alberta. 71 Ford Pinto, little white car in the tower lane. Lined up next to Kevin McNichol from right here in Mission. 1967 Chevy 2. One of these cars with a fantastic reaction time, but it doesn't quite pay off. Looks like Lincoln Rutherford takes it with a 965 on the 963 dial. Kevin McNichol with a promising start. Reaction time 2 zeros and an 8, but he ends up going a little bit too fast. Too fast by 0.02 of a second. Jeremy Soares up now. 01 Cameron Dragster, 732 dial in. Next to Lincoln Shirk in the white car in the right lane. Dialed in with a 763. Lincoln Shirk taking it, launching off the line in the right lane. 767 on the 763 dial-in. Through the traps at the quarter mile at 165 miles per hour. Jeremy Soares out of the competition. He put down a 733 at a $1.80. Wes Vath with Acumen Machine, putting down a 924 at 147 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers. Your eliminations round 2 is coming up. Door slammers to the staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That's lanes 5 and 6 for the door slammers. All right, we have another run with these Super Pros right now. Shea Svetic in the left lane, 1971 Ford-powered front-engine dragster. Lined up next to Jason Gibson. Jason Gibson with a substantially better reaction time, taking the win on that one with a 961. On his 954 dial, 128 miles per hour through the traps. Jason Gibson moving on with the Super Pro class. We got Mike Stewart, Bucky, driving Chiclet. Driving with Gibson's Racing Trans, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and Slick Works YouTube channel. John Jenkins, Killer on the Tree, 1988 Chevy S10 in the right lane. John Jenkins in the S10, powered by a 406. We got a 1006 in the left, 1007 in the right lane. And it is Mike Stewart. Bucky takes it with a 1007 with an O. Through the traps at 131 miles per hour. Bucky will be continuing on in this competition. John Jenkins with an 015 off the tree. Ran a little bit too quick. 6th out too quick. To be precise, ran a 1006 with a 3 on his 1007 dial. Well, there was a car left on the big end of the track. Track is now clear. So we're going to get a couple more cars sent down this track. Couple Pontiacs in the burnout box now. Couple of Super Pro Pontiacs. Both of these cars left factory in their factory configuration as a front wheel drive. Although Chris Stone's Dodge, fairly certain not a single part of that car is a 2005 Dodge. Paul Soares in the right lane. 95 Grand Prix. Chris Stone is sitting behind a 512 cubic inch engine. Paul Soares in the right lane with a 584. Chris Stone, Stone Cold Racing takes it. Chris Stone with the win light, 867 on his 864 dial, 149 miles per hour. Paul Soares running an 809 on his 807 dial. 044 reaction time for Paul, 023 for Chris Stone. And we got Ron Fawcett lining up next to Brad Powell. Ron Fawcett out of Nanaimo, BC. 1923 Model T. The slightly altered car. With an 892 dial in the TCS lane. Brad Powell in the blue dragster. In the Lordco lane with a 725 dial. So Ron Fawcett is going to take off first. And a fraction of a second later, Brad Powell is going to take off, trying to reel him in, chase him down. And Brad Powell got a little too excited seeing the back end of that 23 Model T rolling away, getting off the line. Red getting off the line, red by 6 thou, putting himself out of the Super Pro competition. In this elimination round 1, Ron Fawcett will move ahead. Craig Johnson in the 79 Chevy Malibu, Johnson's custom exhaust in the left lane. The wheelie machine lining up next to Jan Christensen out of Langley in that lime green metallic-y looking Chevy 2. Craig Johnson with a 1055 dial-in next to Jan Christensen's 855. So Craig Johnson will leave first with a big wheels in the air launch. Jan Christensen, off he goes to chase him down. One of these drivers has a fantastic reaction time off the line, and it certainly pays off. Was definitely a factor in Craig Johnson's win there. 1052 on the 1055 dial. Both drivers broke out. Craig Johnson was the lesser offender with a 001 reaction time. Not bad at all. Lorenz Schwartz in the Super Sport G Body Monte Carlo in the tower lane, lined up next to Pierre Barr, 1988 Pontiac. Out in Nanaimo, that Trans Am with a 1044. Dial in next to the 1011 of Lorenz. Again, one of these drivers with a much better reaction time than the other driver, and it absolutely pays off for Lorenz Schwartz. Getting off the line with a 001 reaction. Pulls a 1022 on his 1011 dial. Through the speed trap, 113 miles an hour. Pierre Barr out of the competition with a 1066 at a $126. And we have Jerry Brown, 1971 Dodge, the orange car in the left lane, with a 1090 dial-in, lined up next to Derek Shirk's dragster. The bright red dragster with the black wheels in the Lordco lane. Derek Shirk with a 762 dial. So the Duster's gonna take off first, and Derek Shirk is gonna do his best to reel him in. Very similar reaction times in that one, but Jerry Brown takes the win. Jerry Brown with the W on that one. Derek Shirk drove that car way too fast on that run. Jerry Brown with a 1092 on a 1090 dial through the trap at 132 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Fuel Harleys for your final. Come on down to the staging lane 1. Top Fuel Harleys. Top Fuel Harley final, staging lane 1, Super Street. You guys are on standby. That's Super Street on standby. Top Fuel Harleys, come on down to lane number 1. Attention pits, Top Fuel Harleys, guys. I just heard from Ken. He said if that does not work for you and you guys need more time, talk to Ken and you guys can go from there. Rob Monroe in the Model A moving ahead with the competition. He won his race. Walter Johnson also moving ahead in the competition. He won the last race there. Now we have Jason Cooper, 72 Ford Maverick, 1017 dial in the tower lane for the white car, lined up next to Wayne Douglas. Wayne Douglas in a convertible flavor dart this time. He's a fan of 68 darts, that guy. Both cars out of Washington. One of these cars with a fantastic reaction time. And it definitely pays off. Jason Cooper in the left lane. Left lane win light. 1025 on his 1017 dial. 003 reaction. Not bad at all. 116 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street to the rear of staging. Super Street, this is your call to the rear of staging. That's Super Street to the rear of staging. Super Comp, you guys are on standby. That's Super Comp on standby. Jerry Brabander took that last race in the 63 Chevy 2. 350 powered car running a 1087 on his 1068 dial-in. 116 mile per hour through the traps. And we got Andy Klosky here. Andy Klosky in the right lane. 65 Chevy, the strip teaser. Now this is Super Pro class, not Pro class. So there's not a bounty on Andy Klosky's head in this class. He's up next to James Dobson, taking a tear down the pass. And Andy Klosky gets the win with a 976 on his 977 dial. James Dobson, both cars went under. James Dobson went under by a little bit more, a little too quick. James Dobson also left with a 003 reaction time. Sean Langley in the left lane in the Mach 1 Mustang. Lined up next to Ken Hogue in the 64 Purple Fury. 1087 dial in for the Lordco lane. 1164 for the TCS lane. And Ken Hogue hands it over at the starting line. Sean Langley winning that race. No matter what he did, he will be moving on. Ken Hogue going red by 900ths of a second. Sean Langley with an 1164 with a 5 on his 1164 dial. Solid race for Sean Langley regardless there. Andy Antle in that wild looking pickup truck in the tower lane with an 880 dial next to Dave Bull. The Silver Bullet 64 Chevelle, but Dave Bull leaves early, handing the win light over to Andy Antle's pickup truck in the tower lane. Andy Antle running a little quick, but it didn't matter. He already had the win light up. 873 on the 880 dial. Both drivers red lit on that race, but Andy Antle red lit less. Through the traps at 152 miles per hour. Now we have Dale Wood, 1972 Chevy Nova, powered by a 383 GM engine, lined up next to Terry Hoogstens out of Maple Ridge in that 66 Chevy 2, powered by a 355 Chevy. Terry Hoogstens leaves first with a 1212 dial on Dale Wood's 1135 dial. Terry Hoogstens off the line quicker and gets the win light on that one with a 1221 on his 1212 dial. 109 mile per hour speed on that run. Dale Wood is out of the competition. Terry Hoogstens moves on. Haley Christensen Lining up next to Terry Charles' 56 Chevy. Haley with a 1205 dial next to Terry's 1150. Haley Christensen with a 1242 will be moving on in the hot rod class. Ryan Ledrette in the metallic blue 71 Chevy Chevelle Malibu in the tower lane, lining up next to Ryan Isherwood's gold 66 Satellite. Ryan Ledrette with an 1159 dial. He will be leaving first, shortly followed by Ryan Isherwood. Ryan Isherwood going red, though, on that run. Handing it over to Ryan Ledrette, who will move on. We got Daryl Tippy here for a hot rod buy run in his gold 62 Chevy Nova. Clean launch, solid reaction time too, leaving with a 019 reaction. Through the beams at 1048, quarter mile ET, only 8 thou off dial, 1048 with an 8 on his 1048 dial-in. Pretty solid, solid run. Take a little break now, as that was the last of the hot rods first round of elimination. Taking a break to get the track prepped up for Door Slammers Eliminations Round 2. Door Slammers Eliminations Round 2, and we have the staging lanes packed full of them. Just a reminder for everybody in the pits, helmets are required for all pit vehicles that are not golf carts or side-by-sides. So if it has a steering wheel, you're probably good. But if it has handlebars, you need a helmet. Bikes, scooters, mini bikes, etc. Also, nobody under the age of 16 is allowed to drive a pit vehicle. Just wanted to drop a quick shout out to Rad Torque Systems, a Canadian company founded in 1994 and headquartered in Abbotsford, BC. They design and manufacture high-performance torque wrenches and bolting systems, especially the battery, pneumatic, and electronic rad guns used in heavy-duty industries. Built right here in the Fraser Valley, Rad Torque Systems has become a global name in precision torque tools, keeping everything from race wheels and heavy haulers to mining gear and aerospace hardware tightened to exact spec. And this is the NHRA Northwest Division John Scotti Canadian Championship Series. The NHRA Northwest National Open / JBS ET Series, race 7 and 8. We are on race 8. Today we wrapped up race 7 this morning. JBS Equipment, title sponsor of the ET Series here this season. JBS Equipment, they are a Canadian agricultural equipment manufacturer founded in the early 2000s, operating from a 60,000 square foot facility with its main headquarters and fabrication plant in Mission. They've grown through a dealer network across Canada, the US, and even Australia. Built tough right here in Mission, JBS Equipment has become a global name in heavy-duty farm machinery with Fraser Valley-built spreaders, trailers, and baggers working fields all across North America and beyond. How about some door slammer action? Couple of door slammer burnouts. We got Poe Freeborn in the left lane, 1967 Fastback Shelby, powered by a 648, driving along with Comox Valley Excavating. Lining up next to Peter Lachanis from right here in Mission in that beautiful 55 Chevy Bel Air, powered by a 632 big block Chevy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, this is your final call. Super Street, this is your final call. Final call, Super Street. And that last run, Peter Lachanis takes Poe Freeborn out in his 55 Chevy Bel Air, driving a 761 on a 759 dial. Through the traps at 174 miles an hour. We got Otto Schulte in the blue 05 Cavalier in the Tower Lane. Lined up next to Mark Thompson, 1967 Shelby. Oh, my mistake. Wrong car there. 1954 Studebaker. Mark Thompson here from Coldstream, BC. 746 dial left lane, 744 dial right lane. Clean launch for both the cars making their way down the track, and it is the left lane of Otto Schulte in the blue car 2005 Cavalier, putting down a 747 with a 2 on his 746 dial-in. 182 miles per hour there. Quicker off the line also with the 025 reaction time. Otto Schulte will be moving on into the next round of eliminations with door slammers. We got Steve Lowe in the Pontiac Trans Am, the 92 blue car in the Tower Lane, lined up next with Mike Bedsworth, 1996 Olds, 788 dial in the left lane. Silver car's got a 710 dial in. Mike Bedsworth lighting up the wind light on that one. 710 with a 7 on his 710 dial. 192 miles an hour through the traps there. Taking the blue Pontiac of Steve Lowe out of the competition. We got Paul Stretch in the right lane. 02 Chevy Cavalier lined up next to Andy Hatton with a grinchy looking 1969 Camaro. Andy Hatton's Camaro with a 822 dial-in. Paul Stretch with a 716, so Andy's going to take off first. One of these drivers with a fantastic reaction time, and it pays off in his favor. Paul Stretch with a trip zip. A 0.00 perfect reaction time for Paul Stretch in his 02 Chevy Cavalier. Runs a 719 on the 716 dial. So Paul Stretch, come on up to the tower. We got a sticker and a perfect light cup for you. My mistake, we got a sticker for you. I was unaware that we only give out a mug to the first perfect light of the day. Jay Siverson takes it with a 772. Jay will be moving on. Super Comp, we need you guys in the staging lanes. That's attention to the pits. Attention to the pits, Super Comp, lanes 5 and 6. Super Comp, lanes 5 and 6. Stock, super Stock, you guys are on standby. That's Super Comp, lanes 5 and 6. Stock and Super Stock, you guys on standby. Kerry Young lined up next to Daryl Buick. Kerry Young with a substantially better reaction time, and it pays off. 840 on the 834 dial. Little Chevy S10 knocking Darren's 67 Chevy out of the competition for today. And that is a wrap for Door Slammers Elimination Round 2. Coming up next, we have the final, the Top Fuel Harley Final. This is going to be an exciting race.
I used to do this by myself.
You did, eh?
All right. So here we go, final round, and it's Austin Christopher and it's Nate Gagnon. Nate in the right lane, Austin over here in the left. I think I did that last time. Combine Austin Christopher's first name with his last, and it comes out Ostifer. So Nate, number 1 qualifier. Austin, number 2. Austin is your reigning champ. Fast lane racing. Left-hand lane. Big kids racing, right-hand lane. It's gonna be Austin Christopher. Austin Christopher puts a nice run together here for the final round. How about 6:31, 222 miles an hour. Nate lit up the rear tire by the 60-foot mark. So as long as Austin could hang on, he was going to win, and hang on he did. in fine style. How about 631, 222? So congrats to Ron Howney, Fast Lane Racing. All their sponsors. Unfortunately, I don't have them in front of me. But certainly Coldwater Spirits is on board. I know they put up some cash this weekend for #1 qualifier, as well as a little extra something for the winner. We definitely want to thank Rad Torque Systems, the series sponsor for 2026. Here comes Damian Cowden. I gotta say, I am in love with the exhaust arrangement on this bike. Well, it was not to be. Bike sounded kind of funny in the burnout. Wasn't sure if it was going to get down. So how about that? Austin Christopher, 631 at 222 to take the win. Nicely done. Congrats once again to Ron Howney and the whole Fast Lane Racing team.
I'm going out of the race event before I forget.
So I do believe Super Street should be the next class we see coming around the corner. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Stock Super Stock Combo. Stock Super Stock Combo. This is your call to the rear of the lane. Stock Super Stock Combo. This is your call to staging. We need Stock Super Stock Combo. And we need motorcycle to start getting ready. Motorcycle, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to motorcycle. So here we go, Super Street. Round number 1, I guess. I was going to say round number 2, but that would be getting ahead of myself a little. So Jan Christensen. How about 1091 with a 5? Now we got a pair of cars in the, I was going to say in the water, but they're well beyond that. Rolling up to the stage beams, Jess Dale and Fred Hoffman. Jess Dale in a 1970 Dodge Dart. Fred Hoffman in his 1967 Camaro. Well, somebody missed the tree a little bit. Want to take a guess at who it was? Well, it wasn't Fred Hoffman. Fred Hoffman, well, probably wasn't his best performance at 040, but put him in a position to win. His 1092, good enough against Jess Dale's 1092. Taking the stripe by 66. Now Todd Sims and Herman Chan. Herman Chan, right-hand lane, another 67 Camaro. Another veteran of the Super Street class. Highly unlikely that we're going to see a whole shot win here. Just based solely on the fact that both drivers were 026 on the tree. Todd Sims is your winner, 1091, beating 1094. Now Tony Hopkins and Warren Jacobson. Warren Jacobson in the right lane. Tony Hopkins, 55 Chevrolet. Not even sure what you'd call that color. Need my buddy Mike up here for that. Well, one driver with a light that was almost twice as good as the other. Warren Jacobson had the better reaction time, but Tony Hopkins with the win light. Jacobson getting there first, but goes 1088. Tony Hopkins, 033 and 1092, coming back. Now the ladies, Sylvia and Doreen. Sylvia, tower side of the racetrack, behind the wheel of her 66 Mustang. Doreen Dyke in the right lane behind the wheel of the Pleasure Family Racing 56 Chevrolet. Doreen, 002. Sylvia turns it red by 44. So Doreen with essentially a time trial here in round 1. She goes 1095. Couple of red Chevrolets now. Rick Hilburn along with Robert Zerbrug. Rick Hilburn, yesterday's winner. Well, he actually won today, but it was yesterday's race. Couple of green lights, and again, highly unlikely we're going to see a whole shot win as there's just one foul between them. And matching 1094s at the top end. So 1094 with a 2 beats 1094 with an 8. Robert Zerbrug is coming back for more. Zach Rice and Brad Vingy. Again, a couple of Chevrolets. Finji was 005, but comes up 1094 at the top end, and that's not going to work. Zach Rice, 024 up front, 1091 with a 5 at the finish line. 39 total and off to the next round. So we go from a pair of Chevrolets to a couple of Mopars. 71 and 72. Jerry Brown in his 71 Tower side. Steve Veach in his 72. Well, excuse me, Jerry's in a Demon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make a call now for motorcycle. Motorcycle ET, come on down to lane 1. Pro Extreme Bike, come on down to lane 2. Motorcycle ET, lane 1. Pro Extreme Bike, lane 2. And Super Gas, we need you to be ready to go. Super Gas, this is your standby call. Motorcycle, come on down to the staging lanes. We need motorcycle to the lanes, please. Once again, motorcycle ET in lane number 1. Pro Bike Extreme, or Pro Extreme Bike rather, lane number 2. Standby call going out to Super Gas. So with round 1 of Super Street in the books, we roll into round 1 of Super Comp. Justin Bond and Dave Archambault. Justin Bond in the right lane. The blue and silver dragster. Justin Bond just recently picking up a little sponsorship from JBS Equipment. So Archambault, the lone door car in this Super Comp field. So Archambault getting there first, but he is the bigger offender in a double breakout. Goes 887 with a 1. Justin Bond was behind, and 887 with a 6. Yesterday's winner, Dale Green. Actually, this is yesterday's final round, as that featured Dale Green and James Cowie. So it's Cowie in the right lane, Green in the left. Dale Green, a veteran in the class of NHRA Super Comp. Also does some top dragster racing. Well, this one's over quickly. Dale Green with the win light on. Gets another time trial here in round number 1. Dale Green's 14, and then 891. James Cowie turns it red by 18 thou, negating his 891 at the top. Now Selena Lenihan and Warren Keene. . Mark Loftus and Steve Horton make up our next pair. Sumner, Washington versus Port Orchard. Port Orchard in the right-hand lane. That would be Steve Horton. So 9,000 difference in reaction times back here at the starting line. Steve Horton had the better light, and he does get the win light. So Mark Loftus getting to the stripe first by 9,000 to be under by 6,000. Oh, man. Steve Horton was 032 on the tree, then 891. And he'll be coming back. Now Danny Hodder and Brandon Hutchinson. But Danny Hodder is nowhere to be found, does not make the call, so it's a competition single for Brandon Hutchinson. 007 on the line and 888 at the finish line. 888 with a 2, holding 18,000. Seems pretty reasonable. Now Emily Gerard and Tom Papp. They're both driving undercover dragsters. Both call Chilliwack home. Emily Gerard in the left lane, Tom Papp in the right. Papp turns it red by 3. Emily's win light is on. Look at that, dead 2 at the finish line for Emily Gerard. Nicely done. And now Reed Holland has the bye here in round 1. He would have been our number 1 qualifier. Hey, Super Gas, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Gas to the lanes. Attention in the pits, Super Gas. Super Gas, we need Super Gas to the staging lanes, please. Super Gas, lanes 3 and 4. So first pair in stock, super stock combo. Alf Weeb and John Buchinski. John Buchinski, yesterday's winner. Already got himself one of those 75th anniversary Wallies, looking to make it 2. How about $6.99 or $10.69 on the 1069 dial? Alf Weeb was absolutely awesome on the starting line, 004. Then at the finish line goes 1061 on his 1065 dial. So Buchinski coming back for round number 2. 2 more, Bruce Flodine and Norm LaPointe. Norm LaPointe. So Ken Johnson does not get around Rick McKinney. Johnson was almost awesome on the starting line. Rick McKinney was anything but he gets the win light. McKinney with a 1:34 reaction time. Got away with one. Daryl Stobie gets the win light. 10-10 on the 10:09 dial. Again, decided by a red light. Tori Hadley turned it red by 4th thou. Now Ed Hodder and Burke Taylor. Ed Hodder, tower side. In the late model Camaro, dialed 978. He's going to let Burke Taylor go first. Dialed in at 1012. Couple of green lights. One about twice as good as the other. Ed Hodder, despite leaving second, gets the win. 994 on the 978 dial, good enough to get it done. Burke Taylor dialed 1012, but wound up nowhere near that with a 1076. So Kyle Larson was the benefactor of a red light by Jim Mantle. So he's moving on. He'll be coming back. Two more for you. Dave Jung and Rod Stultz. Dave Jung and Rod Stultz. Boy, I'm hearing a lot of wacka of the throttle pretty early. How about that? Dave Jung puts it dead on with a 3. 10:57 with a 3, taking 15 thou at the stripe. He was doing 128, so I'm going to say the, I don't know if the throttle whacks were from him. Rod Stultz down to 124, so we're going to say they were from him. Daryl Storzik and JM's out there right now. Pretty sure I heard wheel spin in both lanes. Up at the top end, it's Daryl with the wind light on. 867 on the 63. Good enough to get the job done. Daryl had a little bit of a starting line advantage, which certainly helped him turn the wind light on up there at the top end. So Mark Campbell in the right lane. Still struggling with that bike a little bit. Looks like Mark Campbell is off the gas. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need top comp to the lanes, please. We'll take top comp in lanes 5 and 6. With the overflow to go into lanes 3 and 4. Top comp to lanes 5 and 6. Overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Easy for me to say. So again, we're making the call for top comp. We need top comp to the staging lanes, please. Top comp to 5 and 6 with overflow heading into 3 and 4. So Wild Bill with the win over Kevin Brennan. Cody Miner and Anna Donaldson. Anna Donaldson down 11:38. Anna was red, Cody Miner was 20, and now basically on a time trial. Goes 9 flat on the 895 dial. Father and son. The kid over here in the tower lane, the old man over there in the spectator lane. Dave Toth, 851 right-hand lane. Riley Toth, 866 left-hand lane. Riley Toth turns the win light on, 863 on the 866 dial. He's under by 20 thou. Dave Toth had a sizable starting line advantage as he was awesome on the starting line. 005 his light, then goes 847 on the 851 dial to be 32 thou under. So Riley Toth takes out Dad and moves on. Jay Dudley and Clayton Potter coming up. Dudley on a Yamaha, Potter on a Kawasaki. So Dudley in the left lane will get the starting line handicap. Clayton Potter, 001. Jay Dudley was 020 on the tree and probably thought, hey man, I'm in good shape. But he was 19 thou behind. So Clayton Potter coming back. Adam Hetler and Corey Craig now. Adam Hetler in the left lane. And Corey Craig turns the win light on in the right lane. Hitler had the starting line advantage. But runs too quick, taking almost 1.5 tenths at the stripe to find himself under by 12 thou. Steve Campbell and Isaac Hazelton.
Testing rates, Scarlett?
Austin Christopher and Matt McKay Smith. Christopher in the left lane. Went 6:09 earlier today. Matt McKay Smith down from Merritt. And it's all Austin Christopher. Wow, 6:05, 230 miles an hour. So I got prematurely excited this morning when I saw 6:09, not realizing that that was still a little bit off his record of 6:08, but no doubt about it now, baby. The quickest Kawasaki in the world just went quicker. 6:05, 230.06 miles an hour. That is absolutely impressive. Big congrats going out to Austin Christopher, Fast Lane Racing, Ron Howney, the whole crew out there. Great, great job. Well, Rob Aston in the left lane, definitely his best pass of the weekend. How about 7:08 at 195? Right lane off the gas way before the finish line. Coast through at 117. So 7:08, 195 miles an hour for Rob Aston. Attention in the pits, juniors. We'll take juniors to the lanes, please. Juniors, you can come on back. Junior dragsters and junior street. This is your call to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters and junior street. Come on down. Thunder lane 1, lightning lane 2, street in 5 and 6. So when it comes to the super classes, this would be like the middle child. You got Super Street at 1090, Super Comp at 890, and here's Super Gas right in the middle at 990. So we're going to give Pro Bracket a standby call. Pro Bracket standby call. Please be ready to go. Special note, John, you have nothing to get ready for. Couple of roadsters, pretty popular vehicle of choice in this class. Drastic hole shot for your winner. 998, getting there ahead of a 986. That tells you a little bit about the reaction times. So we won't bother telling you Rory Moser's light, but Dan Davis was pretty awesome with a 10 light. Now Glenn Ingleton, Dave Archibald. $9.93, getting there ahead of a 992. Once again, reaction times playing a big part in who gets the win light. Couple of Corvette Roadsters, 57s. Just 4th the difference in reaction times. At the top end, it is Dale Dryden. Hutchinson getting there first, but in doing so is under by 2 numbers almost exactly. Dale Dryden, 991. Now Mark Simmons and Brandon Hutchinson. Mark Simmons in the right lane. Brandon Hutchinson in the left. Corvette and a Camaro. Simmons, I do believe, is the mile per hour king in this field. Seen him go 176 a time or two. Well, I'm going to say Mark Simmons is in big trouble. And he is. Brandon Hutchinson gets there first by 35 thou, going 996. Mark Simmons went 987 and got there second. So Brandon Hutchinson was all but perfect on the starting line. Well, he was perfect. Trib zip. Of course, AccuTime shows us the 4th digit, and it was a 6. I'm kind of thinking that's it for Super Gas. Top comp coming at us. So before there was Top Sportsman and Top Dragster, there was Top Comp. And what happened was the class grew in popularity and car count until it got to a point where they said, hey, this is too much. We're going to have to split it up. Through that, we got Top Sportsman for door cars and Top Dragster for dragsters. So Rob Phippen, local guy from right here in Mission, going to take on Colton Morin. Morin, also a local guy from right here in Mission. Colton Morin, a regular here at Mission. Rob Phippen essentially just does the NHRA trail. So Rob Phippen's car, Tower Side, was once a top alcohol dragster. Pretty much still has that combination between the frame rails. It's just a little dated. Phippen dials 420. Colton Morin dials 483. So Colton Morin was a little snoozy on the starting line, but got away with it as Rob Phippen left on the early side, turned it red by 91 thou. So safety out there just doing a little track check while we help Rob Phippen get his car off the track. Was not able to get off the track under his own power. So I think they've got him hooked up. We get the go-ahead to continue. Cody Baker and G. Van Brar are going to make up our next pairing. G. Van Brar in the right-hand lane. G. Van dialed 501. Cody Baker dialed 451. So exactly 1/2 a second will separate them on the starting line. So a double red light. G. Van Brar was less red than Cody Baker. He was 004 red, and he is moving on, coming back for round number 2. So Monique Ambruzzi gets around Scott Robinson. A couple of strong green lights. Then at the finish, she goes dead 7 on the 447 dial. Scott Robinson was also dead on. But Monique with the starting line advantage. There's no getting around the math. Best package will win every time. Dale Phillips turns it red. Brandon Thomas was 084 on the starting line, then dead 9 at the finish line, but I'm going to say lucky to win with an 084 light. Yesterday's winner, Jeremy Soares. Taking on Adam DeYoung. Adam DeYoung in the right lane, dialed 529 in the Camaro. Jeremy Soares dialed 465 in the Dragster. So Jeremy Soares taking 61 at the stripe to be under by 13. Adam DeYoung, who was 064 on the tree, says thanks. I'll take that. Now Greg Doughty and Brad Powell. Powell in the right lane, dialed 459. Doughty over here, tower side in the TCS lane, dialed 505. Doughty's moving on. 505 with an 8 on the 505 dial. He had a green light. Brad Powell didn't. Powell also dead on. We're certainly, it would appear, at a point in the weekend where these guys driving dragsters have everything dialed in, because we are seeing just about everybody run dead on. Now Lincoln Shirk and Willie Oliver, a couple of young guns. Lincoln Shirk in the white dragster, Tower Side. And Willie Oliver. Both cars sporting rad decals. Willie Oliver dialed 443. So right around 0.04 of a second separate the by the dials, and it's Lincoln Shirk. Willie Oliver taking 15 at the stripe to be under by 18. Lincoln Shirk with a 009 reaction time. Then one above to move on to round number 2. Now Monty Beagle and yesterday's runner-up, Paul Soares. So Beagle from High River, Alberta. Paul Soares from Terrace, BC. .440 the dial for the dragster, 478 for the 55 Bel Air. Well, one guy's light about twice as good as the other guys. That would be for your winner. Paul Soares goes 479 with a 0, exactly one above. Taking 19 at the stripe. Beagle was 036 and in big trouble. Now Zach Clark and Jay Saverston. This is an interesting pairing. Saverston in the black Dodge pickup truck, dialed 489. Zach Clark over here in the Rad Torque Systems dragster. Love the black chrome headers. Was trip zip on his time trial, and he's 007 here in round 1, then wins a double breakout. He's under by just 1 thou. Jay Saverston under by 35 thou. So I don't have a name on my screen, but I'm pretty sure it is Shane Ledger over there in the right lane. Well, and Shane turned it pretty red. Ed Vanderkoy, 024, then 469 with a 6 on the 469 dial. 30 thou total. That'll certainly work. Mike Scholl and James Rutherford now. 9/10 of a second. Separate them on the starting line. Rutherford leaving first, down 528 in the 49 Coupe. Mike Scholl dialed 438 in the dragster. Rutherford red by 3 thou. Scholl on a freebie. Goes one above. Now Steve Horn is going to take on his engine builder, Ken Orser. So Kenny Orser has to run the boss. Ken Orser in that beautiful GTO right-hand side, ex-Bob Marshall car. Steve Horn dialed in at 427. Hey, listen up, Pro Bracket. Pro Bracket. This is your call to the staging lanes. Pro Bracket, come on down to the lanes. Pro Bracket. One more time. Pro Bracket, come on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsman, be ready to go. Standby call goes out to Sportsman. One more time, Sportsman, this is your standby call. Pro Bracket, start making your way to the staging lanes. We need Pro Bracket to the staging lanes. Logan Bell, Daryl Baker. The S10 pickup truck. Former Pro stock truck by the looks of it. Logan Bell, left lane for Comox Valley Excavation. 447. Daryl Baker, 501 the dial for the S10 pickup truck. Baker red by 7 thou. Logan Bell can count himself lucky. He was 084 up front, 2 above at the finish line. Next up, Derek Shirk and Mike Kenworthy. Kenworthy from Arlington, Washington. For Illusion Motorsports. Kenworthy dials the Pontiac in at 521. Derek Shirk exactly 6/10ths quicker. Dialed in at 461. Mike Kenworthy, 026 up front, 2 above the 521 dial, taking 48 at the stripe. Derek Shirk was 062, then 3 above the 461 dial, so not going to work. That is going to do it for top comp. Back to juniors. So round number 2 coming up. Well, no, beyond round number 2 for juniors. Round 3 as juniors is 1 round ahead of everybody else. So 2 green lights, Lyndon Reynolds and James McNeil. James McNeil was our winner from yesterday's race. But he is done for today. Winds up 937 on the 931 dial. Not good enough. Lyndon Reynolds Goes dead on with a 7. 1104 on the 1104 dial. Nick Bond and Shelby McNeil now. So James is done for the day. Maybe Shelby can go rounds. Well, no. That stinking red light. Nick Bond, 059 to start, 885 on the 9 flat dial. A little on the quick side, but that's all right. So that was your semi-final round. Next time we see Junior Street up here, it'll be for the final. Well, Mike, my good man, I'm going to go start loading up and turn the microphone duties back over to you. And,
Sounds good, John.
I just might abandon you for the rest of the day.
No problem at all. You get that S10 strapped down good on that ramp truck.
Or maybe roll it back into the river.
So what else has changed about this? Should I just get a new...
All right, guys. In the tower lane, we have Cadence Rodrigue lining up with an 895 dial next to Dallas Jackson with an 1190 dial. So Dallas Jackson is going to get the first green light. Green light for Cadence to chase her down. Cadence Rodrigue gets the W on that one. 899 on the 895 dial. Through the 8th mile trap at 71 miles an hour. Dallas Jackson putting down an 1197 on the 1190 dial, which wasn't quite enough. So Cadence Rodrigue will be in the final race for Junior Thunder. We got Owen Armstrong in the left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the lanes. Sportsmen, this is your call to the staging lanes. For elimination round 2. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. Alex Green gets the green light, but goes red on it. Handing the win for that run over to Owen Armstrong. So Owen Armstrong wins that one with a 12:10 over a 12:05 dial-in. Final will be Owen Armstrong v. Cadence Rodrigue for the Junior Thunder Junior Dragsters. We got Gray Sean, Dunmore, Alberta. Driving with Kids Play Preschool. Lined up next to Koka Kowalski out of Chilliwack. 795 dial, VA 795 dial. Very similar reaction times off the starting line. Gray Sean takes it. 795 with an 8 on Gray's 795 dial. Gray Sean, semi-finalist, now moved on to finalist. Last junior, for Junior Lightning, we have Isabella Marshall. Isabella Marshall here from Vernon, driving with Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World. 806 dial, getting off the line with a 128 reaction time and runs an 803 at 82 miles per hour. So it will be Gray Sean lined up next to Isabella Marshall for the Junior Lightning final. First two pro bracket cars in the burnout box. Heating up the tires, we got John McLean in the left lane. Out of Nanaimo, BC, 1969 Ford. Nice metallic copper color on that car. Dialed in with an 1113. Lining up next to Mike Render, the 85 Chevy S10 with a 1076 dial. John McLean going red. Red by 600ths. Clicking on Mike Render's win light at the end of the track, right off the starting line. Mike Render also went red but by quite a lot less, running a 1082 at 121 miles per hour. We got Rick Dyes, 1973 Chevy Nova. Black car with the pearly ghost flames in the tower lane. Lined up next to Brendan Piskacek, GT Fox body in the Lordco lane. And at the finish line, Brendan Piskacek does it. Brendan Piskacek running a little bit too quick. Rick Dyes running quite a bit too quick. So Brendan Piskacek getting the win on that one. He will be moving on to eliminations round number 3. We have Lorenz Schwartz, white Chevy, versus White Ford at the starting line right now. Lined up next to Jason Cooper, 72 Ford Maverick. 10-12 dial in the left lane, 10-17 in the right lane. Lorenz Schwartz running a 10-11 on his 10-12 dial. Jason Cooper running a 10-12 on his 10-17 dial. Lorenz Schwartz going ahead, moving on in the competition. Dell Northgraves, 77 Chevy Nova in the left lane. We've got Ryan Warnke in the right lane out of Renton, Washington. Ryan Warnke takes it, running an 11:47 on his 11:46 dial through the traps at 114 miles an hour. Dell Northgraves went a little too quick on that one, 10:19 on his 10:20. Ended up being off dial by 5 thou. We got Matt Warner lined up next to Jim Stahl. Matt Warner about to take off in his 66 Merc for a wheels up exit. Jim Stahl going red, handing it over to Matt Warner, lighting up his win light. Matt Warner with a solid launch off the line with a 004 reaction time, getting across the stripe with a 10:55 at 112 miles an hour. Steve Watkins in the left lane out of Hillsboro, Washington. 2017 C7 Chevy Corvette. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, you are on standby. That's Super Pro to the staging lanes. Hot Rod on standby. Also, attention to the door slammers. Door slammers, you guys are on a 15-minute standby. Door slammers, 15-minute standby. Thank you. I think Alan Prock there in the Lordco lane did not stage. Rolling through the staging beams, handing it over to Chris Stone. Chris Stone in his 68 Dart. 10:15 dial-in, ran a 10:16 at 128 miles per hour. Chris Stone will be moving on in the competition. We got Craig Johnson, 79 Chevy Wagon, lined up next to Ray Bollinger. In the 63 Pontiac. .1052 dial for Craig in the left lane. 1060 dial for Ray's Pontiac. Now that last run, Ray Bollinger ran a 005 reaction time, but Craig Johnson with a 0001 reaction time. Craig Johnson takes it with a perfect light and runs a 1054 on his 1052 dial. So Craig Johnson will be moving on in this competition. Now we got Jeff Whitworth Out of Nanaimo, BC, 1984 Chevy S10 in the tower lane. Lined up next to Amber Rutherford with a 928 dial. Amber takes it with a 929. She parks that little S10 of Jeff's. Amber Rutherford, 929 on the 928 dial, running 138 miles per hour across the stripe. Jeff Whitworth just a hair too fast on that run. Now we got Tyler Smith, 1968 Chevelle. Black paint job with the black steel wheels next to Sean Langley's red Mustang. Seeing some smoke coming out of the back of Sean Langley's car. Not sure what's going on there. Sean Langley takes the win on that one with an 1170 on his 1164 dial. Darren Martin leaving early with this 16-second dial. Kevin McCauley got a little impatient. Left off the line early. Red lit up Darren Martin's win light. So Darren Martin with his 1682 on his 1687 dial will move on in this competition. Taryn Monroe in the white Trans Am, the F-body car in the tower lane, lined up next to Lee Conroy in the Mitsubishi. Taryn Monroe with a 1407 takes the W on that one, parking that Mitsubishi. We got this square body pickup truck in the tower lane lined up next to Jessica Armstrong's 65 Dodge. Square body with an 1160 dial. Jessica Armstrong with a 1330 dial. And the square body takes it again. Second win. 1156 on the 1160 dial. Jessica Armstrong ran a 1325 on her 1330 dial. So 4,000 under or 400ths under versus 300ths under. Square body moves on. We have Jason Mercer in the right lane, 84 Cutlass. 1160 dial next to Ryan Ledretz. It's 1971 Chevy in the tower lane with an 1169 dial. Jason Mercer putting down an 1160 with an 8 on his 1160 dial, taking the win light on that one. The margin between the two cars at the end of the racetrack was 4 10,000ths of a second. Close race at the finish line there. We have Sylvia Hoogstens in baby blue, the 1966 Mustang in the tower lane. Lined up next to Josh Klosky, 1990 Blazer, LS powered unit with an 1162 dial. Josh Klosky takes it, 1177 on his 1162 dial. Through the trap at 109 miles per hour. Sylvia Hoogstens ran a 87 on her 1207 dial, going a bit too quick there. Brendan Piskacek, 1990 Ford GT Fox body hatch in the Tower Lane, lined up next to Nick Douglas's 2023 Super B. Brendan Piskacek lights up the win light, 1327 on his 1328 dial, but Nick Douglas went even more red than that. Nick Douglas leaving the line with a 007 reaction time, an 010 for Brendan Piskacek, and he takes the win on that one. Jim Olson in the left lane in the convertible Mustang, lined up next to Steve Watkins in the 2017 Corvette. 1550 dial in the left lane, so Jim is going to leave first. Steve Watkins in the right lane with an 1160 dial. Jim Olson leaving red. So Steve Watkins knew he'd won that race before the race started. Had plenty of time to get off the line and still went red. Just by 2 thou, not 300ths like Jim did. So Steve Watkins will go ahead and continue being competitive in his class. Mark Muscat, 1977 Monza. The Nitro pinball car in the Tower Lane. Looks like some crazy Ratfink-esque graphics on the front and some Iron Maiden-esque graphics on the back of the car. George LeBlanc in the right lane, 66 Chevelle Supersport. Powered by a 582 big block Chevy. 877 dial, 406 small block in the Monza with a 1026 dial in. One of these cars with a fantastic reaction time. And it pays off for Mark in his Monza. 1030 on the 1026 dial, getting off the line with a 005 reaction time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, this is your call to the staging lanes. We got Jason Gibson, Tangerine 91 Mustang out of Surrey. Lincoln Shirk in the right lane hands it over to Jason Gibson. Jason Gibson winning that race off the starting line. We got Daryl Tippy on the Tower side, lined up next to Mike Stewart. Bucky in the 67 Chevy 2, driving Chiclet with Gibson's Racing Trans, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and Slick Works. 1048 dial for Tippy, 1006 dial for Bucky. One of these drivers putting down a real nice reaction time. And Daryl Tippy takes it. with a 10:48 with an 8 on his 10:48 dial. Bucky leaving with a 009 reaction time, but he puts down a 10:05 on his 10:06 dial in. Daryl Tippy continuing on in the competition. Emma Debris now. Here comes trouble. Cal Tire Rapid Heating and Plumbing. B&D Lift Trucks. Straight Line Race Cars. Competition Tree Services. She's racing in memory of Mike. Lance Churchuk took off a little bit early. So no matter what Emma does here, well, she's got the win light lit up already. Puts down a 8:52 with an 8:48. 154 miles an hour. We got Mike Robinson, 1927 Ford, 448 powered unit, lined up next to Lorenz Schwartz, 1983 Monte Carlo, 917 dial for the little hot rod, 1010 dial for the G-body, and Lorenz Schwartz goes red, handing it over to the little hot rod of Mike Robinson. Mike Robinson moving on, running a 917 with a 7 on his 917 dial. Killer run for Mike Robinson anyways, leaving with an 040 reaction time. 141 miles per hour across the stripe. G. Van Braar's up next, lined up next to Wes Vath. Wes Vath in the right lane. White 1983 Firebird. 598 dart block power in that car. He's driving along with Acumen Machine. 920 dial-in. G. Van Braar in the gray dragster with a 789 dial-in. G. Van Braar leaves the starting line with his win light already lit up. Wes Vath leaving 0.05 of a second too early. Got off the line ahead of schedule. G. Van Braar ran a 798 at 147 miles an hour. G. Van will be moving on into the next round of eliminations. Jim Benke, 67 Barracuda, 440 Mopar under that hood scoop, big wheelie off the top. Lincoln Rutherford in the right lane, that 71 Ford Pinto. And Lincoln Rutherford takes it. Getting there early, but not as early as Jim Benke got there. Lincoln Rutherford put down a 962 at 136 miles an hour on his 963 dial-in. Craig Johnson in the right lane. That 79 Chevy Malibu wagon. 1051 dial-in next to Ron Fawcett, Nanaimo, BC guy, in his slightly altered 1923 Model T. .893 dial-in for the Lord or the TCS lane. Craig Johnson, much better leave off the line with an 016 reaction time. taking Ron Fawcett, slightly altered car, taking it slightly out of the competition. 1054 on his 1051 dial. Craig Johnson through the speed trap at 113 miles an hour. Jerry Brown, orange duster, or demon. I just noticed I've been calling it a duster all day, but focus my eyes on that car a little bit, and it appears to be a 71 Dodge Demon, orange car. And he takes it on a 1090 dial. Jerry Brown runs a 1090.04. Off dial by 4/10,000ths of a second on his 1090 dial. Pretty much a run impossible to beat. Hot Rods, attention in the pits. Hot Rods, I've made a call for you guys already. Got to call you again. We need Hot Rods in the staging lanes. Hot Rods, come on down for eliminations round 2 for you guys. Daniel Rodrigue, running a 737 on his 738 dial, through the trap at 183 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. If you own a North Trail travel trailer and you are parked in front of the Max Fox building, if you do not move it, it will be moved for you. So please go hook up your trailer. If you are parked out front of the Max Fox building, go hook it up and get it out of the way. That would be much appreciated if that was done in a timely manner. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Andy Klosky. We need Andy Klosky and Daryl Tippy. Klosky and Tippy. We need you guys in the staging lanes, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your call to the staging lanes. Door slammers, come on down to the staging lanes. That's door slammers to the staging lanes. Sean Langley, smoky run down the track again. Winning that run again with an 1165 with an 08 on his 1165 dial. 8 10,000ths off dial. Sean Langley putting down a good run. Rob Monroe running an 885 on his 887 dial. Just a little bit too quick. Track team just checking out what the deal is with that smoke coming out of that Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the bits. Door slammers. Come on down to the staging lanes, guys. Door slammers, this is your second call for the staging lanes. Super Street, you guys are on standby. Door slammers to the staging lanes, stand by Super Street. You saw it? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Street, call to the staging lanes. Super Comp, you guys are on standby. That's standby Super Comp, Super Street, come on down. Couple Chevelles pulling up to the starting line now. A blue 71 and a red 72. Very subtle differences between these cars. Not a big change in these 2 years. Ryan Ledrette in the left lane with an 1162. Walter Johnson in the right lane with an 1110. And it goes to Ryan Ledrette with an 1177 on his 1162 dial. Walter Johnson went a little bit too quick there. Pair of Chevelles first, now a pair of Chevy 2s. Terry Hoogstens, 1966. In the tower lane with a 1214 dial is going to take off first. Jerry Brabander in the right lane, 1963 Chevy 2. 1081 dial. Both cars with pretty good reaction times. Getting down there, Terry Hoogstens takes it on his 1014 dial. Our 1214 dial, he runs a 1214 with a 4. 4th thou off dial, Terry Hoogstens. Park and Jerry Brabander's Chevy 2. We got Haley Christensen, 67 Chevy. C10 in the left lane, lining up with Daryl Tippy, 62 Chevy. 1203 dial for the pickup truck, 1048 for Daryl Tippy. Win light for Daryl Tippy with a 1048 and a 7 on his 1048 dial. Haley Christensen going a little bit too quick on that run, but a 1048 with a 7 on a 1048 dial is a tough run to beat. Daryl Tippy will be moving on. Andy Klosky up next. 65 Chevy, the strip teaser in the tower lane with a 975 dial. Next to Andy Antle in the pretty bare bones bodied pickup truck. Andy Klosky parking the pickup truck of Andy Antle. Andy Klosky getting across the line with a 978 on his 975 dial, 129 miles per hour. And we got a buy run with a 72 Ford Maverick in the Lordco lane. That is Jason Cooper behind the wheel of that thing, getting off the line early, all by himself out there. Gets off the line early, 1017 dial, and he puts down a 1014 at 111 miles an hour. And that will do it for eliminations round 2 for hot rods. Coming up next, we got door slammers. Door slammers elimination round 3.
Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I just talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy. You know, you kind of see what you build here. You can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than a Tristan Mechanical.
Dubuque County Fair is about to get its face melted. One second.
I guess their faces are safe.
Shut up, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, shut up.
Shut up, Jeff. I don't need your help.
This is just like what happened in Pittsburgh.
Never mention Pittsburgh!
When you need to be there, you need an Interstate. The car battery auto techs prefer.
It's not just a job. It's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets
Door slammers, round of 6. Paul Stretch, Kenny Young. Carry right side on the S10. As you look down, 834 is the dial, and we'll have the opportunity to leave the starting line first. Stretch, in the Chevrolet 716, the dial. There goes Carey. Red light start for Paul. By a bunch. Carey Young is 29 on the green light and 8:33 on the 8:34 prediction. Will advance down into the semifinals. That's Peter Lachinas and Mike Bedsworth will be our next pair. Doreen Dick, Super Street. Bring that Pleasure Mobile up into the staging lanes, if you would, please. You are our only missing competitor. Doreen, let's get you up there. Spate in the 55 Chevrolet, 759. We'll be off and away first. Bedsworth, 709 in the Oldsmobile. We'll be doing the chasing. Again, 6 left here in the door slammer category. This will get us down to 3 cars. Red light start by 7 thou for Mike Bedsworth. Pete in the 55 was TARDY and 761 on the 759 dial. Dodged a bullet right there. Did Pete, is Otto Schultz and Jace Syverson. That's Super Comp Eliminator. Super Comp to get in the staging lanes, please. Super Comp. A little hitch in the giddy up, if you would, please. Super Comp. Jay Severson. In the Dodge Dakota. Extended cab. 768 the dial for Jay. Otto, 746 in the Blue Cavalier. The opportunity to lead first is Jay. Otto will be doing the chasing. Away and away on a red light start as we are 3 for 3 with the big O, nasty, ugly, ominous, stinky red lights here in the round of 6 of the door slammers. All 3 races decided by the red light, and it wasn't just red lights in the same lane. Our racetrack here at Mission Raceway Park was equal opportunity red lights. As that will close out. Door slammers, it's again, Super Comp Eliminator. Super Comp. Need you headed this way. I believe there's 7 of y'all coming back. Again, Super Comp. If you would, please, Super Comp. Super Street's fired up. Rolling around the corner. 9 cars left here in Super Street. Sims and Robert Zerbrug. 1090 the index here in Super Street Eliminator. A couple of Washington residents. Todd for Puget Sound Petroleum. Wife Cindy there alongside. A couple of red Chevrolet products. 68 Nova right side for Robert, and the old school hood scoop on that machine. And Todd Sims with his 66 Chevrolet Nova. Staged, away. Both are pretty good down here. Todd looking to the right, Robert looking to the left. Big end of the racetrack. That is a real good drag race right there. Todd Sims, 18 green, one above one to be 3 thou in front at the finish line. Zerbrug was slightly better at the hit by 2 thou, 16 green, and then goes 1091.7. But 3 thou behind at the finish line as Todd Sims will proceed as Jan Christensen and Jerry Brown. Jan left side of the 78 Camaro. Jerry Brown right side is out and away as Jan Christensen's car is rolling to a stop. Jerry Brown off the gas goes 11:03. We also appreciate so we get Jan Christensen off the racing surface. Jerry Brown was the victor in that pair as Zach Rice and Zach Zerbrug will be our next pair. Zach in the 63 Nova right side. Zach with the H and his wheel standing 68 Chevrolet Camaro as I need stock, super stock combo, stock, super stock combo. Need to roll into the back of the lanes if you would, please. Motorcycle, you all are on standby, and you're going to be on standby for not very long. Sports and motorcycle, you guys are on standby, but be getting ready to roll. Stock, super stock combo needs you in the back of the lanes. So Zach with the H alongside Zach with the K. The K is over on the right side. The H is here on the tower side. Away and away. Zerbrug out in front, looking over the right shoulder. Here comes Zach Rice. Is going to have enough real estate? No. 1090 with a 7 for Zach Zerbrug. Was 28 on the green light. Zach Rice was Jackie Robinson, 42. 1090 with a 5. But 12 thou behind at the finish line, which was the difference on the reaction time. As Tony Hopkins and Doreen Dick. Tony in the 5.5 Chevrolet. The salmon and gray machine over on the left side, and Doreen in the Pleasure Mobile. As we are off and away, as Tony turns it red by trip 08, and that is painful. Doreen's going to get a free sniff of 1090, and she's going to smell like 1087 at 142 miles an hour. But Tony, tough one. Trip 08 red. Final call super comp. Final call super comp. Stock super stock combo. You should be in the back of the lanes. Sportsman motorcycle. Sportsman motorcycle. Let's get you on the ground and towing this way, please. But stock, super stock combo, y'all should be up in the lanes. As we are that time of the day and that time of the weekend, when we call you, it should not be a surprise. We need you headed this way, please. As Freddie Hoffman gets the bye at 9 cars. Hoffman would have been out in front of the green light by 23 thou, but get that out of your system there on the solo. And he goes 1087.3 at 130 miles an hour there for Fred Hoffman. That wraps up the round of 9. And Super Street, that'll roll us into the quarterfinals of that category with Super Comp quarterfinals here at the ready line as Justin Bond with the solo. Team JBS over on the Lord Coast side of the racetrack. Justin will advance down into the semifinals as soon as he takes the green. Which he did. Free data acquisition run for Justin Bond, 885 at 182 for Mr. Bond. Brings up Reed Holland and Stephen Horton. Dan Ray, team out of Martyrsville, Alberta. Stephen Horton from Port Orchard, Washington, the home of Bremerton Raceway. Horton over on the right-hand side, the all-red dragster with the black scoop. Bumping in last of stage, away and away. Holland stole 3 Hun on the starting line. Can he pay it off at the big end of the racetrack? Yes. 893 beats 890. Reed was 008, 893 to take 6 thou at the finish line. It was pretty good. Stephen Horton was 43 down here, dead on 4 at the big end, but 6 thou behind at the finish line. As our winner from race number 1, rolling through the water box right now, the DG Machine dragster of Dale Green. Going to be alongside Brandon Hutchinson and the Shorty. Dale Green out of Washington. Brandon out of Shawnigan Lake, BC. And the American prepared Shorty dragster. The American Race Car Company made like less than 20 of these shorties. Just over 200-inch wheelbase. And sports and motorcycle into staging lane number 1, if you would please. Sports and motorcycle into staging lane number 1. Super Gas as well. Need you in the back of the staging lane. Super Gas is done. Or sorry, Super Gas. Let's get you in the back of the lanes, please. Top Comp, you are on standby, but be ready to roll. And Sports Motorcycle in 1 as we are off and away. Hutchinson trying to take out the Saturday winner of Dale Green and the Shorty, and Hutchinson will get it done. 11 green and 892.4 to be 16 thou in front. Dale Green gave up 1.5 Hun on the starting line and was a little more worser down there at the finish line as Brandon Hutchinson a little bit better on both ends of the racetrack. To roll into the semifinals in Super Comp Eliminator as Emily Gerard was supposed to take on Selena Linehan. And as I look left from my perch, Selena is watching here at the fence line. She had all sorts of mechanical issues this weekend and fortunately not able to show up here for the round of 7. Emily gets a freebie. Off and away for the Rad Torque machine. 25 on the green light. A free look at 890, 887.7 at 173 miles an hour to close out the quarterfinal round of Super Comp Eliminator. Again, sports and motorcycle. Roll up into lane number 1. My stock, super stock combo competitors, y'all should be here. Super gas. Need you in the back of the lanes, please. Our stock and super stock guys back there, once you're paired, you can roll forward, please. Once again, super gas, super gas. Get you in the back, sports and motorcycle, all the way up in lane number 1, if you would, please. And thank you.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes, top comp to the staging lanes. He's 1067 and Rick McKinney gets it. Rick McKinney getting the win light on that one with a 10:29 at a $1.25. John Baczynski stopping the timer at 10:69 with a $1.21. Rick McKinney moving on to the next round of eliminations. Wheels up launch for Norm LaPointe out of Sherwood Park, Alberta. 1086 dial, 009 reaction time. Crossing the stripe with a 1082 at a $1.19. Got a couple of late model F bodies here. 95 Chevy Camaro and a 96 Chevy Camaro. Kyle Larson left lane. Dave Jung in the right lane. 1090 in the TCS lane. A 1056 in the Lordco lane. Big wheels up launch for both the cars. Dave Jung going red by 3 thou. Handing the win light over to Kyle Larson at the starting line. Kyle Larson running a 1080 on the 1090 dial, 121 miles per hour through the quarter-mile trap. Daryl Stobie, left lane, 1009 dialing in that 64 Chevelle. Black car with a white roof. Classy color combination. Lined up next to Ed Houter. Linwood, Washington. In the Camaro. Big wheels up launch from both the cars, but Daryl Stobie leaving 4th thou early. Handing Ed the win light on that one off the starting line. Ed running a 987 on his 980 dial. $1.39 through the speed trap at the end of the quarter mile. And that appears to be the final race for stock, super stock class. Well, guys, looks like we have some motorcycles lined up in staging lane number 1. About to come out onto the track for their elimination round 2. And just another reminder for all the racers in the pits, if you're leaving your rig between now and Rad Torque Sports Nationals, parking for rigs is on the spectator side. And very importantly, racers who are pitted in the road course area must move out of your spot on Sunday night after racing. At the end of tonight, you guys got to move out of your spot if you are on the road course area. First pair of motorcycles pulling out onto the drag strip here. That is the River Valley Ford drag strip right here at Mission Raceway Park. In the tower lane, we have Al Omand out of Agassi, 2017 Kawasaki with an 892 dial. In the Lordco lane, Clayton Potter, here from Calgary, Alberta, 2008 Kawasaki ZX14 with a 914 dial. Getting the front tire up in the air quite a bit in the right lane, maybe a bit more than Clayton Potter wanted to. Crossing the finish line a little bit too fast. Al Omand takes the win on that one with an 889 on his 892 dial. 131 miles per hour. 200ths too quick. Clayton Potter ran 600ths too quick. We got Cody Minor, 86 Suzuki, in the tower lane. Lined up next to Riley Toth on the 02 Kawasaki. 891 TCS lane, 863 in the Lordco lane. And off they go down the track. Wind light lit up on the Lordco lane for Riley Toth, who ran an 863 with a 2 on his 863 dial. 2 thou off his dial, running a 141 mile per hour. Up next, we have Steve Campbell, 89 Suzuki in the Tower Lane. In the right lane, Corey Craig, here out of Chilliwack. Corey piloting his 2005 Suzuki. Steve Campbell in the left lane. He's here from Airdrie, Alberta. 808 dial up against Corey's 788 dial. And Steve Campbell takes it with an 812 on his 808 dial. Through the trap at 142 miles an hour, Corey Craig's bike will be parked for today. Steve Campbell's weekend is not yet over. Daryl Storzik, 1986 Suzuki, riding with Leak Pro Suzuki, the world leader in automotive water leaks, air leaks, and wind noise repair, with an 860 dial in the Tower Lane. Up next to Wild Bill McDonald. Wild Bill McDonald, Kawasaki racer. On a 912 dial, Wild Racing would like to thank TNT Traffic Solutions. And Wild Bill does it again with a 912 on his 912 dial. That's a 912 with a 6. Margin between the two bikes was 5/10,000ths of a second. Daryl Storzik put down an 866 on his 860 dial. Wild Bill dialed in with a 912 and ran a 912 with a 6. That's a pretty tough run to beat. And that's a wrap for Elimination Round 2 Motorcycle. We got Super Gas coming up. Super Gas Elimination Round 2. Just giving the track a quick drag before we start bringing out the Super Gas cars. One track sponsor I don't think I've given a shout out yet to today, with a giant logo on the spectator side building over there, Mopac Auto Supply. Canada's go-to high-performance parts supplier since 1973. With 2 superstore locations, Langley and Edmonton. After more than 50 years in the game, they're known for carrying 200 plus product lines from major performance brands, making them a huge name for racers, hot rodders, muscle cars, and street machines. And with that, we have Glenn Ingledon, 1969 Corvette, with a wild-looking paint job, waiting in the burnout box. Lined up next to Glenn. In the Lordco lane, another Corvette. This one 57 Roadster flavored. Dale Dryden, here from Settler, Alberta. First pair of super gas cars, and Glenn hands Dale the win light at the starting line. Leaving early by 17 thou. Dale Dryden takes the win light with a 985 on his 990 dial. Through the trap at 151 miles an hour. Up next we have Brandon Hutchinson, 02 Davis Roadster Corvette. C5 next to a C3 by my eye. Dan Davis in the right lane. 63 Corvette Tacoma, Washington driver. His car is powered by a 565. And Dan Davis going red this time, handing Brandon Hutchinson the win at the starting line once again. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, this is your call. Come on down to the staging lanes for your finals. Juniors for the finals, come on down to the staging lanes. We got a couple dragsters pulling up to the starting line now. Brandon Thomas, Calhoun, Georgia. 2021 Miller dragster. Lined up next to G. Van Brar, 2016 undercover car. 436 dial in the TCS lane. We got a 499 dial in the Lordco lane. G. Van Brar handing the win light over to Brandon Thomas. Brandon Thomas putting down a solid run regardless with a 436 and a 2 on his 436 dial. Crossing the 8th mile at 160 miles per hour. I believe every matchup so far in the Super Gas class has not had a clean double green launch yet. Adam DeYoung in the right lane, 67 Chevy Camaro. The first year of the Chevy Camaro. 529 dial-in next to Zach Clark. And 529 with a 9 on his 529 dial. Adam DeYoung will move on, putting Zach Clark and his dragster out of this competition. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Pro to the lanes. Pro, this is your call to the lanes. That's Pro. Come on down to the lanes. Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Pro to the lanes, standby, Sportsman. We got Michael Scholl, left lane out of Calgary, Alberta, in the TNT dragster, lined up next to Monique Ambrosi, 26 dragster, from Plainfield, Indiana. 439 dial in the tower lane, 446 in the Lordco lane. We have a clean launch at the starting line. Michael Scholl takes it with a 441 on his 439 dial, crossing the 8th mile at 158 miles an hour. Monique Ambrosi going a little bit too quick, running a 445 on her 446 dial, off dial by 2 thou. Lincoln Shirk in the dragster in the tower lane, lining up next to Mike Kenworthy in his 92 Pontiac. Mike Kenworthy driving with Illusion Motorsports in the Lordco lane. Trans Am with a 522 dial next to Lincoln Shirk's 482 dial. So Mike Kenworthy's going to leave a little early. Just a hair early. Lincoln Shirk. Not enough. 523 on the 522 dial goes to Mike Kenworthy of Arlington, Washington. He will be moving on in the competition. We got Paul Soares and Greg Dowdy. Greg Dowdy, 2014 MTM dragster in the right lane, in the raw carbon fiber body, lined up next to Paul Soares out of Terrace, BC. 55 Chevy Bel Air with a 632 underneath that big old hood scoop. One of these drivers with a fantastic reaction time. A 006 for Paul Soares in the left lane, taking it with a 477 on his 477 dial. He ran a 477 with a 9 at 148 miles an hour. Ed Vanderkoy from Barnwell, Alberta, in the blue and white dragster in the tower lane. We got Colton Morin in the Lordco lane, racing with Morin Motorsports. Ed Vanderkoy handing it over at the starting line. Colton Morin's win light lit up. By the time he got on the gas, Colton Morin running a 486 at 141 miles an hour. Colton Morin moving on in tonight's competition. Up next, Ken Orser. 2006 Pontiac GTO in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen, this is your call to the lanes. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. Super Pro, you're on standby. Super Pro standby. Sportsmen, come on down. Ken Orser leaving early. Lighting up Logan Bell's win light. Logan Bell, the winner of that race, off the get-go, running a 4:47 on the 4:48 dial. Logan Bell leaving with a 060 reaction time, and that wraps up our second round of eliminations for Top Comp. Moving on now to the Junior Street Final. Junior Street Final. Lyndon Reynolds out of Mission, BC in the 98 Acura Integra. Lined up next to Nick Bond in the 2023 Porsche. Lyndon Reynolds leaving first with an 1104 dial. Now Nick Bond goes with a 900 dial. Going to chase Lyndon Reynolds down, and it is the Porsche that takes it. Lyndon Reynolds running too quick with an 1198 on 1104 dial. Nick Bond also running too quick, but he is the lesser offender. 895 on the 900 dial. So Nick Bond, you are the Junior Street Champion of the day. Now the first run of Junior Dragster Finals. Starting us off, we got Junior Thunder, Cadence Rodrigue. Lining up next to Owen Armstrong. Cadence Rodrigue in the blue car with the black flames. In the tower lane, driving an 06 Creative Junior Dragster with an 894 dial. Lining up next to Cadence is Owen Armstrong out of Chilliwack. 2004 Creative Junior Dragster. Owen is driving with Lordco and Elite Belts. 1208 dial in for that car. So Owen Armstrong will be getting the green light first. Cadence Rodrigue will be getting the green light a couple seconds after. And will be off to chase Owen down. Similar reaction times for both drivers. Comes down to the finish line. Left lane, Cadence Rodrigue running a 898 at 72 miles per hour. On her 894 dial, Cadence Rodrigue, you are the champion for Junior Thunder for today. Well done and congratulations, Cadence Rodrigue. Owen Armstrong is the runner-up. And that is the final for Junior Thunder. Moving on to the final two with juniors. Final two juniors of the whole weekend. Coming down to these two Junior Lightning cars. Couple Junior Lightnings. We have Isabella Marshall in the left lane. Here out of Vernon, driving with Canco Petroleum and De Silva Auto World. Isabella with an 803 dial-in down. Gray Sean in the right lane. Gray Sean driving with Kids Play Preschool today. All the way from Dunmore, Alberta. 2022 Mike Boss chassis with a 795 dial in the right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need sportsmen to the staging lanes. Sportsmen, come on down to the staging lanes, please. Gray Sean takes it. 798 on the 795 dial. Through the 8th mile trap at 80 miles an hour. Isabella Marshall stopping the timer with an 808 on her 803 dial. Also 80 miles an hour. But it wasn't enough to beat Gray Sean, who is the champion of this weekend for tonight's competition. The Junior Lightning champion for today. Isabella Marshall, the runner-up. And that's a wrap for the junior class for this weekend. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors, come on down to the tower. Got some stuff for you down here. Juniors, I'm going to give you guys a call in a little bit, and I know you're probably excited, just getting off the track, but juniors, you can come to the tower. You guys are done for the day. If you are a winner or a runner-up, got something for you guys up here. And the first couple of pros crossing the finish line. In this third round of eliminations, Mike Render handing the win night to Ryan Warnke right off the starting line there. Mike Render leaving 6th thou early. Ryan Warnke running an 11:47 on his 11:44 dial through the traps at 116 miles an hour. Brandon Piskacek in the 1990 hatchback Fox Body GT, leaving way ahead of Amber Rutherford with a 13:24 dial next to her 9:28. And Brandon Piskacek timed it a little bit better. 13:33 quarter mile ET on his 13:24 dial. Through the trap at 87 miles an hour. Amber Rutherford with a 9:28 on her 9:28 dial, but the reaction time was 0.3 of a second, whereas Brendan Piskacek's was 0.81 off the line. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Sportsman, car number 7369. We need you in the staging lanes. Sportsman, car number 7369 to the staging lane, please. For your third round of eliminations here. Matt Warner in the right lane. Big wheels up launch for Matt Warner as expected. 1045 dial next to Chris Stone's 1016 dial. And Matt Warner takes it. Chris Stone running a little too quick. Matt Warner also running a little too quick, but by a little less of a margin than Chris Stone. Matt Warner off dial by only 5/10,000ths of a second. And the margin between those two cars at the finish line was 1/10,000th of a second. That was a close race at the finish line, a very, very close race at the finish line. Lorenz Schwartz up next, 83 Monte Carlo in the tower lane with a 10:05 dial. Next to Zach's 68 Camaro with a big wheels up launch. One of these drivers with a really nice leave off the line, and he is awarded for his efforts. 68 Camaro, that's Zach's car in the right lane, running a 1021 with an 8 on his 1021 dial, getting off the line with a 009 reaction time. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you guys in the staging lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Hot Rods, you are on standby in the pits. Hot Rods, you guys are on standby. We got Craig Johnson now in the left lane for a bye run. 1979 Chevy Malibu wagon. 1040 dial with a healthy wheels up launch. Craig Johnson with a 012 reaction time off the line. Crossing the stripe at 1046, 122 miles an hour. And that's a wrap for the Pro Cars, third round of eliminations. Up next, we got Sportsman. Attention in the pits. Just a reminder, if you were racing yesterday, if you were a semi-finalist in any class, a runner-up in any class, or a winner in any class, we got a stack of checks up here that we would like to put one of them in your hand if you match any of the above criteria. So if you were a semi-finalist, a runner-up, or a winner from any class yesterday and you did not come to the tower to grab a check, well, come on down here. We got one waiting for you. Taryn Monroe lined up next to Darren Martin. 97 F-body next to the 05 GMC GMT 800 truck. And the truck makes it happen. 1683 Dylan. Darren Martin running a 1686 at 81 miles an hour. Darren Martin putting Taryn Monroe out of the competition for today. Couple more sportsmen in the burnout box. We got Brendan Piskachek in the left lane. 1990 Ford hatchback GT Fox body Mustang with a big old cowl induction hood, lined up next to Josh Klosky LS-powered 1990 Chevy Blazer, down from Quesnel, BC. Josh Klosky with an 1165 dial, driving with Greg's Flooring Design, Grizz Contracting, and Gibson's Racing Trans. Josh Klosky running an 1165 with a 5 on his 1165 dial-in. Through the trap at 105 miles per hour. Taking Brandon Piskacek out of the competition in this round of Sportsman. We got a solo run for Jason Mercer. 1160 dial-in for that T-top 84 Cutlass. Car number 7369 did not show up to make his pass in the Lordco lane. A freebie for Jason Mercer. He'll move on to elimination round 4. Put down a 1154 in the quarter. 115 miles an hour through the trap. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers, this is your 15-minute standby call. 15-minute standby call for door slammers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Hot Rod, this is your call to the staging lanes. For eliminations, round 3. Daryl Tippy taking off. Emma Debris chasing him down. Daryl Tippy takes it. Getting off the line with a 009 reaction time. 10:48 on a 10:47 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Let's go, door slammers. Come on down, door slammers. This is your call to the staging lanes. We're gonna go ahead and put you guys in lanes 5 and 6. This is a call for door slammers, lanes 5 and 6. Super Street in the pits. Super Street, you guys are on standby. Get ready for your call. You'll be called to the staging lanes shortly. Back to racing, Jason Gibson handing it over to Lincoln Rutherford. In this round of eliminations, the third round for Super Pro. Lincoln Rutherford will go on. Now we got a couple dragsters lined up. We got G. Van Brar in the left lane. 2012 undercover dragster with a 789 dial-in, lined up next to Daniel Rodrigue out of Chilliwack. Daniel with a 735 drive-in, piloting a 2008 TNT dragster. Daniel Rodrigue got a 615 cubic inch engine, something to weight behind his back. And one of these drivers with a pretty darn good reaction time, and it pays off. Daniel Rodrigue moving on, getting the win light. 739 on his 735 dial, a 009 reaction time off the light. We'll be moving on into eliminations round 4. We got Jerry Brown of Sherwood Park, Alberta. The 71 Dodge Demon. Taking off first. Mike Robinson now going to chase him down. 1090 dial in the tower lane, 916 in the Lordco lane, and it is Jerry Brown in the tower lane taking it with a 1090 with a 1 on his 1090 dial in. Best reaction time in the pair also with a 008. Jerry Brown was 1 thou off dial. Now we have Mark Muscant in the Nitro Pinball H-body car in the tower lane. That is a 1977 Chevy Monza. 406 small block Chevy flavored car. Craig Johnson, 79 Malibu wagon. The wheelie machine about to go wheels up. 10:48, Lordco Lane for Craig Johnson. Mark's got a 10:29 up on the board. Clean launch for both drivers. And it goes to Mark Muscant, 1977 Chevy Monza, with a 10:30 on his 10:29 dial. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Street, your call to the staging lanes. Super Comp, you're on standby. That's Super Comp on standby. Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Getting those tires cleaned off with a couple healthy burnouts. We got Terry Hoogstens in the left lane. 1966 Chevy 2. Paired up with Ryan Ledrette's 1971 Chevelle. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Comp, come on down for eliminations round 3. That is Super Comp, come on down to the staging lanes. So we have Super Street and Super Comp coming on down. Terry Hoogstens putting Ryan Ledrette on the trailer with a 12:18 on the 12:14 dial, 100 miles per hour through the trap. 0.47 reaction time. Ryan Ledrette got off the line a little quicker with an 0.29. But Ryan Ledrette was off dial by 9 hundredths. Terry Hoogstens by 4 hundredths of a second. Andy Klosky wheels up launch with the strip teaser on his 974 dial, chasing down Sean Langley. Sean Langley takes it with an 1163 on his 1162 dial, running 115 miles per hour. And it was good to see not a wisp of smoke out the back of Sean Langley's Mustang. Past 2 times, 2 runs he made down the track. Looked a little bit cloudy behind that car in the Lordco lane. Sean Langley moving on to elimination round number 4. We got Jason Cooper in the right lane. In the hoodless Maverick. That one's a 1972 model. He's here from Burlington, Washington. Powered by a 351. Lined up next to Daryl Tippy, 62 Chevy 2 with a 1047 dial. 1012 dial Lordco lane. 1047 TCS lane. And the final run of Hot Rods, elimination round 3. And Jason Cooper will move on. Jason Cooper with a 1021 on his 1012 dial. Daryl Tippy went a little bit too fast. Broke out by 6 thou. Daryl Tippy off the line with a 003 reaction time. Got off the line quicker. Jason Cooper with a 020 reaction time. That's a wrap for Hot Rods. Sunday evening. Cars and trailers heading off site as the pack thins and thins and thins. Everyone is in the midst of eliminations round 3. Some classes moving on to round 4 in the coming moments. And then we're going to have a whole whack of finals. And unlike last night, tonight is not going to be a leave the track at 11 p.m. sort of night. It has been a beautiful day. Not a single cloud in the sky. We've definitely been blessed with some amazing weather this weekend. Even yesterday, wasn't too hot, wasn't too cold, a little cloudy, but no threat of the R word. It worked out. It's been a solid weekend. With some solid racing. I see some door slammers getting towed up to the front of the staging lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need stock, super stock to the staging lanes. Stock, super stock to the staging lanes. Thank you. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to lane 1. Motorcycles to lane 1 for eliminations round 3. Super Gas and Top Comp on standby. That's motorcycle to lane 1. Super Gas, Top Comp, you guys are on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Super Gas, lanes 5 and 6. That's Super Gas. This is your call to lanes 5 and 6. And Top Comp as well. Top Comp, this is also your call to the staging lanes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to racing. Door slammers pulling up for elimination round 4. Kicking us off right with a couple healthy burnouts is Otto Schulte, 05 Chevrolet Cavalier in the tower lane with a 745 dial in. In the Lordco lane, we got that 55 Bel Air. That's Peter Lachanis' car with a 760 dial. That 55 Chevy with a 632 big block thumping away underneath that big cowl induction hood. Clean launch for both drivers, and it goes to Peter Lachanis in the Lordco lane. Peter Lachanis in the Lordco lane in that 55 Chevy Bel Air, putting down a 760 with an 8 on his 760 dial. 168 miles per hour through the trap there. Got off the line quicker too with a 046 reaction time. And we got Kerry Young, second gen S10 small block Chevy powered car, 2003. Rolled off the starting line there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro ET, come on down for your 4th round of eliminations. Pro ET elimination round 4, come on down. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Gas and Top Comp. That's Super Gas and Top Comp. We need you guys in the staging lanes. Super Gas and Top Comp, come on down. We got Justin Bond and Brandon Hutchinson lined up. Couple of 890 cars for Super Comp. Getting into the power, and the win light lit up for Brandon Hutchinson, running an 892 on his 890 dial. Justin Bond running an 893 on the 890 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Pro, come to the staging lanes now, please. Lordco lane, we have a single dragster, the last of the Super Comp, elimination round 3. Emily Gerard putting down a 886 at a $1.73. Hoffman in the right lane, going red. Handing it over to Todd Sims in the 66 Chevy in the left lane. Putting down a 1087 on the 1090 dial. Little quick, but he already had his win light lit up. Todd Sims moving on with Super Street. And we got Jerry Brown, the orange 71 Demon. Lined up next to Doreen Dick out of Edmonton, Alberta. 1956 Chevrolet Bel Air. Great looking two-tone car. And it goes to Doreen with an 1102 at a $1.27 across the quarter mile. Jerry Brown with a better reaction time coming off the line with a 021, but running a little bit too quick in that Demon with a 1086 on the 1090 dial. Zach Zerbrug backed off the racetrack. Must be something going on with his 68 Camaro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsmen to the staging lanes. That's sportsmen to the staging lanes for your fourth round of eliminations. That is, once again, sportsmen called to the staging lanes. Chevys making their way down the racetrack right now, and it goes to the Lordco lane, who is Norm LaPointe with a 1080 on his 1081 dial. Rick McKinney went a little too fast too. Wheels up lead, but he leaves a little too quick. Ed Howder in the right lane. Linwood Washington Camaro gets handed the win on that one with a quarter mile ET of 973 at 140 miles an hour. Little bit of rev hang going on there. In the tower lane for Steve Campbell, Airdrie, Alberta, 1989 Suzuki. Lined up next to Wild Bill McDonald. Both riders with a green launch, and it goes to Steve Campbell on the 89 Suzuki in the tower lane. Steve Campbell will be moving on, putting down an 8:14 at 139 miles an hour. Al Omond on the blue bike next to the tower, which is a 2017 Kawasaki 889 dial. In the TCS lane, in the Lordco lane, we have Riley Toth, 2002 Kawasaki. Riley Toth putting down an 862 at 146 miles per hour and picking up the W on that one. Riley Toth moving on to the next round. And that's it for motorcycle elimination round 3. Moving on to top comp. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro to the staging lanes. Super Pro, come on down to the staging lanes. Also, Hot Rods. Hot Rods, come on down to the staging lanes also. That's Super Pro and Hot Rods. We got Brandon Thomas, JBS Equipment Dragster, in the tower lane, lined up next to Adam DeYoung, 1967 Chevy. And Brandon Thomas going red, handing it over to Adam DeYoung, who runs a 528 at 130 miles an hour. Adam DeYoung moving on. In the top comp class. Coming up next, we have the 1955 Chevy Bel Air of Paul Soares of Terrace, BC, lined up next to Colton Morin. Colton piloting his 07 Race Tech Dragster. He's got a big old 615 big block Chevy thumping away behind him. Paul Soares 55, powered by a 632. Clean launch for both drivers, and it goes to Paul Soares. Paul Soares running a 477 with a 5 on his 477 dial. Colton Warren with a clean run of 486 with a 5 on his 485 dial. But Paul Soares got off the line with a 002 reaction time and made it happen. Last pair of top comp dragsters. Oh, we got a right lane dragster single first. And then a top comp dragster. Lining up next to the Trans Am. Top comp dragster in the Lordco lane. Piloted by Logan Bell. With a 446 dial, going a little bit red off the line. Red by 200ths. Crosses the finish line with a 449 at a $1.56.
Okay, hey racers, hey. One still in eliminations? When we call you, we're just gonna call you down here, and we'd like you to get down here just as quickly as you can so we can try and get this race completed in a timely fashion. So come on down and be ready. Check if you got the app, check who you're racing so you can get paired up right away and we can continue on. So let's work with us and all work together to try and finish this awesome weekend.
Michael Scholl in the 2022 TNT Dragster. He's got a 655 thumping away behind him. Lined up next to Mike Kenworthy in the Lordco lane. Up from Arlington, Washington, 1992 Pontiac F-body car driving with Illusion Motorsports with a 522 dial. Lined up next to Michael Scholl's 440 dial. Mike Kenworthy gonna take off first. Michael Scholl gonna get his green light right now. Couple good reaction times from both drivers, and it goes to Mike Kenworthy with a 524 at 132 miles an hour. Mike Kenworthy moving on. To eliminations round 4 of Top Comp. And now we got Pro up. Pro ET elimination round 4 happening right now. We got Craig Johnson in the 79 Chevy Malibu wagon. Lined up next to Brendan Piskacek's 1990 Ford Mustang. GT hatchback. 1048 dial in for Craig Johnson. 1322 for Brendan Piskacek. And Brendan Piskacek leaves early, leaving all by himself, and he leaves early, handing Craig Johnson that green win light, making it easy for him. Attention in the pits, attention pits. Hot Rod making another call for Hot Rod. Come on down to the staging lanes, guys. Door Slammers, Super Street, you guys are on standby. So that's Hot Rod. Come on down to the staging lanes, please. Door Slammers and Super Street, you guys are on standby. We got Ryan Warnke from Renton, Washington, 83 S10, leaving first with Warnke Motorsports. Another massive wheelie in the right lane by Matt Warner in his 66 Merc on a 1044 dial, and it goes to Matt Warner, who runs a 1044 on his 1044 dial. 10446 to be precise. 124 miles an hour across the stripe. Ryan Warnke running quite a bit too quick there. Matt Warner out driving Ryan. Matt Warner will move on in the competition. Now we got Zach in his 68 Camaro. Big wheelie launch for his bye run. I saw Zach back off the track earlier. I didn't even notice him stage his car before backing off the track. He's made about 1 million runs this weekend, and that's all he had to do was stage it. So he staged it and then went right back around into the staging lanes to run Jason Mercer in the 84 Cutlass. Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Mustang. Jason Mercer with an 1160 dial. Sean Langley with an 1162 dial. Jason Mercer gets attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Door slammers. This is your call for your final. The final.